Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Tuesday, the 25th of January. We like Tuesdays. We like every day. There's not a day we don't like. And I don't even mind having blood tests, although Bill says drink plenty of water before your blood test helps them find the vein. Well, something's got to. I might have to mark it with a felt tip pen or something. It's around this area because they normally strap my arm up. And so that sort of makes the vein a little bit more prominent. I'll try not to look at the needle. It's far too big. You know, the needles I use for injecting are sort of tiny little things, but the ones that they seem to use for all the other side, enormous. Enormous. Not quite. I should imagine they're a good 3 inches, the needles. Good 3 inches. I know. It's like it could possibly pop out the other side of your arm. Yeah, that seemed quite big. Anyway, Emma Thompson's going nude at whatever age she is. 1 in 4 supermarket sliced meats are saltier than the sea. It's like I had KFC yesterday. I just fancied KFC, and it was quite salty, but very nice. Occasionally, that's my treat. I won't have it for another 3 months now, which is good. Spotify have taken the Sussexes podcast into their own hands, basically because the Sussexes have wasted everybody's time. They got paid 18 million, and so far they've just turned out one. It's Archewell Audio. But as I say, they've got nothing to talk about. I don't know what they're bothered about. How we managed to get money out of people. The news storm over the Boris's 10-minute birthday party, last updated in Archewell, December 2020. I mean, to be honest with you, you think they could move a little bit farther. They're not exactly busy, are they? Not exactly got loads of things. I mean, I think they're worth every penny as long as they don't come back to this country. Katie Price avoided court yesterday. All of a sudden, she managed to find £7,500, which she's owed for the past 3 years. And she managed to find it to save going to court. That would have been a bit of an embarrassment, wouldn't it? Now, of course, the trustees of her bankruptcy order trying to find out where her remaining £3.5 million is, which she still owes. There's creditors all over the place. But we'll wait and see. Oh, Thomas Gainsborough's Blue Boy is back on display, the National Gallery. It's a very famous, very, very famous painting. Very famous. And the funny thing is, I didn't realise it had been away. Perhaps it's been restored or something with these things. And it's an oil-on canvas made or painted in 1770. The boy looks like he needs a good haircut. And thought to be, they think, a portrait of Jonathan Buttall, the son of a wealthy hardware merchant, because of his early ownership of the painting. So it's a full-length portrait. I don't think he lived very long, actually. I don't know why I've got this thing in my mind that the Blue Boy didn't live very long. I'm trying to find out. Because Van Dyck did lots of portraits of young boys. This particular one died in 1805. About 50. That's unusual because a lot of the boys in these pictures, they didn't last very long because people picked up illness. They didn't last. You know, we tried to make them last a bit longer, but we couldn't make it happen. But there was another one that came out a while ago. It was another one of these portraits that they've. I think there were two boys on it. I think with the parents, and they said that the boys didn't survive because in those days people picked up diseases and illnesses, and there wasn't the marvellous service that we get nowadays because there was no NHS. Had to rely on the country doctor, and I suppose most of it involved bloodletting and stuff like that. Oh, the water spotted under Mars's South Pole. An illusion, they've said. Maybe an illusion. So in other words, that kind of dispenses with all these lunatics who say, oh, yes, it's marvellous, there's definitely life on another planet. Life expectancy in the UK in 1800, the average life expectancy, 30? Something like 40, yeah. Wasn't. I mean, if you reached any further than that, you were doing really well. Yeah, I'd have been long gone ages ago, wouldn't I? Can you imagine? I've come back. Questions over the sale of Andrew's chalet. You know, the Verbier chalet. There's all the same people in the papers every day now. Plus, what was the other one? Oh, Chris Packham is backing Megan McCubin to be a permanent presenter on Springwatch. The fact she turns out to be his niece, half-sister, can't remember, one of the two, adopted. I've got no idea, I can't remember. I know she's distantly related or something like that. Stepdaughter. She's his stepdaughter. So, of course, he's obviously now sort of handling the way the BBC do things. Mind you, that the BBC have come up with all sorts of things. Now you get an hour of news on ITV, and Corrie, they've done it for 3 one-hour programmes a week, going head-to-head with EastEnders. Well, that'll kill its stone dead, won't it? Stone dead, because at the moment, I mean, Danny Dyer's exiting. That won't affect the figures in the slightest, because since he's been on there, the figures have dropped and dropped and dropped and dropped. So you don't really need him. But the BBC, they'll cling on to something forever and a day and go, if we stick with it long enough, eventually the public might buy this rubbish. But so ITV expand the news programme for an hour between 6:30 and 7:30. Coronation Street changes to 3 hour-long episodes a week, airing at 8 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday and Friday. And Emmerdale now airs at 7:30, directly following the news. And now Emmerdale has a bigger audience than EastEnders. Only goes to prove, life in the country far better than life in London, where I couldn't even tell you who was in the programme now. I've got no idea of any of the storylines. This is in EastEnders. And as the programme has plummeted, I mean, at one time it used to have 10 million. It used to have 10 million. 30 million, Den and Ange, and now nothing. It's down to like 3 million, isn't it? I think, which is not very good at all. And there's more going on in more going on Coronation Street, and more going on Emmerdale than there is on anything else. So, I mean, people were writing about it, going, basically, it makes no difference whether Danny Dyer stays or goes. He's managed to successfully kill the audience off. And yet the BBC, when it was announced he was going to Sky, I think, must be for money, was saying, oh, he'll be much missed. He's done this and that. I thought, wait a minute, your audience has plummeted. It's disappeared. It's not good at all, is it? Northerners are more likely to suffer hearing loss as they get older. No, don't make me do it. It's such an old gag, isn't it? I don't know why. Do you think it's because they're sort of hard done by, Northerners? Because it's cold up north, and that might affect you. Well, I don't know what affects your hearing. Perhaps they've not discovered Johnson's cotton buds. Perhaps you have to have your ears syringed out every so often. I bought cotton buds yesterday. I know you're not supposed to use them on your ears, but I do. And have done so, for the past 60 years. But they don't come in the same box they came in. Before, it was a cardboard box with a plastic lid. Oh, no, now it's a cardboard box that they come in. It took me ages to try and find the blooming things. Couldn't find them at all. But you can't find the hearing loss story? Well, it's in the papers. I don't make these. What do you think? I make them up. Oh, let's do a story about Northerners. The man who took his uncle's corpse to a post office to claim his pension claims he didn't know that he was dead. The fact that he wasn't able to stand up by himself or have a conversation would have been the giveaway. He says, I'm not an Egypt, which I thought was some sort of eagle or something. I had no idea. Chicken Big Macs on the way to the UK at McDonald's. But you can get a chicken Big Mac by going to KFC. They do a chicken burger. It's a similar... Oh, what is the matter with you sneezing away in there? Lord above, honestly. Magic Mike Live, just over the road here at the Hippodrome. In COVID crisis, many of these strippers have refused to get jabbed, which is a bit of a disappointment. Janet Jackson says that her brother Michael used to shame her. And a drink driver. Oh, there it is. McDonald's, a chicken Big Mac. So it's basically two chicken things, which are obviously deep fried by the look of it. And it's got some sort of mayonnaise, and it's, they say, with its signature sauce. So it's swapping the 2 beef patties for 2 crispy fillets, which actually sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? But it's the usual bunch of sort of a bit of cheese in there and some gunky-looking sauce and some lettuce. And that's it. So, but because they get different things in other countries, we don't also get all of this stuff. They've also changed their breakfast menu, which is, what have they changed it from? Have they got rid of certain things? Oh, that's a bit of a disappointment. Because some of the things they have, so they've confirmed they're axing 2 popular breakfast items. They've revealed that bagels and breakfast wraps are officially... I didn't even know they did bagels. Do they? Really? Well, I never knew that. And the wraps as well. I thought the wraps were okay. So what they do is they sort of change them and then they sort of bring in something else. So they're still going to be having the flatbreads, which, to be honest with you, I mean, I had 2 yesterday because they're like $1.49, and it's just like a bit of pita bread with a slice of cheese and some bacon in it. But restaurants that are open 24 hours often start selling the morning menu from 5 a.m. Over here, it's 5 a.m. in Leicester Square because we're London. We're London. Although, actually, when it was in a different place round the corner from where it is at the moment, if you went in there in the early hours of the morning, it was full of drunks. People slouched over tables, asleep and everything else. You'd walk in there thinking, there'd be people with piled high rubbish next to them. It turned out that was their life. And I remember thinking, You can't do anything about these sort of things, and it was sort of people slumped over tables. It's like you find people on the underground who will sit on the Circle Line and just go round and round every day, and they sleep on the Circle Line. They don't have any qualms about it. The climber dies after plunging 320 foot off a cliff. I would think actually anybody who climbs 320 foot, on a, I mean, it's a case of why would you do that? There is the danger that you could slip. Meatloaf's missus is grief-stricken, as you can well imagine. I had to watch him singing Midnight of the Lost and Found. It's such a good song. And I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. 8 lottery punters have failed to collect their £1 million jackpots. It's funny, they had 100 to give away. I wonder how many they did give away, about 12, I think. And so 8 people have obviously forgotten that they've got a winning ticket. And you've got £1 million. If you don't collect it in whatever time length it is, you lose it. It goes to good causes. You get quite a few months, I think. Could be like 3 months, I think. I think that's how long. How long to claim? About within 180 days. 6 months. So that's quite. I mean, to be honest with you, if I'd won £1 million, I'd have been there on the morning, standing outside the office, going, "I want my money." Steve, I'm sitting here waiting for a blood test. It's been 2 years, says Shane. Nurse Kim, thank you. Make sure you're well hydrated. It helps keep your veins dilated. Oh, Kat Slater and Phil Mitchell are currently a couple. And John says, I had a blood test yesterday and she couldn't find a vein. Ended up taking from the back of my hand. Oh, I've had that before. When they put me out for an operation, they went in on the back of my hand. What? They put me out. Yeah, they had to put me out. And they did, because they actually connect it onto, I think it's called a cannula. And that goes, no, catheter goes elsewhere. No, cannula is the one that goes on your hand, onto the vein. They clip it in and then they sellotape it, super glue and a bit Copydex. And that stays on there and then they connect other things to it. So they connected the syringe with the magic put you to sleep solution. And I got that. And sometimes they struggle to find that. Well, on mine, you can see the veins. And it just sits on there in fact, the whole time I was in hospital, it just sat there. Do you have a bad... No, on the back of my hand, you can see the veins on my arm. I don't know where it's gone. But they did do it when they gave me the stents years ago, which was quite nice. Steve. Somebody else talking about the drinking plenty of water. Kat Slater and Phil Mitchell are currently a couple. You see, I mean, I know who they are, but I don't know about it. Perhaps he's not married to Sharon anymore. Perhaps Sharon's disappeared. I don't know. Perhaps Sharon's disappeared. I don't know. Steve, I've been nocturnal last week or so, and you've been my alarm clock at 4 a.m, bit like remembering to turn on the telly for EastEnders at 7:30. On goes the radio. Well, it should do. I mean, it's the easiest thing to... Look at the time, honestly. Let's try and hit most of the times today. We're not very good at it. Still to come, Adele's Fury. This concert looks less likely that it's gonna take place, because I think at the end of the day, Caesar's Palace, who are the biggest employer of big name acts in Vegas, are going to turn around and go, listen, darling, let's leave it, shall we? Come back another year, when your team have calmed down a little bit.
This is LBC.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Do you know the BBC are really lacking in their news department? They did a story the other day. It appeared on their website, which was, remember the 2 gay guys who wanted to go and view a house and had to fill in a form from the owners of the house who turned out to be homophobic because of their religious beliefs. Although I'm quite sure that even in biblical times there would have been gay people wandering around Galilee. Let's go to the Galilean gay bar, I should imagine, and things like that. Bethlehem must have been rife with things like that. I don't know why they just assumed that there wouldn't be gay people about in that time. There absolutely would have been. So they were refused this South London house viewing because they're gay. Blatant discrimination. They've been taken off purple bricks immediately because they're homophobes. I don't care what their religious beliefs are. The homos defended their decision based on their religious beliefs. No, it's called homophobia, whether you like it or not. Fancy. I mean, you can sell your house to whoever you want to, but don't stand there and nail your colours to the mast going, oh, because of our religious beliefs, we don't like gays. Because believe you me, if they don't like one sort of people, there's going to be another load of people they don't like either. Because it says in the Bible. Although the Bible's an interpretation, isn't it? Ridiculous. Steve, it's called a cannula in the back of the hand for ops, and if you have blood taken from the back of the hand, they use a butterfly, says Jill. Oh, right. So it's a cannula in the back of that. Yeah, I had that. That's what I've had. I had that before. And Chris says if they give you a cannula instead of a catheter, you'd know about it. Oh, yes, I've had both. Believe you me. I can actually do chapter and verse on catheters, believe you me. I know all about catheters, but I won't on the programme this morning. The problem is the BBC no longer give out the lottery results. But also, I mean, if you buy your lottery ticket online, it's checked for you, so they tell you, you've done this. If you buy it in a shop, I mean, surely you keep the ticket there. You just go past the shop and say, can you just check that? And the shop will put it in front of their machine and go, no, there's nothing. You haven't won anything there. And they should give it back. They should give the ticket back to you. They've had in the past, and they found somebody in America. It was a big outfit that was selling lottery tickets. But if any of the lottery tickets were winners, the person behind the counter was going, no, nothing on that one at all, and then trousering it and collecting the money later and got caught out. They went to prison because they're thieves. And if it happens in this country, somebody who's a little bit unscrupulous, then they take away the lottery machine from them and they're banned forever. I haven't seen The Syndicate on the BBC. What's that? What's The Syndicate? Oh, it's a drama. Well, it must be if you're watching it. Can't imagine it'd be anything else. So they don't give out the lottery. They used to do that. But I think people can go and check them. You just go to the shop where you bought it. Go into any shop. You can go into any shop. You don't have to go to the shop where you bought the ticket. And if they've tried and fob you off, you report them to Camelot. It's as simple as that. These people can get into a lot of trouble. Because sometimes, the supermarkets say, oh, you didn't buy the ticket from here. We can't pay it out. Load of old codswallop, I'm afraid. Of course they can pay it out. Makes no difference at all. It's like when you go and use the Coinstar machine. I've told you in Sainsbury's, they've got the Coinstar machines and in a few other little places. And I remember going there and she said, well, I haven't got enough money. And so I said to her, well, you'll have to find money. You'll have to go and get it from your cash office because I can't leave here without my money. It's as simple as that because you have to get paid out that day. I always tell them I don't live in the area. On The Syndicate, everybody in a workplace buys in to play the lottery. They win, but the person looking after the ticket doesn't tell anybody, takes the money for themselves. Oh, right. It's a drama, is it? Oh, right. Well, I've heard of that happening before anyway, where somebody says, oh, no, we didn't win. And they think, no, you're not going to be found out. Of course you're going to be found out. Ridiculous, isn't it? So, cannula. Sorry, I'm trying to explain to the producer about cannulas and everything else. So, Boris and another party. Are you as bored as I am about these blooming parties? I know I am. I'm heartily sick to death of lies, more lies, and then people. It's almost like, listening to sort of Katie Price trying to dodge all sorts of bits and pieces because she thinks, or Prince Andrew, and you think, just tell the truth. Nobody's asking anything particularly complicated. Tell the truth. On Minder, the news came on the car radio. It said, it's 7 o'clock. This is Douglas Cameron. It was LBC. Well, it would have been. I pitched up in one of the news bulletins, and I think it was on Shoestring, ages ago, which was a thing set in Bristol, I think. And it was with, he was Eddie Shoestring. He was a radio person, but he used to solve people's crimes. He was a sleuth, Eddie Shoestring, and it was very good. It was Trevor Eve who played Shoestring, married to Sharon Morn, who did the coffee advert on the television. I'm a mine of information this morning, I tell you. Strictly Beauty. They're all beauties. Have you noticed? Nobody ever says they're not beauties. They're all beauties or stars or something. Nadia Bishkova has spent the night with Kai Widrington. It didn't take her long, did it? Goodness sake, honestly. Kai Widrington. The Ukrainian looked super cosy with her Brit lover as they checked into a hotel together. Well, they might have had separate beds or something. Who knows? Why do they assume? Because people go back. They're a bit nosy, isn't it? Who wrote this? Simon Boyle. Where'd you get that one from, love? Did somebody phone you and go, I work in this hotel? Goodness sake, honestly, I can't believe it. Right. There was something the other day. Who was it who was complaining? It was somebody from Love Island. It has to be somebody from Love Island, doesn't it? Who was complaining because somebody in the gym where she went took a picture of her in the gym. And she went up the wall. People do nowadays. So Monday, Emmerdale 7:30 to 8, EastEnders 8 to 8:30, Coronation Street 8 to 9 p.m. So EastEnders and Corrie up against each other. Wonder who's going to win in the battle of that one. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Tuesday, EastEnders 7:30, Emmerdale 7:30. So ITV News up against the One Show now as well. Thursday, EastEnders 7:30, Emmerdale 7:30. Friday, EastEnders 8 p.m, Coronation Street 8 p.m. They might as well just close EastEnders down. They really were. I mean, this is unbelievable, isn't it? EastEnders declined to comment. I'm not surprised. Somebody's made a big mistake, haven't they? Yeah. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? We're up against there. I mean, the average viewer per episode for EastEnders, 3 million. Pathetically bad for spending all that money on it. But, as I say, the BBC, let's keep with it. That's why they've stuck with the One Show. To be honest with you, I've got no idea why they've got so many people working on a programme that just doesn't generate. It really doesn't. It's a shame. Shame, really. What else we got? I was trying to find this. Oh, Janet Jackson. She must have a book out, mustn't she? Oh, yes. There's a documentary on Sky. Of course there is. So they have to sort of drop the... My father used to wake us up sometimes by putting matches between our toes and lighting them. Lovely family, aren't they? Absolutely charming. And Janet was subjected to vile racism as a child, with neighbours campaigning to ban her family from the area because of their skin colour. I could well imagine. This is in America. They've still got the same problem. Still got the same problems. But she did a promo in 95 with Michael. I'd love to have talked to Michael. You imagine what a great conversation you would have had. A friend of mine, actually, Rob Goldstone, who you know, did his publicity when he went to Australia. And I should imagine he's got loads and loads of stories to tell you. He died 13 years ago, Michael Jackson. Yes, I remember. I remember it very, very well. I remember all outside here. There were fans lighting candles down in Trafalgar Square. There were people with little candles all over the place. Oh, God, yes, I remember it. Did I like the music? Yeah, I thought he was terribly talented. Terribly talented. But I remember, was it Jarvis Cocker who made a complete fool of himself? No, he did a thing when he did the Brit Awards. And Jarvis Cocker, a complete and utter waste of space. Mind you, I tell you what I was shocked watching the other day. I was really shocked. They had Gogglebox. And the programme they were showing them was Mary Berry Goes to Highclere Castle. Well, quite clearly, 90% of the people didn't know Highclere Castle. And so you've got Mary Berry sitting, you know it. You know Highclere Castle. Yes, Mary Berry sitting, yes you do. Mary Berry's, sorry? No. And she's sitting in this car and she says, we're going to Highclere Castle. And immediately all the different people on there, including the brother and sister drips, were sort of going, oh, little bit poncy, is it? And I'm thinking, what are you on about? Where are you from? Nobody's. Anyway, Mary Berry said, of course, you all know it better as Downton Abbey. So that's Downton Abbey. And they introduced you to the lady who owns the house with her husband. And they're all going, oh, Mary Berry's gone all posh. It's all a little bit la-di-da. And you know the couple where the father looks like he's been dragged out of a bin liner and he sits there with these huge dogs placed all over him and he never has a shave and he's a moaning little soul. Even the wife says he's moaning. Lots of cakes always on the table. And they're all taking the mickey out of Mary Berry and the owner of Highclere Castle. And I thought to myself, well, I tell you what, let's start taking the mickey out of you lot. There's the brother and sister who are about as boring as they come. And then you've got, who else was on it? Oh, it was most of the families on there. And they started taking the mickey out of Mary Berry. Oh, she's gone all posh now. She's in this house. No, she was just being respectful, which is a shame none of you were. But there again, you're not really worth worrying about, are you? Sacrilege, actually. Sacrilege. Steve, was it Phil Mitchell who burnt down the car lot office and killed a man? If so, why hasn't the BBC dobbed him in, says Mo? It is only a pretend thing, isn't it? I do my lottery online, Steve, but even if you don't want to do it that way, you can still use the app to scan your ticket to check if you've won. Yeah, I don't think it's not a problem. But I tell you, if you don't do it within 6 months, you've missed out on £1 million. You know, because people just don't check. I mean, although Phil has never intentionally killed anyone, I don't know why we're doing this, because he's only a fictional character. It's so ridiculous. Murder. His actions have caused the deaths of 4 people. So, roughly the same kind of thing, I think you'll find. Yeah, nice guy, really. We like him. So, liquid water, previously spotted beneath Mars' ice-covered South Pole, is nothing but an illusion. Illusion. Spotify hiring a team to help Harry and Meghan because they're totally useless. They've got no idea how to do a podcast. They've been waiting more than a year for the Sussexes to come up with material. Far too busy just spending the money, ain't they? In this life, one thing counts. In the bank, large amounts. I'm afraid these don't grow on trees. You got to pick up. Well, perhaps they don't go as far as that. I can't find where this stupid story about people going deaf up north. Yeah, we might do that. And also, I'm no Egypt. I don't even know what an Egypt is. Is it? Oh, it's an idiot. It says the Egypt who took his dead uncle's corpse to get a pension. Apparently, he died on the way there, and they didn't realise that they had to sort of lift him in, and then he was dead. And you look at a picture of this bloke, and you think to yourself, I'd actually keep your mouth shut, mate. You're looking a bit stupid on this one. Fancy taking a corpse in. And he said, we didn't realise that he was dead. Oh, well.
This is LBC.
Hey, you're back. I'm almost finished.
Yep, and I've got Subway.
Thanks. Wait, how did you know my order?
Oh, I just got you a big cheesesteak sub-melt from the series menu.
The menu? Is that really how you think of me? An off-the-rack kind of guy?
No, I just thought you'd like it. It's cheesy, meaty, it's got peppers. You like peppers? Try it.
That's really good. What cookie did you get me?
Try the irresistibly cheesy range of hot press sub-melts, part of the new series menu. There's now 2 ways to Subway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Shane says, I've got a free app. I can watch Coronation Street from the 90s on my mobile phone. That was when it was really good. You know, you had good characters. They were good storylines. You didn't have to get complicated. I mean, some of the stupid characters they've moved into Coronation Street. I mean, honestly, where they get them from, I've got no idea. It's supposed to be sort of, you know, well, Reg Holdsworth was the one who died at the beginning of EastEnders. He was found dead. Oh, no, sorry, you mean Reg Holdsworth, who ran Better Buys or whatever it was, yeah. I interviewed him, actually. He was exactly the same. Who was it? It was Reg, somebody who died at the beginning of EastEnders. The very first episode of EastEnders. Somebody was found dead. Cox? Reg Cox. Was it Reg Cox? Yeah, Reg Cox. And he was the first person. What a part that was. We've got this new soap starting, and there's a part for you in it. Fantastic. Oh, by the way, you die in the first episode. You're found dead when we start the thing. Love it. Love it. Actually, I remember because it was Barbara. I did an interview with Barbara Windsor, and she wasn't in EastEnders. And I said, what would you like to do now? Because she'd done loads of stuff. She said, I'd love to do EastEnders. Love to do it. And it was marvellous because she went away, and somebody else played. There was somebody else who played Peggy before her. Was there really? But anyway, she got the phone call from her agent, lovely Barry, and she got EastEnders, turning point of her life. Absolutely turning point of her life. I didn't know the character had come in before. I had no idea. When you live and learn. When it goes to prove Peggy Mitchell, a fictional character, and the original Peggy's first. Oh dear, Barbara Windsor is much better. Well, how can Barbara Windsor appear in the same? Oh, it's not the same show, is it? That'd be funny, wouldn't it, if they both turned up? Oh, that's Sharon, isn't it? Sharon looks more like Peggy. No, she loved it, Barbara. She loved it. Seriously, turned her life around. Really did. And she met the Queen. The Queen went to the Queen Vic. Her Majesty the Queen, and Barbara got introduced to her. She loved it. She loved it. So, why are people deafer in the north? Well, apparently, they have a bigger chance of going deaf as they get older compared to southerners. People in the north of England are 13.5% more likely to have worse hearing aged 50 and over than those in the south. This is a study by the University of Manchester. The Professor Con Pantelis says where people live plays an important part in their health. The location shapes several environmental risks as well as many other health effects. The findings also prove that the same north-south hearing loss divide happens in older age groups. For 71 to 80-year-olds, those with disabling hearing loss in the northeast hits 49.2%. In the northwest, it's 43%. And in Yorkshire and Humber, it's 46%. For that same age group in the southeast, 35.7% and 37.4% in London. So hearing loss is an important public health issue that costs the English economy over 25 billion pounds a year in productivity and unemployment. Its measurement is essentially for understanding health. So now you know. But it doesn't say why they're more likely to go deaf in the north. It just says they're more likely to go deaf over a certain age. Yes, perhaps there'll be another study telling us why it is. So, you know, I don't know. It's an odd one, isn't it, really? Because I can't think why. Although I've met a few we've got a few Northerners in our newsroom, actually. I don't talk to them, mainly because they can't hear me. There's no point, is there? I mean, if they could hear what I was saying, it might make a lot of difference. But I can't imagine why that would be. There's no reason for it. They're just saying these are the findings. So we're actually okay in London. Well, sort of. 37.4% in East London. Have we got any northern presenters? Well, Sheila Fogarty. I mean, good Lord above. I mean, she couldn't be any more northern. Why? And Darren. Well, he's not really a northerner, is he? What are you talking about, Darren Adam? No, he's not a northerner, really. Scotland. I know Scotland, but I think he's a bit more sophisticated. I think so. I think he has sophistication running through his veins, definitely. Who else have we got? I don't know. I mean, there must be other people from up north. It's just that you don't think about it. I can't think of it at the moment. It doesn't really matter, actually. Oh, there's a new book coming out. This one is written by Private Eye editor Ian Hislop and Nick Newman, and it's looking at a new play which opens this week on Spike Milligan. Spike Milligan, who had some great lines. He says, I have the body of an 18-year-old. I keep it in the fridge. You know, all those sort of things. And is there anything worn under the kilt? No, it's all in perfect working order. All the old ones. The other one here, I don't mind dying, I just don't want to be there when it happens. Very fun. We were making love on the back of a truck and got carried away. And I thought I'd begin by reading a poem by Shakespeare, but then I thought, why should I? He never read any of mine. I remember him doing that one, actually. All men are cremated equal. Money couldn't buy friends, but you get a better class of enemy. And a signature always reveals a man's character, sometimes even his name. Because you look at people's signatures, sometimes you can't read them, can you? Yes. Chopsticks are one of the reasons the Chinese never invented custard. Phil Vickery was doing that yesterday. Oh, he did on This Morning, and I nearly passed out. A rhubarb and custard tart. It was absolutely delicious. Even Phil was saying, this is delicious, because they start eating, and it was delicious. Like stewed rhubarb. There it is. Rhubarb and custard crumble tart. I mean, it was just sweet, tangy and delicious. The definition of pleasure on a plate. And it seemed fairly straightforward to make. But they were both saying, both Phil and his co-presenter, it was delicious. And then at the end, Phil poured custard all the way round it. He said, not vanilla, just proper custard. Oh, it looked delicious. And on one of them, what did he put on one of them? It was cream, clotted cream. Oh, I tell you, that got the old juices going on. It looked absolutely delicious, but they couldn't stop praising it. Rhubarb and custard crumble tart. Delish. It's not a very good picture of it, no. But they've got overhead cameras, so they can sort of do it. So I suppose that's the best way of doing it. But I could taste it, even though I wasn't there. I thought it was fantastic. Did you hear about the Queen's Guard at Buckingham Palace playing I Will Do Anything for Love as a tribute to Meat Loaf? Well, they can play anything, as you know. They're not sort of reduced to just doing all sorts of things. Bill says, isn't the joy of presenting your show each morning like winning the lottery? Not quite, no. I mean, winning the lottery is like, give me 30 million. It's not quite the same, actually. Apparently, because hardly anybody in the South speaks to each other, Steve. That's why. Well, you're right. You are right, actually, in the fact that, people up north do talk to you. Not in London. Put it this way, if somebody talks to you on the train in London, you call the police. Okay, that's a simple thing. Or, get, hello, help, there's somebody talking to me. I mean, if you sit on the bus and somebody comes and sits, very next to you and goes, hello, you're going, yeah, okay. And then you immediately make an excuse to get off the bus. You don't want to hang around with these people. They're mad as fruit sticks. You're right. Corrie at its best was when Reg Holdsworth and Curly Watts were running Better Buys together, says Roger. They were just sort of good. They were good characters. They put this woman in there. I've got no idea who she is, but I don't know what she is, but she thinks she's really funny, but she's not very funny at all, I'm afraid. Natalie in Dubai says, you're making me laugh this morning, as always. Love it. Flying back to London Sunday. How cold would you say it is in the city? Is it woolly hat and gloves? Yes. Yes, woolly hat and gloves, definitely. Well, at this time of the morning it is, definitely. Less cold today, but still woolly hat would be a good idea, I think. Although I noted I don't have a woolly hat, no. Although Tony, you know, who's involved single-handedly building this power station in the middle of Leicester Square, and I made a mistake yesterday. I said Friday. I said it was Friday. Do you remember? And he said I nearly passed out. I said, how do you think I feel? I said I was obviously having one of my strange moments where I thought yesterday was Friday. But he didn't have a hat on, actually, yesterday. Tony didn't have a hat on. I was talking to somebody else, actually, Tony, the other day, Chris Gold, who said that he was invited to go and have a look down at the power station. Because I forget how much longer you've got to do it. It must be another year, at least, I would think. It was a 3-year deal, I think. 3-year deal. I could have done it with a couple of elastic bands and a prop job in an afternoon. Joe in Melbourne says, as children, me and my brother used to go to my granddad's allotment in Sydenham. My granddad used to laugh as we used to play in huge mounds of mud, throwing it at each other. Only recently I discovered it was horse manure. Yeah, but horse manure was... people who owned riding stables would sell you their horse manure because you used to put it on your... What? You put it on roses and stuff like that. It's very good. It's got all the ingredients. Straw and poo, which seems to work quite well. And people liked it. It smelt a little bit. But, yeah, of course people still use. Good Lord above. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And in the winter, you can see the steam rising from it. You know, just after the horses have passed it. And, Steve... more industrialisation up north affects hearing. Yes, it's very... I should imagine some of the factories were very noisy. We don't have that many industrial-type factories down here, do we? I don't think so. Unless it's sort of making steam engines or something like that. And we don't make many steam engines down here. They make them up north. Not anymore. A teenager lost his nipples. That's an interesting story. When he froze them with deodorant for a dare and a pal flicked them off. Seriously, it's in the paper. It says so. It says so. It says, what an aerosol. And, no, seriously, the balmy student stripped off in front of a bunch of mates and was blasted with 2 full cans of Lynx. He said, at first it's just cold, it's not really a big thing, and then it starts to burn, and then you're just sitting there waiting for it to finish, and it was fine. And then the boy who was actually freezing my nipples flicked both my nipples, and that's when they fell off. Right. He's studying maths at Liverpool University and asked not to be named. He said it was stupid, but now I've got no nipples. I love the way you're so cynical. Honestly, I'll read you these hard-hitting industrial stories. It's in Liverpool, so it must be industrial, mustn't it? You can flick them off. Have you never nearly cut them off when you've been shaving? Shaving my nipple. Shaving your chest. You not do that? A lot of people do that nowadays. No, nothing. No. Well, if you shave too near to it, you can cut the top off quite easily. Yeah. And I would think if you freeze them, mind you, I've never actually used Lynx. I'm a little bit more sophisticated than that, but now I know it can freeze your nipples off. And this bloke flicked them off because it froze them, and you could... I don't know how... Listen, I merely repeat the story. If you want to challenge it, go to Liverpool University, find out this bloke. Just ask people, sorry, do you know the bloke who lost both his... Because somebody flicked his nipples off. Somebody will come back with you. You know, and they'll sort of go, yeah, it was actually me, and, you know, and then we can do it. I don't know why you disagree with everything. A lot of people who've worked in noisy factories go deaf, says Mo. Sorry? A lot of people who work in factories go deaf. That's why a lot of people who work in factories have to wear headphones, because there's so much noise. I mean, there really is. I mean, even working in a radio studio, if you were working with music, I'd be banging the sounds out, I tell you. They'd be really hitting the number 10 on the dial, the number 11 on it. It doesn't work on speech radio. It really doesn't. Yeah. Although, actually, I'm deafer in one ear than in the other. Isn't that funny? If I lie on one side in my bed, so like that, I can't hear as well as if I lie on the other side, so it's obviously my left side that's a bit deaf. Luckily, I can still hear you because I lip read.
This is LBC.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, 10 to 5. So the ITV soap has burst the EastEnders bubble. It's the time slot shake-up, and soap wars are broken out. But, I mean, EastEnders is going to lose this one big time. Both on at the same time. They're already under pressure. It's been trailing in the ratings. Recently, Danny Dyer revealed he was quitting. And fans were very quick to rant online about the change, with comments like, "We don't need an hour of news, why the change, and EastEnders won't survive it." Well, I believe that they won't survive it. If they're getting 3 million at the moment and they're both going to be on at the same time, they're going to have to either up their ante, or failing that, they're going to have to get new script writers in or something like that to come up with some storylines that are going to get the audience. And to be honest with you, nobody gives a stuff about Walford, do they? I mean, it doesn't really... And 87 million? 97 million pounds on the set. What a waste of money. And somebody somewhere in some little office, is going to be saying, "Oh, I think we need to spend all this money and, bring it up to date." No. The whole idea is they don't. They don't do that even in Coronation Street. Emmerdale, they did. At one time, it was all The Farm at Dethick and Annie Sugden's Kitchen. I mean, Corrie got a new set, but it still looked the same, didn't it? You can't actually change anything. And most of it is it's just plasterboard cutouts. Life-size now, houses, and things like that. And they've got... I mean, the houses used to be tiny because they do more and more stuff outside, but they're still socially distancing. Whether they will at the end of this COVID thing, I've got no idea. Martin says, "What's Olive from On the Buses in EastEnders from?" She's from On the Buses. You're not bright, aren't you? And Aunt Sal, who's Peggy's sister. Yeah. She used to be a nude model. Yes, Anna Karen was a nude model. That's what she used to do. She used to be one of those people who... You'd go to the art classes and they'd have somebody who would be... She used to do it with Quentin Crisp. He was an art model as well. I love the way... He's going to be checking that one out, let me tell you. No, she was an art model. She was an art model. And loads of people did it. They just had to have the ability to sit there very quietly and not do anything. And then people would sort of draw them and sketch them and everything else. And men and women did it. It was a way of earning money. I mean, I used to have a producer who used to donate stuff. And he used to get paid for it. And it was a source of income. No, long before your time. Alan Titchmarsh has laid into Tarquin's favourite breakfast. The Telly Gardener pointed out that while it's been hailed as healthy by nutritionists, it could be killing the planet. This is avocado on toast. Avocado on toast, a more pretentious thing you'd be hard-pushed to find. Yes, it's just ridiculous. Smashed avocado on toast. Have you... I mean, to be honest with you, it's not posh Tucker at all. It's just somebody going, how much money can we extract out of people by flogging them an age-old avocado? He says, "I'm a great believer in locally sourced and seasonal food, but I can't reconcile myself to eating avocados and contributing to the enormous carbon footprint involved in shipping them across the ocean to my breakfast table." Do you know they have people with machine guns and guards outside the gates to these avocado farms? I saw a picture in one of the papers today of people there guarding it because they get people from the cartel, that's all they're called, going in there and stealing avocados because they're worth so much money now. But I mean, a smashed open sandwich, a thick slice of... Oh, sorry, there you go. Perhaps somebody's sending me an order of smashed avocado. I mean, it's multi-green. It's topped with creamy smashed avocado, finished with a sprinkle of chilli and red pepper salt, and served with a lemon wedge. Oh, well, that's it then, isn't it? A lemon wedge. Absolutely ideal. But doesn't say how much it is. It's probably best not. Tuesday, says Dawn Neeson. Just the usual 22-hour working day. Thank God for the Steve Allen Show. LBC's dulcet tones. I bet you anything Dawn Neeson has had smashed avocado. When they say smashed, do they just mean it's mashed up? So... yeah, it's not really, you haven't put it in the ring with some more avocados or some bananas or something. And you just literally take it and presumably you put it into a mixer and then or you can do it with a fork, I should imagine, in a bowl. But I did try it once. I mean, I do like avocado, But just on a piece of multigrain bread, it's so expensive for what it is. So expensive. But you've got to get the right avocado. I mean, Pret a Manger do it on toast. £4.30. Blimey. It's multigrain bread. Oh, that pushes the price up immediately, doesn't it? Do you know, very shortly, all these coffee places are going to be closing down. We won't have any money. We'll have no money to go out and buy an expensive piece of frothy milk. I mean, it was bad enough the other day when I was, the battery for the watch, £80. I don't think so. I haven't done it yet. No, I'm certainly not going to pay 80 quid for a watch battery. I'm really not. Even Coronation Street's only got 5 million viewers now. All the soaps are losing their viewers. The old episode of Corrie and EastEnders are so much better. Yeah, but they're only getting 3 million over on EastEnders when it's actually up against Corrie at the same time. It's going to lose out big time because people are going to stick with Coronation Street. Somebody said it's all gone downhill since Reg Cox left. Well, he didn't so much leave, he was dead. I mean, do you mean carried out? Patricia says, it took me about a week to feel at home when we moved to Leeds from the Netherlands, just because everybody talks to you. Very different in Nottingham, probably not as bad as the South. Nobody talks to you in the South. Nobody talks to you in the South. You know, you get on a train up north, people will talk to you. Hey up, lad, they say. Hey up, you're going to whip it out. You know, and you think to yourself, that's good. Because most of the people, I always remember there was some actresses in Coronation Street, and when you heard them talking, they were actually quite posh, but they had to play Northern. It's like Anita Dobson. Anita Dobson's parents sent her, because she's an East End girl, they sent her to speech therapy so she could learn how to talk posh. What's the job she gets? All right. You know, the whole thing turned around. Audrey's posh, Pat Butcher's very posh, but they had to learn to sort of tailor it in. It's quite clever, really. And it's like me. I'm terribly, terribly posh when I leave here, and I go for my smashed avocado. It's all very exciting, and we have a cup of Rosie Lee, which is very nice. Have you seen that programme where they've got all these different people who live in these big houses? There's a gay couple related to the Mountbattens, a bit unusual. And they live in a big house as well. And then there's all these other people, and they sort of go and do things like they make honey, or they have things. There was one woman on there. She's terribly posh, but she can't stop swearing. In fact, that's her language. She swears all the way through. I've never heard anybody swear so much. Steve, I was on the bus route 490 at the weekend, and the voiceover told me it was going to Richmond Pools on the Park. What is it? It's a swimming pool. That's all it is. It's apparently the producer used to get swimming lessons there. And then they basically didn't want him anymore to have swimming lessons. So he just wanted to do dive bombing in, yeah, whoosh, all the water coming out. What's it like? Well, Richmond, it's Pools on the Park. You go to the Richmond Circus roundabout, turn left, and over on the right-hand side is a swimming pool. And because it's in the park, it's on a piece of grass, it's called Pools on the Park. Is there a circus at Richmond? Manor Circus, heard that on another bus? No, it's just called Manor. A circus was just a roundabout. That's all it was. It wasn't anything more than that. Yes, Oxford Circus, round, and all these other places. Piccadilly Circus, round. There's no circus. Although, actually, it'd be quite nice, Mark. Don't forget Amos and Mr. Wilkes, says Kim. Yes, the gayest couple in Emmerdale's history. I thought that was the funniest thing ever, because one of them was sort of very sort of northern, and the other one was quite posh. And it was Amos Brearley, wasn't it? I loved him. I thought he was a great character. Nay, Mr. Wilkes, he'd say. I'd love to have heard what he sounded like normally, because I reckon that was all, the voices were sort of put on. And yeah, great hair. And these big sideburns down the side, which I was never sure if they were stuck on or if they really existed. But I thought he was great. But I was totally convinced they were a gay couple. Never thought about it. It always just struck me as they were going to be a gay couple, and that nobody in the village knew. It was the big secret. And now, since then, they've had all sorts of people in the programme. I like Seth Armstrong. Seth was good. We got some bad news. What's some bad news? Has he died? Oh, what did he die of? He just went. And one of the other ones died, didn't she? It was one of the older women in there, and I think Betty, I liked her. She was nice. Mind you, they had a very old woman in Coronation Street and she died. A friend of mine wrote and got her autograph. Obviously before she died. Makes more sense, doesn't it, really?
This is LBC.
At Superdrug, we're giving all our Health and Beauty Card members 2 weeks exclusive early access to our Black Friday deals. It's free and easy to sign up. Download the Superdrug app to get a digital card or visit us in store. Save up to 60% on Superdrug's Black Friday deals, exclusively for Health and Beauty Card members. Ends November 14th. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, 25th of January. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. So, still trying to find out who. They used to serve smashed avocado in Patisserie Valerie. And I remember that it sort of arrived on the menu. They hadn't had it for ages and ages, and then eventually it arrived on the menu. And I sort of tried it, and I thought, so everybody's doing it now. It became sort of pretentious rubbish. You know, everybody's going, it's like the shrimps that we had, you know, and people going, oh, it's very nice to have shrimps. Well, they've got no taste. Nice on toast with feta cheese. What, a smashed avocado? Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. Sounds absolutely dreadful, doesn't it? So 8 lottery punters failing to collect their £1 million jackpots. Please check. Please check your tickets. It might be you. I'd hate to think you missed out on £1 million. Oh, there you go. Avocado and feta smash on toasted rye. How pretentious, honestly. Honestly. What's the matter with a good old wedge, a bacon wedge sandwich? Although, was it the Queen's chef who was telling us the other day that we were cooking bacon wrong? You've got to have the pan really hot, and then you put it in so it goes crispy. Not sure about crispy. I mind you want to go to some of these dreadful places on some of the stations where they're serving bacon rolls, and the bacon is so cremated, it's just disgusting. It really is. But they are generally people who obviously don't know how you cook bacon. I don't mind sort of bacon, but when it's sort of you can literally break it, I don't want it. Bring back Crossroads, says Cyril in Birmingham. I don't believe there's anybody called Cyril in Birmingham. Nobody's called Cyril. Bring back Crossroads used to be the #1 rated soap. 15 million viewers an episode. Well, it was about the only soap, wasn't it? I loved it. But in fact, they didn't really move any further. It did come back a while ago. I've got the complete box set because Miss Diane brought it in for me. And remember Benny? Benny was in there and all sorts of Mr. Wilkes. No, not Mr. Wilkes. There was the chef in the kitchen who was very, very pompous and very... And we never saw anybody eating in the place. And people used to pass each other and not say anything. And then there was Meg Mortimer and Noel Gordon, yes. She was dropped from the soap. That was the big disaster. They actually did a thing about it on a programme on television, you know, where they did a spoof on her being fired from it because she'd done it. And in fact, when she actually got wed and she went away, who was the chauffeur of the car that came to collect her? It was... forgotten his blooming name now. Somebody will tell me. Comedian. Gay comedian. Larry Grayson. He was the chauffeur. He knew and he turned up all dressed up. Apparently, head of programmes at ITV, Charles Denton, and head of drama, Margaret Matheson, wanted to end the soap opera in favour of more expensive and lavish drama productions because the joke was that that the sets wobbled and all the rest of it. And the decision to dismiss Noel Gordon, the show's most popular cast member, was taken in the hope that viewers would desert the show, giving Central a valid excuse to axe it. She returned to Crossroads in '83 for 2 episodes, and the soaps used to be live quite often. A lot of programmes used to be live. And so she sort of went, and it was all a bit disastrous. And then they did a spoof, and I think it was... Acorn Antiques was the spoof of it. Victoria Wood did this thing on it, and they interviewed this character, you know. And would you like to make a comment about it? Would you kick a horse when it's down? And she was being a bit of a drama queen about the whole thing because it had been Noel Gordon's life, totally. And I thought she was great at it, and it was fantastic. Celia Imrie played her. And it was very, very good, actually. But the Acorn Antiques was the best. They did Acorn Antiques on the theatre. And I never went to see it. I often wonder what it would have been like, actually, because if there was one thing that Victoria Wood was good at, she was good at writing parts for everybody else. You know, she would literally let everybody else boost themselves up, and she'd give them the good lines and the funny lines and everything else, and she'd take a back seat, I think, because she had been in a back street. I think Reg was unconscious when he was found. He died shortly afterwards in hospital. Well, he's dead anyway. It was only pretend. It isn't real, these things. I love the way that people think it. Nick Cotton killed Reg, and 30 years later the scene was recreated in the same flat. Wasn't a chef called Hamish McPhee? No, he was not Stewie McPhee. He was Shuey McPhee. Shuey McPhee was the little Scottish guy in the kitchen, but there was a taller bloke in the kitchen whose name I can't remember. He used to wear a big tall hat, like a chef's hat. Shuey McPhee worked in the kitchens as well, because he popped up in all sorts of pieces, and I can't remember. So there's Shuey. He died aged 84, but there was another bloke who was there you go. There's one here, David Lawton, who played Bernard Booth, is alive and well. But I think there was another one. I'm pretty certain. When you looked at them and you looked at the cast, it was quite something. It was quite something. But no, it wasn't that one. Mr. Somebody, they called him. What was his blooming name? Oh, they used to have loads of chefs in there. We never saw much food coming out the kitchen. We never saw anybody eating. And, she was great. Nora Batty. Oh, yes, she was. I can't remember what the name of her character was. What was her character? Nora Batty came from another show. This isn't that's the actress. But I can't remember what her name is. Kathy Staff. She was great. I loved people like that. They were proper people. But the one who couldn't remember their lines is pictured down with one of the chefs, third one down on the right-hand side, and she was one of the cleaners in there. You see her? Black and white. David Lawton as Chef B. Go down, you see it? There, that one. And that lady there, and I think her name was Amy Turtle, played by Anne George. She couldn't remember her lines for love nor money, and she'd stumble over them. It sort of added to the interest. Because the place, I believe, existed. I don't think it was a motel, but all the interior shots were filmed in the studios. But imagine trying to get rid of Noel Gordon, hoping that the public would desert it. Then they could justify getting rid of it. How devious were they? How devious were they? That was terrible, wasn't it? People liked that. Perhaps they're going to do the same with old What's-It from EastEnders, so they can then get rid of it and put another soap in. So we've got the same EastEnders, £97 million later. What else can you do with that set? You can't do anything else with it. But you know what they have got down there? They obviously had to put all the greenhouses in. Why? Why do they need to put the greenhouses in? Come on, you should know this answer. No, not for the allotments. No, not for the allotments. Because they're filming 6 weeks in advance. So they've got to bring on flowers and shrubs and everything else completely out of season. So they do bother. Oh, yeah, because if the whole country is covered in snow and there's no snow in EastEnders, somebody goes, it's a little bit strange. So it'd be unrealistic. So they have to make sure that they've got bits and pieces that they can drop in to make it look as though they've been affected by the weather. So they've got greenhouses that bring on the plants, so come on earlier than they would do normally. It's clever, isn't it? When you think of it, I think most of them work 6 weeks in advance. I'm pretty certain. So it should be an interesting one. But I just don't think that putting them up against each other is the best news that they've ever had. Over in EastEnders, they must be absolutely wetting themselves, I should imagine, going, listen, how are we going to compete? We've got 3 million. Coronation Street, we've got 5 million. Somewhere it's going to fall apart and they're going to start losing it. If it hemorrhages much more, they might as well close it down. In Ireland, says Paul, there's a lotto checker outside the counters. You check it yourself. Well, it can't take much. You can do something like that quite easily. But there's 8 people who have got £1 million each coming to them, provided they can remember to claim it. At least you've got a few sort of... I noticed, actually, somebody won some money the other day, but they didn't tell us. You could always tell when it sort of drops down and goes, oh, this week it's a magnificent £10 million. You go, when this first started, this lottery... 20 million quid it used to be on an average, and it just gets worse and worse. I used to win on a regular basis. Then they changed the odds and nobody wins. Very, 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 very small amount. Only cost £1 then, yeah. And you could do quite well on it, quite well. Bear Grylls drinks 30 cups of very milky tea every day. 30 cups of tea. That seems an awful lot, doesn't it? He must spend most of his time in the toilet. How many cups of tea do? I did one when I woke up this morning. Then I came in here and had What? I did one, yeah, because I was too busy watching the television. And I wouldn't have 10 cups in the course of the day. I think then I've had 2 in here, outside 4. So I've had 5 cups so far. 5 cups. But I don't have any... yeah, exactly. It's only 5:10. But I don't have any sugar. Because I'm a good boy, I am. I don't have sugar. Don't need to have sugar at all. Jessie Nelson is preparing to treat fans to new music. Don't bother, dear, please. It's really not worth it. We don't want to be treated. I don't want to be rude about it, but I'm really not interested. Didn't care less first time round. She was left feeling in a daze with jet lag, which is odd. She's jetted to Los Angeles, and for some peculiar reason, she gets jet lag on the way out. Whereas anybody will tell you in the real world, it's jet lag on the way back. You don't get it on the way out. Otherwise, people would be wandering around in a dither. She says, just a message to say I love you all so much. Oh, it's one of those. And I can't wait to be able to show you what I've been working on. Riveting. Don't really care, actually. I mean, I always think if somebody's going to America to do it, it's a bit of a swizz. What's the matter with over here? You know, a bit of a swizz, bit of a cheat. We've got loads of people over here who can sort of do a little bit of music for you. In fact, that's where most of your hits came from, wasn't it? EastEnders aired on the 19th of Feb 85, my 9th birthday, said John in Smithfield. All right, we don't rub it in. Make a big deal about how long it's been on the air. I mean, I remember, what was that other programme they had on BBC? Not Esmeralda. It was something. El Dorado. Do you remember that one? They built a set for that. That was a disaster. That was another disaster. Oh, dear, was that ever a disaster? Mr. Lovejoy was the chef, says Susan in Brecon. Thank you. The chef was Carlos Rafael. Was it Doris, like Kathy Staff? Kathy Staff was great. I loved her well. And a big shout-out to Victoria Wood, says Liz in Battersea, an absolute genius. We always give her a mention. We're big fans of Victoria Wood. She featured on my In Conversation programme. And I sat there and I said to her, I said, I'm ever so sorry. I said, I'm such a fan of your programmes. I think you're so... And she was so modest. She was absolutely the most modest person. There was nothing bombastic about her. The one thing, she was very quiet. She was very quiet, but the one thing she loved brass bands. And so if she had an opportunity to have a show opening with a brass band doing it, that's what she would have done. She was very northern, but we liked her a lot. She was a very nice person. And also, when she became very ill, she didn't tell anybody. She only told very, very close friends that she was that she had cancer. She never told anybody at all. She didn't make it public.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Steve, wasn't Nora Batty in Last of the Summer Wine? She was known for her wrinkled stockings. Sorry? No, I've just been to get a cup of tea. I'm fine. That was me going out the studio. I went to go and get a cup of tea. The only thing I didn't do is go to the toilet, but that's, I'm sure that'll be good. Sally says, can I just say, please? I adore you. It's gorgeous to hear something other than endless belly aching about Boris. Well, he's in all the papers again. I mean, it shows no sign of going away at all, does it? You are a sight for sore ears. See you in February, says Sally. I'll be at the back by the bar. Oh, it's going to be busy. 400 of you I've got to contend with. It's the 16th of February. 16th of February. It's only because I checked the other day, because I couldn't remember what date it was. I still can't remember. Another one, which says, I don't remember the surname, but I think the chef's first name was Carlos. They had so many, Colin, so many. And Rod in New Malden says, there's a bar in New Malden, post office in the high street, who replaced my watch battery for 10 quid. Yeah, 80 quid. I'm having some sort of laugh. So this was in the Bentall Centre in Kingston, in a watch thing. Just as you go in, you come in, and there it is. It's sort of it's opposite WH Smith's. 80 quid. I thought, I must look really stupid. Or perhaps they looked at the watch and went, well, if he can afford a watch like that. And I've had this for the best part of 30 years. I bought it when I was flush years and years ago, and it was my treat to myself. I've also got my father's old watch. And I bought this one. It's a Raymond Weil watch. And I forget what I paid for it, actually. It was probably about £600, which at the time was a small fortune as far as I was concerned. It's obviously not the same price as a Rolex. I think now they're about £800. But, you know, I think people look at you and they go, oh, you can obviously afford this. As opposed to, you know, somebody might have worked quite hard to actually get something. But, you know, so, I mean, 10 quid I think is about right. Absolutely. My grandparents went to the same school as Kathy's staff, says Mary. Well, that's a nice thing to have. Some scenes of El Dorado were filmed at my old boss's villa in Spain. It was rubbish, said Stuart. It was rubbish. It was rubbish. It had actually something very interesting. I mean, it was rumoured when El Dorado started. Launched in 92, I think it was. Rumoured to have cost the broadcaster in the region of 10 million quid. But having had all that money ploughed into it, I mean, it just shows, you know, a laugh. 10 million quid for this. £96 million to rebuild the EastEnders set. But anyway, plenty was going on. It was a purpose-built mini-town set near Marbella. It was on screen for 156 episodes, ended in 1993, so it lasted the year. And that was about it. And it was unusual from the fact that it had an actress in a wheelchair who had one of the main parts in it. Polly Perkins was in it. That's all I remember. And the BBC were hoping it would be as successful as EastEnders and replicate some of the sunshine and glamour of the imported Australian soaps like Home and Away and Neighbours. I did watch those, actually. I did watch those. But Home and Away. Home and Away. Closer each day. And everybody was gorgeous, weren't they? But of course, it was Home and Away was set on a little bit of Australia, which was freezing. In the middle of winter, they froze to death. And everybody goes, oh, it's all sunshine. Blooming well wasn't. You ask the crew and the cast. Mother of all soaps was Howard's Way. Fantastic, says Kevin the restaurateur. But I don't think I ever watched Howard's Way. I don't think so. Pete in Tewkesbury says, we watch quite a lot of reruns of Howard's Way, possibly because we live on a boat. Well, there you go then. Look at that. It's marvellous. It's very good. What else do we have in the papers today? The Rolling Stones fans have hit out at the Royal Mail for not featuring Bill Wyman or the band founder Brian Jones on the set of new Stamps. Yes, it does seem slightly odd, doesn't it? And yet another picture of Demi Rose. Honestly, this woman spends most of her time showing you her bum. I don't quite understand why. And she's 26, and she's just sort of leaning up against a rock. This apparently is supposed to be interesting in her world. I mean, she posed for her Instagram followers. She wrote ethereal. I'm surprised she can spell it, to be honest with you. I mean, I really am. I don't quite understand, actually, what the purpose of Demi Rose is. They just put pictures of her half naked, and that's supposed to keep people... But nobody knows what she does. Well, leaning against a rock, going ethereal. You know. Show her to the Gogglebox people. They'll have a field day, won't they? Opera bosses want footy supporters to sing about drama in the penalty aria. Fans will be filmed in a stadio belting out popular chants for a movie to be projected onto the stage. How lovely. I don't know what the purpose of that is. I suppose it's sort of... I should do that. Writer Phil Porter said the opera, Gods of the Game, was inspired by the drama of international football. Oh, leave me to one side, please. I can't think of any words. I've never managed to get into football. As I say, if I can't even do synchronised swimming and bowls, there's going to be no chance, is there, of doing anything else. Did I play at school? Football? No. No, I didn't. I did rugby at school. Which was quite nice, but I didn't want to get my shorts dirty. And if it had been raining, you know, it was very muddy. And a lot of rugby players, that's why they all sit in baths together, all very odd. And I didn't like it when they went into the scrum, because I thought they were talking about me, and I became very insecure, thinking, what are they talking about? They're talking about me. And then all of a sudden the ball would be kicked out to one side, and all of a sudden I'd find myself with it. So I'd pick it up and run like hell up there, and they'd all chase me. So I used to throw it up in the air, take it. Don't chase me, for God's sake. I couldn't bear anything like that. Oh, even nowadays it gives me a little bit of a thing. Steve, my mum's got a Raymond Weil watch. Our local jeweller replaced the battery for 15 quid. Well, that seems to be about the right price, 15, 20 quid. And, but not 80. Not 80. I mean, perhaps she made it wrong. Perhaps she got it wrong. I can only assume that. Can't have been right. Must have been completely off your trolley if you were going to waste that sort of 80 quid. Can't believe it. Keith in Mill Hill says, I remember David Hunter and Adam Chance from Crossroads, and the music always sticks in my mind, feeling very old. Sorry, you have to accept the fact, Keith, you are very old. David Hunter passed on years ago. He also turned up in Five Go Mad in Dorset, David Hunter, because he was very camp. And he used to sit there listening to classical music, a bit like Basil Fawlty, who, if he was having a quiet day, would want to go and listen to classical music, which I always thought was a little bit bizarre. Mrs. Meatloaf is suffering from gut-wrenching grief since his death. This is Deborah Gillespie, has told how she was with him as he died on Thursday at the age of 74. She thanked all the fans, and she called him Michael, because that's what his name was. And she said, I know that I've always called him by his given name. And they married in 2007. It's been reported COVID was the cause of his death, but the musician's family are yet to confirm it. I don't think it really makes any difference, actually, what he died of. He died, and that was it. It's not very nice, whichever way you look at it. He was only 74. Childhood toys. Apparently, the number one, and this only emphasises even more to me that this is what we should have for the Make Some Noise this year, is a teddy bear. The teddy bear is Sentimental Brit's most beloved childhood toy, which is quite nice because everybody's got teddy bears. I got one I gave to one of my neighbours, a little tiny teddy bear. Millions of adults admit that they still sleep with their childhood Ted every night, just like little Andrew Windsor. I haven't got as many. They don't have to be placed on the bed. Retro hits include the Rubik's Cube, Etch-a-Sketch, Scalextric, and the original Game Boy. I always remember that Stephen Fry joke who came on stage when he was doing, because he was one of the writers of a musical which was playing at the Adelphi Theatre. And anyway, it was based in it's like a half a sixpence kind of thing. And he came on stage at the end of the last night or an anniversary night, and he said, I'm old enough to remember, he said, when a Game Boy was found after midnight in Hyde Park. And everybody went, ho, 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 ho. But Barbie dolls among the list. Strangely enough, no Paddington Bear. No Paddington Bear on this list at all. Do you think he comes under Teddy's? What do you mean he comes under Teddy's? It's an absolutely outrageous thing to say. I've never really liked it. It's nothing like Teddy's. Teddy's are completely different. Teddy's and Paddington's an icon. Paddington talks. Teddy's don't talk. They just squeak. But number 10, Mousetrap. You've heard of Mousetrap? It's a game? Okay. Number 9, Sylvanian Families. I thought they were a bit creepy as well. Hungry Hippos at number 8. Remember Hungry Hippos? Yeah, the mouth. Etch-a-Sketch at number 7. I've got a gold Etch-a-Sketch. I know. They said, well, My Little Pony at number 6. Remember My Little Pony? You could dress it up, and I don't have a gold My Little Pony. Taking the mickey now, aren't we? Number 5 is Polly Pockets. Remember Polly Pockets? These are all sort of mainly little girls. Care Bears at number 4. I didn't do that. Barbie at number 3. But she's American. We should do Cindy. Cindy, because she was a bit plain, wasn't she? Yeah, Cindy with an S. And Rubik's Cube's at number 2. The bloke who invented the Rubik's Cube, Mr. Rubik, he didn't make any money out of the Rubik's Cube, so he then came up with the Rubik's Snake and something else as well. You not remember the Rubik's Snake? Such a disbeliever, aren't you? They do exist, I promise you. And the teddy bear's number 1, 33%. It's Britain's most loved childhood toy. We didn't have anything like that. We had Snakes and Ladders. And what else do we have? Ludo, yes. We didn't have Cluedo, no. Because I always used to get bored with that one. It was, found dead in the library with an iron bar. Good, stay there. Couldn't care less. I wasn't remotely interested. But no, we used to play more outside as kids than actually having proper games. We used to play Monopoly was good. We did do hide and seek, yeah. But Monopoly was very popular in our household. Outdoor games, Monopoly, Jenga, and pickup sticks. Do you remember pickup sticks? They were good. You used to get a tube full of all different coloured sticks about that long each, about 12 inches long. Well, probably not 12, but about 10 inches long each. And they were all different colours, and you'd hold them in your hand, and then you'd let them go. And the idea was to pick up a stick without what? Without the other sticks touching it in any way. So you had to do it. But if the other sticks moved, they go, and you had to put it back down again. Yes, simpler times. We used to go to school with a piece of chalk and pick up sticks. It was very popular. Make me sound old or something at this time of the morning. But there's people listening going, we know what you're talking about, Steve. Don't worry. We understand it. Are you having haggis tonight to celebrate Burns Night? Is it Burns Night tonight? Oh, Scots were high, we Wallace bled. I don't know, actually. It is Burns Night. Well, there'll be people going out for haggis meals. And you have to address the haggis, don't you? Yeah, they have to address that. I've never had it. Never had it, and I didn't fancy the idea. I don't mind the bagpipes and all the rest of it, but I'm not sure about addressing the haggis. But you have to do it traditionally. People do it. Tell you what, I was watching Ant and Dec again, and the end bits to all their Saturday night shows where they used to do. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It just looks like sort of mincemeat, but it's not really, is it? It just doesn't look very exciting, and it comes with tatties. Is it tatty, which I think are potatoes or something? It is, to be honest with you, it is the most boring meal I've ever seen in my entire life. Why can't they just have fish and chips like everybody else? But no, they have haggis, and you address the haggis, and then it's piped into the room. It's piped in. They have a pipe major there, and he'll pipe the haggis in. I know it's all very odd, but luckily they're so far away from us. It doesn't make any difference. Not going to change your life at sort of pret-a-manger, is it, this morning? Don't think they'll be doing haggis.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. The funniest character Corrie ever had must be Blanche, Deirdre's mother, played by the late Maggie Jones. She never failed to make me laugh, says Helenka. I thought actually Corrie had some really good characters. There's one lady, I can't remember, there was a bloke who used to drink in the pub, and he looked as though he was a retired major, always used to wear sort of, nice clothes with a flat cap and all the rest of it, and it was the woman that he liked, who I thought was very good as well, and I can't remember what her name was. Julie says Tony Hadley's going on tour. Best voice I've ever heard. Yes, that's why we were saying earlier on, Tony Hadley's in the papers are saying that they're not going to get back together at Spandau, but I didn't think it was ever on the cards, actually. What about another BBC flop? Says Bill, Triangle, grey boat on a grey sea with grey clouds. Yes, I didn't, I did see bits of Triangle, but I couldn't tell you what it was about at all. Telly and food are among our favourite pastimes. Who was it? Oh, the opening theme was by Johnny Pearson, who did quite a lot of theme tunes. It ran from 81 to 83, so 2 years. It didn't have a bad thing, and it was set aboard a North Sea ferry. And but I'm looking at the people who were in it. It was Kate O'Mara was in it. Good Lord. Larry Lamb. Look at Larry Lamb. Good Lord, honestly, look at these pictures of people, and you go, my goodness me, good-looking boy then. In fact, do you know who he looks like? He looks like Mark Wright, doesn't he? A little bit like Mark Wright. Sorry about that, Mark, and sorry, Larry. A little bit taller than Mark Wright. A little bit taller. So they've brought it back. Actually, my friend Ian says that they brought Crossroads back to Channel 5. But I don't think you can relive these things because we've all got memories. We all remember, who was in them and stuff like that. But it did come back, he said, on Channel 5. But they've got this other one here, The Great British Menu. In the new series to celebrate 100 years of Great British Broadcasting, they've got, and it's interesting, you might remember this, there's pea and ham custard in honour of blockbusters. But it can have a pea, please, Bob. That was the standard one. And a sausage surprise for the Dad's Army fans, because Corporal Jones, who was the butcher, would always say to the ladies, I'll slip an extra one in for you, an extra sausage. Because in those days it was all rationed. And also Monty Python predicting spam. So, and of course, I do like spam. Not everybody's eaten spam. I quite liked it, actually. It's like pork luncheon meat. It's nice. There's a tin of it. You buy it. God, honestly. Yeah, you should have it. It's nice. You'd like it. Generally, it's better with chips and some Branston pickle. It's quite nice, actually. So it's meat in a tin. Yeah. Yeah. And you've got a key with it, and you unwind it, and then you take it off and put it out and then slice it up. Oh, see, I don't like sardines. I wouldn't eat sardines. For I'm a Celebrity EastEnders, there's Jelly Deals, which they're going to go for. I'm a Celebrity, sorry, is Plenty of Bugs. And then Fawlty Towers, Morecambe and Wise, Blackadder and Dinner Ladies. I wonder what Fawlty Towers would come up with. Waldorf salad. Could be the Waldorf salad. Listen, man, can you do it? I'll go and check with the chef. I don't think he's very familiar with this one. And then he starts shouting in the kitchen. I mean, I watch those back constantly, and the scripting was just very, very clever. Steve from Tunbridge Wells, he says, "How about Brookside? How about Brookside? How about Brookside? It's absolutely gone." But I mean, I quite like bits of it when it first started. And I thought it was very good. Ricky Tomlinson and Sue Johnston. And who else was there? Who was that lad who was very popular? And he went on to he does a repair type shop thing at the moment. I can't remember what his name is. No, not Jimmy Cork. I did meet Jimmy Corkill. I went out for dinner with Jimmy Corkill. Yeah, and Dale. We were in Ballons with Jimmy Corkill. And there's somebody buried under the patio, isn't there, in Brookside? They've dug him up. Oh, they've dug him up. How lovely. Steve, the kiosk in Bentall's also tried to charge me for a watch battery for my Omega. I went to Timson's and they do a lifetime battery deal. They give you a little certificate that you take in each time you need a battery and they replace it for free. I think it was 30 quid, but that was a few years back, says Todd. Really? Well, I know where Timson's is in the Bentall Centre. I might go there, see if they can fit a battery. The trouble is it's got to be sealed, because it's a waterproof watch, and I think perhaps that's why it went up. Somebody told me the other day. So, Todd, thank you. I should go and check that one. Steve, 8 quid to replace my watch battery on South Ealing Road. Bargain. It is a bargain. Thank you. And Vivian says, "Thank you, Steve, for your toy memories. Mine too," and I laughed out loud. So people do that on this programme. Trevor Jordash was under the patio. Best place for him, to be honest with you. Yeah, on Brookside, not in real life. Also about the Burns Night bizarre rituals. Best wishes from Vivian. Thank you. The woman Percy liked in Corrie was Phyllis. Phyllis. Do you remember Phyllis? Hey, Phyllis. Hello, love. Famous for her deep voice and purple rinse. A friend of mine wrote to her saying that they were a big fan, and she sent back a signed photo, which I thought was lovely, actually. Nobody beats Blanche, though, says Matty. Lovering and the classic repeats. Yeah. But what was the name of the bloke? Oh, it's Percy. Percy, wasn't it? I saw her in a hotel once, Phyllis, as a kid. Did you really? Oh, I thought she was great. She was lovely. Phyllis, she was the character in Corrie who was always wanting to go out with Percy Sugden in the flat cap. Phyllis Pierce. Look at her. What a lovely what a great character. Jill Summers. Jill Summers, her name was. What a great character. All these people, they're not with us anymore. It's horrendous, isn't it? I don't know, purple rinse. Well, you still see people now with purple rinses. Oh, yeah, I see people with purple hair and stuff like that. Purple rinses. I don't know why people had it. I suppose because it was better than having white hair, so people went for purple hair, I think. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. Because we all remember when old Pip Schofield used to dye his hair purple, and because it used to come out under the lights as a different colour. So that was a bit odd, actually. But Phyllis, she was the character in Corrie who was always wanting to go out with Percy, from Claire in Alderley Edge. Great show, listen every day. Cool, that's what we like. But Phyllis Pierce. Phyllis Pierce. It's such a shame these people aren't with us anymore, but that's the advantage to having video and things like that. Jill Summers died in 1997. That was a long time ago. And I always think if we still talk about these people, if they've got family, things like that, they'd be so thrilled to think that somebody talks about them and is still remembering them, because I don't like to feel that when somebody passes on that we don't talk about them ever again. I think we should talk about them all the time, because they made up television that we watched, and they were absolutely, marvellous characters, and we liked them. Nowadays, somebody, as I said to you before, becomes famous through putting a bikini on and prancing around on some island somewhere, and that's it. No, can't imagine Phyllis ever doing it, or even being that desperate you'd have to do that, or being on The Apprentice. These were people who had talent. They'd studied and they'd sort of, worked out exactly what their character was. And it's somebody nowadays, they go, "Ooh, I think I'm an influencer," and I'm going, go away. Boring old baggages. Talking to rugby, seen from above Twickenham, I mean Witton Stadium. Yeah, it's in Witton. Witton Stadium, and it's big. It's big. It's very big. This is old, isn't it? This is old, Witton Stadium. And well, you probably can see my house. I don't know, actually. You'd have to blow it up a little bit more. No, you won't, actually. They're wrong side. They're the wrong side. I saw myself once not myself, but I saw my car as they did one of these things where they take it from above or something like that. And I had a red Bentley at the time. And it might have been on Google Maps, and there's my red Bentley. I thought, how clever is that? Get a picture of the car in case you were thinking of selling it. Use Timpsons in Bentals. They do pressure seal it for you. Lifetime batteries, Steve. That's where I'm going. They better brace themselves. I'm going to go and try them and see how they manage. So they do pressure seal. Well, that's the thing I want. And if they're only going to charge 30 quid, I never even thought about Timpsons, because I need to go past somewhere and see what they say. You know, sometimes they do say we do watch batteries. Sometimes they don't say, and you have to guess. Steve, Sue Nichols, also in Crossroads. Yes, remember. And Howard's Way was filmed in Southampton, says Susan on the Isle of Wight. You're in a nice part of the world. Steve, I love your show. I've set my alarm an hour earlier so I don't miss any of it. Regarding your watch battery, why don't you consider the lifetime guarantee battery? I bought one years ago for 30 quid. Must have had the battery replaced at least 6 times. Hope to live to replace it another 6, says Diane. The jewellers on the south side of Charing Cross Police Station will change battery on the waterproof watch. Costs more because it's waterproof. Yeah. I think, yeah. I'm certainly not paying 80 quid. I thought that was the biggest rip-off I've ever heard in my entire life. £80. I mean, honestly, as I say, but sometimes people take advantage. I remember Steve Wright, well-known DJ. He took his car in Henley into the garage, and they charged him a small fortune. This is donkeys years ago, could be 30, 40 years ago, to have the car repaired. So he then decided to get it checked, and it turned out they hadn't done half the things that they charged him for. But they assumed, I think, because he was on the radio, that, you know, he was good for the money. And I thought, no, if somebody rips you off, don't cross anybody on the radio, that's a fact. Steve, standing outside the Eel Pie Museum, reading about its history whilst waiting for the breakdown truck. Oh, dear. You used to do a series of train stations, which always ended at Mornington Crescent. Been meaning to ask for ages what that was all about. Has kept missing things whilst delivering milk. Oh, well, you're not sat outside that garage, are you? Waiting for people to come and save you, delivering milk. No, we used to do the Mornington Crescent thing. I never understood what it was either. But we'd go Love Island, so-and-so, Mornington Crescent. And we didn't know what it meant either. We were just doing it. It was one of those bizarre things. So I can only tell you, we'd do all these different train stations and then we'd chuck in Mornington Crescent at the end of it. There was no logical reason for it. And I have to be honest, if I could explain it to you, I'd try. But I won't. I'm just going to tell you I'm going to Timpsons today in the Bentall Centre. And I'm going to go, is it possible you couldn't put a battery in? You watch, I bet there'll be some reason they can't. Oh, no, it's far too expensive, that watch. I really should take it away and have it cleaned. A friend of mine had his Cartier watch done, and they clean it, they take it apart and put it all back together again. It was lovely. It looks stunning. I feel like having mine done at the same time, but I'm not spending 80 quid. Don't care what anybody says.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Steve, only good place to do your watch is a small yellow shop, Watch Service, in Clerkenwell Road. Old family business, lovely old guy. I've been using them for 30 years. It's a long way for me to go, actually, Clerkenwell Road. Well, it's not, you know, as the crow flies, it's not so fast. But, I mean, I can probably use... there is a Timpsons, I think, in York Street. I think whether they do batteries, I don't know. We'll find out, actually. And there was one in Church... I'm going to sneeze again. I can't believe it. Grief, honestly, I'm so sorry. I wonder if you can spread colds through a microphone. I don't know why I thought about that, actually. You probably can't, but I mean, it's something to... There was a shop in Church Street, but not there anymore. But I could try Astrid, Timpsons and York Street, thank you. And the guy in Brookside was Simon O'Brien of Find It, Fix It, Flog It fame. It's very good, actually. Have you ever seen that? That's where they go out to somebody's house and they go, we're going to pick 3 items each. Then they take them back and do them up or change them, and then they put them up for sale. There you go. Timpsons. So what do? Do they do, wait a minute, they do car key service, key cutting, shoe repairs, watch repairs. Yeah, watch repairs. Okay, mobile phone, engraving, mobile locksmith, photo memorabilia. Good Lord above. Dry cleaning. Dry cleaning? I've never heard of dry cleaning in there. The only thing they don't seem to do is watch batteries. Do they? They do watch repairs. Wait a minute. Many basics, lifetime guarantee on replacement watch batteries. Oh, right. They were the first company for a modest charge. We give you a lifetime guarantee card. That means we will replace any future battery free of charge for as long as you... Well, that's sorted, isn't it? I don't have to go as far as sort of going to Kingston. Although I do like a trip to Kingston, but I've got to have my my blood taken today, so I'm not sure. I shall probably be quite weak. I'll probably never make it as far as the bus stop. York Street. Yeah, I know exactly where it is. It's just by the traffic lights, actually, there. Timson's replaced sealed watch batteries. I took my Raymond Vial a few years ago. Battery was 45 quid with a certificate for repairs for life. Well, if you get it like that, I think it's worth it. What's going on with food prices, says Stella. Oh, don't talk to me about food prices. I urge you to, and I'm trying to think when Jack was on. It's a lady, by the way. Was it Friday on James O'Brien's programme? Have a listen to her. She does, I think she must do a podcast or something like that, Jack Munro, and she's followed the prices of things, and it's amazing how these companies have pushed up the prices without us knowing, gone, oh, it's not as expensive. It really is. I went to my local butcher, bought 8 minted lamb steaks and 6 sausages, and it came to 31 quid, says Stella. That's absolutely unbelievably expensive, isn't it? 6 sausages and 8 minted lamb steaks, 31 quid. My godfathers. That is a lot of money. That is an awful lot of money. Too expensive. But then, we have to vote with our feet and say, I'm not going to spend that much money. There was a lady in one of the papers, I think it was a couple of days ago, and she was talking about going in there, and she bought in a market some meat, because you get a lot of meat in the market, and even that seemed to have gone up in price. So I thought to myself, well, you have to shop around, or failing that, change your diet. But even something like pasta seemed to have gone up in everything. Apples have gone up in price. Mushrooms have gone up in price. I mean, it must be absolutely ridiculous if you're a family trying to survive, and it's all right for me because I'm a single person, but if you're a family and you're trying to make ends meet, it must be a nightmare. And we've heard more horror stories on LBC over the past few weeks for people, elderly people, worrying about how they're going to survive when the bills start coming in. And you know what it's like at the moment, because we're still ploughing through January. All the bills are going to start coming in. On your visa, all the stuff that you spent at Christmas, that goes through. I mean, it's terribly expensive at the moment. So I can understand why people worry. But the one thing elderly people shouldn't have to worry about is the heat. People sit there, and people have died before of hypothermia because they're so frightened to put in their little bar fires. And I always think to myself, listen, if this is an elderly person with a family, they should chip in and help. If that's your mum or your dad, and they're by themselves. I mean, Jack Munro was saying the other day, this time last year, the cheapest pasta in my local supermarket, one of the big four, was 29p for 500 grams. Today, it's 70p. That's a 141% price increase as it hits the poorest and most vulnerable households. There's another one she did on rice, talking about the rice there. And saying the cheapest rice at the same supermarket this time last year was 45 pence for a kilogram bag. Today, it's £1 for 500 grams. That's a 344% price increase as it hits the poorest and most vulnerable households. Look, canned spaghetti was 13p, now 35p. Although actually baked beans, Jack says, were 22 pence, now 32 pence, a 45% price increase. Because I think in Iceland they do 4 tins of beans for £2.50, so it works out at about 50p, isn't it? A bit more than 50, yeah. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, oh, that's all gone. Everything's going up. Small bag of apples, 59p, now 89p, and the apples are even smaller, a price increase of 51%. She's really quite good, though. I thought she was very entertaining, especially when she laughed. I thought it was hilarious. So she was very, very good. Very, very good. And bread, 45 pence, now 58 pence. A price increase of 29 pence. I mean, it's going to drive you mad if you read this. Because when you look at the price of things, you absolutely go mad. Absolutely mad. So Stella, I have sympathy with you. 8 minted lamb steaks and 6 sausages. I think we're going to have to start saying, because I don't understand the prices now. You look at the price of some things and they come in, this is in kilograms, this is in pounds and ounces. And you're going to have to say to somebody after they've done, the 8 minted lamb steaks and 6 sausages, how much is that? £31. You have to put some of that back. I can't afford it. Or failing that, you're going to have to make use of your freezer, because it might be the only way. You'd have to start freezing more and more stuff. But it's even something as simple as apples and rice. And they go, oh, it's only £1, isn't it? For a packet of rice. And then you look at what it used to cost, and you start thinking somebody is ripping us off somewhere. Steve, cheap bottled water, 17p, now 25p. I know, of course, the argument is on that one, and I do drink bottled water. I don't drink out of the taps. I really don't. The only time I would do it is if I put... I'll take some water out of the tap and put it into I've got a hot water machine, which you pour water in, you fill it up. No, it's not a kettle. No, it's a hot water machine. And then you push the button, it dispenses boiling hot water. So you don't have to wait. A kettle you have to flick on and it's got to boil. But this isn't. This is a hot water machine. Very busy. I haven't got enough time to wait for the blooming kettle to boil, for goodness sake. Steve, I took an everyday watch to Timpson's at Brooklands. They charged 20 quid. A few weeks later, I took an Armani watch for a new battery. It was almost double. They said they charge by the watch brand. Well, yes, I should imagine that John in Weybridge, that seems quite right, actually. Save replacing a watch battery by a Rolex. Completely battery-free, so invest 10,000. That'll save you 18 quid. Yes, I don't think that one's going to work. And, Steve, I still use Aldi. They really are as cheap as they come, says Niall. Because I think people are going to start going... I mean, Aldi has beaten Lidl. Basket of 22 groceries, £23.64. Waitrose, £32.85. But the household staples, I noticed... I mean, if you actually look at it, you look at all of these price rises. Aldi, they're 4.32%. Is that down? That's the rise. Okay. Price rise. In Waitrose, rise 9.2%. Tesco, 0.89%. Asda, 2.89%. Sainsbury's, 0.59%. And so the cheapest one is Aldi. But Waitrose, 9.2%. I mean, if they're all selling the same stuff, for God's sake. Unless it's branded items. But I was looking the other day. I was looking. They had a very nice thing. I was watching QVC, and they had a Dyson heater and cool fan, and it's sort of oval and it's very nice. And the normal price would be £399, but they were doing it for about £309. And I thought, well, that's cheap. That's cheap, but you have to really check on these places, really check whether, and most of them will sort of say, if you buy this on Amazon, it's going to cost you this much if you buy it there, but I still thought everything from Dyson is so expensive. They're the only ones with a hairdryer at like £400. And you think, I'd rather leave it flowing over my shoulders with that luxuriant kind of look that I'm going for at the moment. It's my Amazonian look, I think. It kind of works, actually. Steve, Jack Munro has fantastic cookbooks that are full of very cheap-to-make recipes. I thought she was brilliant. You must listen. If you hadn't downloaded James's... I don't hardly ever recommend anybody else's programmes to download, but it was so good. I was in the car and I was listening to it thinking, this is really good, actually. So Thierry Mugler, the daring genius, the man who just designed some fantastic dresses worn by the people like Megan Fox, Diana Ross, Jerry Hall, Cardi B... all these wonderful people who were wearing his fantastic dresses. Naomi Campbell, even. Don't like Naomi Campbell. There's something about Naomi Campbell I don't like. She could look good in a frock. And Kim K at the gala in Mugler. I mean, really beautiful dresses that emphasise all your bits, which is quite nice. But he is no more.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And as yet, for about the umpteenth day, it's Boris and the party and the Prime Minister's number 10 birthday bash in lockdown, 30 guests breaking the indoor gatherings ban, and so it goes on. And the same day as his surprise party, he was at a school, and they gave him a cake, which looked quite nice, although I don't really think he needs to eat more cake. He needs to cut back on the parties. It's all over the papers. Just Boris, Boris, Boris. I don't know. I mean, people were saying the other day, weren't they, that he's definitely going to go. And then you think, but who's actually going to replace him? This is the next one, won't it? Perhaps we can have sort of somebody like it could be Nadine Dorries. Can you imagine? 1 minute, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. The next minute, I'm not a celebrity, get me out the BBC. And the next minute, I'm moving into number 10 Downing Street. I think unlikely. I mean, are we going to put money on Boris going? Could we risk £1 that he'll be gone within a week? Do we think it could be? Should we go £1 in the studio? No, not allowed to gamble, of course. Totally illegal. They're not bad odds actually at the moment. Not bad odds. So we'll wait and see. Actually, Spotify seeking more out the princely son. Harry and Meghan's Spotify podcasts, frankly, have materialised into nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. What a waste of money. But there again, why would you ever think that he could string 2 words together? There's no evidence that he could do a podcast at all. Boris's future, though, just going back briefly to him, seems to depend on what the report on the party says. That does come out this week. I mean, seriously, I'm not sure if I can wait long enough, actually. This is the Sue Gray. So we'll wait and see. You'll hear it first on LBC, and then you'll be going, oh, not again. But it's finding somebody who wants to be Prime Minister. And I don't think anybody really wants the job. Would you? I mean, would you really want? I mean, I don't know, just for living in number 10 Downing Street. And then, who was it who was telling me a story? I was talking to a friend of mine the other day. I can't tell you who it is. And they were going round Swiss Cottage the other day. And all of a sudden, this police everywhere. Police, stop the traffic, stop. And it was Boris going through in a cavalcade. Boris going through in a cavalcade of about 5 or 6 cars. And the police there, and this person that I know then decided to go on the green traffic light, and the police on the back, get back, all this kind of thing, because the outriders, no, he wasn't, he was sitting in the car. I think he might have come back from this school, but whatever it was a number of cars. Although the best one I ever saw was on YouTube, and it's Her Majesty the Queen in Berlin or Paris or something like that, with the biggest entourage you've ever seen, and then Her Majesty sitting dressed up in the back of this huge Rolls Royce. Just looks slightly strange. So, why meat costs us an arm and a leg of lamb? Roasts hit by global demand and end of curbs. There's somebody here. The prices are absolutely phenomenal. So, a leg of lamb per kilo, Tesco, £9.46, Asda, £10.50, Iceland, £12.22, Ocado, £13.50. £13.50. A beef roasting joint, Tesco, £9 per kilo, Asda, £9, Morrison's, £11.50. One of the cheapest supermarkets. So it's all swings and roundabouts. I think we might have to go vegetarian. A whole fresh chicken, or vegan. A whole fresh chicken, Tesco, £1.90. Asda, £2.38. Iceland, £3.18. I mean, sometimes you think these are going to be the cheapest places, but they're quite clearly not. Pork shoulder joint. I won't bore you with any more of these, but pork shoulder joint per kilo, £3.50 in Tesco. Morrison's, £4.20. So, I mean, unless you're literally going to be doing your shopping by wandering from shop to shop to shop, you're losing out, because most people, this is the whole idea of supermarkets, and the reason they set them up is that they can get you in there and you'll buy all your shopping and put it on one credit card. Unfortunately, you're paying through the nose for some of the items. It's just you go, oh, it's so much easier to do it this way. We can't be bothered to go backwards and forwards on the bus. And that's why. Oh, the camera system. I forgot to tell you about that. I forgot to tell you yesterday, with this friend of mine, the parents of my godchildren, have got this camera system, and I couldn't work out what it was. We went through just about everything yesterday, and it turns out it's Ring stick-up cam. What? Was that the one we said yesterday? But it doesn't look like anything that you showed me the pictures of. It's a Ring stick-up cam battery by Amazon. And you need to get the mount for it as well, which is mount for Ring stick-up cam. And so it's obviously called a stick-up cam. Ring stick-up cam. So £89, there you go, with two-way talk, works with Alexa, 30-day free trial. It's £89, but you need the mount for it as well, which is, I don't know how much the mount is going to be. So it just says mount for Ring stick-up cam / black. And that was it. And so £89 it is. And the Amazon don't sell the mount. Well, they did. Yeah, they do on the right. There, that's it. £19. £19. So that's what it was. That's what it was. And so now we know. It's very good. And you can have a conversation with the person through your telephone. What are you doing by my car, you could say to them. That'd frighten them, wouldn't it? Yeah, clear the area. Yes, yes. Bring the dogs out. They're doing that programme as well, aren't they? Release the hounds. It's a celebrity version, so they say, but of course trying to identify the celebrities. You know, they're doing it for... Sorry? Yes, yes. I think it's called Release. It's like an SAS programme. You have to try and get your way through it. And there's a celebrity version for some charity, I think. They're doing for Stand Up for Cancer. But I couldn't find any celebrities on it. There you go, Release the Hounds. And in each episode, Reggie Yates is hosting it. And they have to locate hidden keys. And I mean, it started way back in 2013. So still running. You know, people sort of enjoy watching these sort of things. It's just trying to find out who the celebrities are. Oh, there was some pictures of celebrities there. Here we go. Celebrities competing in this one. Oh, nobody. You have to wait till it goes through all the best of things here. The series includes Towie Faces, Pete Wicks, Bobby Norris and Chloe Sims. Good God in heaven. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Stacey Solomon. Hugo Taylor. Who? David Morgan. Who? Made in Chelsea. YouTubers Alfie Days, Joe Sugg and Marcus Butler. And Marnie Simpson, Chloe Ferry and Nathan. Somebody. Don't know who they are. From Geordie Shore. So, obviously, you know, A-listers, of course. A-listers. Steve. I think I'm well ripped off, says Alenka. I pay £150 for a battery and £400 for a service. What are you wearing? £150 for a battery. Listen, I'm going to try Timpson's today. Let's see what we get. This could be a series that runs. How much are you paying? The Great Watch Rip-Off. The battery rip-off. Yes, tune in tomorrow. Could run forever, couldn't it, really? The man who took his uncle's corpse to the post office to collect his pension claims, I didn't know he was dead. He's obviously not the brightest penny in the box. Being dead means he has an inability to talk. And when they let go of him, when they went to the post office, he slumped to the floor because he was dead. Declan Horney said Peter Doyle passed away during the 5-minute walk from their home. What, you sort of dragged him the remainder of the way? Mr. Horney continued to drag him to the shop with another man whose name has not been released. Well, yet Horney spelled Haughhney. So he died, and they carried on dragging him to the shop. I mean, are you normal, mate? Demonstrating at the scene how they held his arms, Mr. Horney said, so we linked him from here to there. He was walking like normal, then I reckon he died. So, as opposed to sort of letting him sit down, they carried on dragging him to the shop. No cash was handed over, and the two men fled the scene, abandoning the man's body after a woman became suspicious. There's a dead person on the floor who's been dragged in. Apparently, the deceased man is reported to have been well known to the men who'd been carrying his body. They said, we were grand, then all of a sudden he started going all slumpy. He was dead. That would be the giveaway. I mean, then Mr. Horney added, I'm not an Egypt. He said they were still holding him up when they joined the queue at An Post in Carlow. But when they let go, his uncle just dropped there and then to the floor because he was dead. The mayor of Carlow, Fianna Fáil councillor Ken Manan, said he was shocked to hear the news. He said, I heard there was a commotion in the post office. He said, I told the newspaper I go there all the time and it's a very busy post office. Normally there'd be a queue out the door there. Now it's just a dead body on the floor, and we dragged him there. And so Mr. Horney says he's my uncle, the man who reared me. I'm shell-shocked. My heart is torn in two. Do you not think after he died on the way to the post office, it might have been a good idea to call an ambulance? Maybe get it sorted out as opposed to dragging him into the post office and freaking everybody else out in there. Of such a thing in your life, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm so sorry he's dead, but we're here to collect his pension. How are we going to get him to sign the piece of paper? I'll never know. One can only imagine. The people going in to collect their pensions were standing in the post office, and the next minute one person just drops dead behind them in the queue, and they leave him on the floor, and the two men who had been holding him up because he was dead then do a runner. I mean, really? Well, they did do a runner. I mean, put it this way, he was dead and he died on the way there, but they still carried on dragging him there. What was the point? What was the point? No more pension for you, young man. You're not able to collect it.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I feel so sorry for that poor man who died in the post office. Mind you, it then reminded us of the Kipper and the Corpse from Fawlty Towers, where the man dies in bed and Basil's trying to talk to him and sort of say, oh, well, good morning, And then, I think it was Sybil who said, listen, he's not very well, Basil. He said, well, you only need to say good morning. I wasn't looking for the Gettysburg Address or anything. And then they try and sort of get him out the room because they suddenly realise that he's eaten the kippers. They weren't sure if take the kippers away, get it all out the room, and then they start moving him. And then the doctor arrives. It's brilliant. Very good. Steve, yes, Raymond, I did get the Mood Bears catalogue and letter following your mention of a Christmas bear. Do you want samples of them? Do we want samples of the bears? Yeah, we'll have to look through, Raymond. Leave it with us at the moment, but thank you. I've given it to the producer, and he's going to sort of pass it on to we're going to have a little meeting tomorrow. That'll be exciting. So hope I live long enough. Steve, I've got the Ring doorbell. It's fantastic, especially for deliveries, except our DPD man who refuses to use it. When asked why, the reply was, I'm not standing there talking to a doorbell. Can't win, can you, really? Can't win. So, Boris warns Putin of painful and bloody invasion. Boris Johnson has warned that's a good one, isn't it? Boris Johnson has warned Vladimir Putin. Well, let's upset the Russians, shall we? Yes, I bet Putin's going, oh, I'm really scared now. Man who's just had birthday bash during first lockdown, telling us it will lead to a painful, violent and bloody war. So now Western leaders are put on a united front. NATO have sent ships and fighter jets to Eastern Europe. Oh, well, let's have another birthday and sort of crack open a bottle of Prosecco, shall we? And wait and see where this one goes. And then they've got pictures, the fleet of Russian warships on the past show. They always look terribly old-fashioned, all the things from Russia, but I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're top-notch. Well, I don't know if it's an old picture. It's a fleet of Russian warships on a past show of force. And they don't look as big as our ones, but what they might lack in size. It's interesting because I think the British Embassy over there have started pulling people out as quick as possible because they're totally convinced that something's going to happen and it's going to be rather sooner rather than later. And looking at the thing, so we've now taken staff from the embassy in Ukraine amid growing fears of a Russian invasion. Officials there say there's no specific threats to British diplomats, but about half of the staff working in Kiev will return to the UK. What happens to them when they return to the UK? I've got no idea. Do they just sit there waiting till it's clear to go back to the embassy in Kiev? Yeah, just chill out and still carry on getting paid. I mean, how many staff have we got out there? What are they doing? Everywhere you go around the world, but I understand that we do have embassies around the world, but what do they do? And especially in the Ukraine, can't be much, traffic going backwards and forwards, can there? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Prince William's had a final farewell to his former polo teacher at her memorial service yesterday. Claire Tomlinson was an England national team captain and coach who taught William the game at Beaufort Polo Club. She died aged 77 on January the 13th, and William went there, which is quite a nice thing to do. Also, what was the other one? Oh, COVID is still dangerous and is not like the flu. So says Sajid Javid. We were talking about this earlier on, and we were sort of saying, according to the government, it's all finished now. It's okay. It's going to be fine. And I said, I don't think it is. I've got a feeling that this might actually come back because the UK has now axed tests for jabbed travellers. Also, the teenage son, this is a sad story. The teenage son of a top Cambridge professor killed himself while self-isolating after a university flatmate caught COVID. Finn Kitson had a history of anxiety when he had to quarantine student accommodation, and he was told to isolate for a fortnight. This must have been a little while ago because we haven't isolated for fortnights for ages. At the moment it's 5 days, isn't it? And then are they going to take that away completely? Just check on that one. But his father is an international macroeconomics professor at the Judge Business School. He said he was a beautiful and brilliant young man and his family miss him desperately. I can well imagine. You can call the Samaritans free of charge, as you know, at any time on 116 123 or by email at joe@samaritans.org or visit samaritans.org. I mean, it's terrible, really, to have to do that. People with COVID-19 can end the self-isolation after 5 full days as long as you test negative on day 5 and day 6. So you've got to, so you're testing twice. So if you test negative on day 5 and then on day 6, then you're fine. But if not, presumably you stay self-isolating until you can get 2 consecutive days where you test negative. If you can get hold of the kits. Because a friend of mine was still positive on day 8. Day 8. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it, really? Intriguing. People talking about, because we told you about the story the other day, that Kirsty Young has splashed out 1.6 million on her very own uninhabited island. But it's not really, because it's got wallabies. No humans have been there for 20 years, so they're going to have to build a house on it. It's got a couple of houses on there, but nobody's lived there for 20 years. Presumably, then you've either got to have generators, which have got to be taken over, because they can't have electricity. They're not going to be doing that on this island. And secondly, you're going to have to drive to the other side of Loch Lomond, where you're going to be getting your boat, which will take you to your island, leaving your car at the mercy of God knows who, because now the papers have identified where it is. Somebody's going to drive past and go, oh, she's got a nice 4x4. She's on the island. She's got no idea what's going on. She won't hear the blooming car alarm going off. Strikes me as being very dangerous, but her last acquisition will require her to answer the own often posed question, what, alongside Shakespeare in the Bible, would be your island luxury? Let's hope her answer without hesitation is her personable Soho House founder hubby, Nick Jones. Seems hilarious. Celebrity chef Jamie Oliver warns the explosion in takeaway deliveries during the pandemic is threatening the art of home cooking. He insists some delivery firms are expensive and they don't care about the customers. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know how this stuff gets there and it's warm. It can't be. You see people cycling and you think, this stuff must be freezing cold. I mean, they've got bags which keep it... Yeah, but it's not hot. No, it's not. I don't believe it's warm, probably, at best. If somebody... Boiling. What a fib, honestly. I've had heat bags before. It's like the cold bags, you know. You might as well just... If I leave all my bottled water in the car because it's so cold in the early hours of the morning, it's like having a fridge. And so I take the water out there and it's like... a little bit because it's freezing cold. Steve. Dentists get an extra 50 million to boost care after the pandemic. I love this, after the pandemic, as if it's sort of completely vanished. Appeal, the anguished parents, this is another sad story. I'm sorry to find you 2 sad stories in a programme. The anguished parents of a police officer killed in a hit and run have begged thieves to return their son's helmet. It had been worn by 28-year-old PC Stephen Perks, who was killed on duty in March 1992, but it was snatched in a burglary at his father's Jeff's studio. People broke in and stole it and other things. And he said, you don't realise how much something means to you until it's gone. His helmet is very personal. It belonged to him and now it's been taken. My studio has some high-tech equipment, but whoever smashed the lock didn't take that. Seems very odd to just take this policeman's helmet. Hopefully, he said, perhaps they took it for a joke or for fancy dress. But to them, it was of great sentimental value. He comes from Derbyshire, said, I don't care who took it or why, I just want it back. Drop it off and run away if you don't want to face us, but please return it. Because if somebody sees you wearing it out, they're going to go, that's our son's helmet you're wearing. You know, better that the police aren't called and you return it. It would be nice to think that somebody would be listening to the programme and would hand it back to them, because it's got sentimental value. They're not to let. Perhaps you just thought it was a policeman's helmet and they could have a bit of fun with it, but it's got sentimental value. So this water spotted under the icy South Pole may be an illusion. In 2018, scientists thought they were looking at liquid when they saw bright reflections under the polar cap, but according to the latest research, it's all across the red planet, and they think it's just a mirage. Like if you're in the desert, you see a mirage and it looks as though there's water, and there isn't, and palm trees and everything else like that, because it's reflections off the sand, isn't it? Am I facing the right way? I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's well, it might not be. And I'll turn around. And so it reflects off the sand. So it kind of dispenses all these theories that people have got about, there's life on other planets. No, there isn't. Okay, nothing out there. No little green men piloting their aircraft and stuff like that. No water either. So there you go.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So Katie Price avoided having to appear in court the other day. Magically, she came up with 7,300, like you do. She's serving a suspended sentence for drink driving. She was expected to face the magistrate's court over the penalty outstanding since 2019, if you please. And so they say now the ex-model. I mean, is she an ex-model? I don't know. Is she modelled now? She's 43, so fairly ancient for the sort of modelling she does. She was arrested at her Sussex home on Friday on suspicion of breaching a restraining order. She'd reportedly sent a message to her ex-husband's fiancée, and that was against a court ruling, so the police are now looking at that. And now it turns out that the bankruptcy executors are now saying, because she still owes, apparently, how you get yourself into this sort of debt, 3.2 million. I mean, I've had overdrafts, dear Lord above, but never anything as bad as mine. They always say, if you've got £100, that's your problem. If it's 3.2 million, that's the bank's problem for lending it to you in the first place. Obviously thinking that she knows anything about money, which she quite clearly doesn't. Graham says the Ukrainian embassy staff probably analysed and evaluated the Russian build-up. And Mo says, the last time I was at Loch Lomond, I got bitten to death by midges. Oh, that's like going to the Black Forest. The midges there are legendary in the summer. You don't go anywhere near it. You can be bitten to pieces. And they were doing a thing. Is it Steve Backshall, who's one of these explorer kind of people? He does swimming with things and all the rest of it. And he was doing something in a jungle. And at one point, they got leeches which had managed to, he does the Deadly 60, but this was another sort of program. But they got leeches attached to their legs. And these leeches burrow into your skin and drain your blood. I mean, obviously not drain it completely. That would be ridiculous. That's what I'm getting this morning. And they said, you've got to be very careful when you take the leeches off, because you can leave part of them behind and then it could turn your leg quite dangerously. You could get all sorts of horrible things. And they literally got to brush these things off your leg. They keep going. They basically can break off and then sort of just keep going. Enjoy your breakfast if you're having sausages this morning, with some black pudding or something. But it was this bloke had 3 on his leg. I mean, you really need to sort of do the bottom of your trousers up so they're tied at the bottom so that leeches can't get on there. Because literally he'd only been walking through this piece of jungle. And it was absolutely amazing to see the leeches. But because we used to use them in medicine in this country. Years and years ago, people would use leeches, and they would... In fact, I think there's places that breed leeches, and you can get them for bloodletting. I can't imagine why, because I think they've got an anticoagulant, I think, which sort of comes in them as well. I'm pretty certain. Oh, God, you find some stuff on the internet, don't you? Heavens above. Questions over the sale of Andrew's £18 million chalet. This is a lawyer who has questioned the sale of this £18 million ski chalet, claiming it could shield his cash from his sex abuse accuser. The move came as US experts cast doubts on reports the Duke of York was looking to offer an early £10 million settlement to Virginia. But why? I don't understand why you would want to offer money to somebody you've got no idea. 10 million! Earlier this month, it was revealed that Andrew had found a buyer for his beloved Swiss retreat, and the purchase was proceeding, which was good news. So the person who'd lent him the money, who sold him the place, and was owed, I think, $6.5 million, has been paid off. And so there's still some money there. But I think he's got a mortgage on the place as well. So it's interesting. It's interesting. It's not going away anytime soon, is it? Quite definitely not. And quite clearly, Andrew didn't want to go anywhere near it, yet went out for a drive the other day with Sarah Ferguson, who's obviously his rock, and is sort of getting him through this slightly troubled time. The state pension age going from 65 to 66 is forcing the poorest to work longer. Well, only a year. Only a year. So you can go now, the state pension, so you now claim your state pension from 65-year-olds are now toiling an extra 1.8 million hours a week due to the increase. An estimated 5,000 65-year-olds are seeking work as a result of the pension age rise. I don't need to worry about that, actually. I don't need to worry about it at all. Logbooks and medals belonging to a hero airman who bombed Hitler's Eagle's Nest retreat. This is Berchtesgaden, which we've been to, and we went there years ago. It's part of a holiday, and it's above the clouds. And it's in Germany, and it's called the Eagle's Nest because you can only get up into it via a lift that goes up through the rock. It's now a restaurant, and it brings you out into the restaurant itself. And in fact, you'll see lots of pictures of Adolf Hitler and things moving about at Berchtesgaden. And today it's open seasonally as a restaurant, a beer garden, and a tourist site. You know, sure he'll be absolutely delighted. But there you go. It's near the town of Berchtesgaden in southeastern Germany. So it's Kelsteinhaus. I mean, it's quite an amazing place to see, and the lift is amazing. If you can find the lift at Hitler's Eagle's Nest lift, and I wonder if we've got any pictures of it. There you go. It's there. 1, 2, 3, fourth one in. That's what the lift looked like. There you go. You can go surfing on his elevator. There is a tunnel, but the lift is the thing that takes you up into it. It's quite something to see when you think it's still there. It's a brass lift. A brass lift. The coach will drop you at the entrance to the lift, and then people pile into the lift, and it takes you up inside the mountain, inside the Eagle's Nest itself. And it's quite something. Steve, there are several secure marinas where Kirsty and others can park up and take a boat to the island. Loch Lomond has year-round resident and has low crime, despite having affluent areas such as Arden and Luss villages, says Charlotte. Well, thank God for that. I feel a lot better about it, because I was just a bit worried that, you know, once people identify where she was living, I thought it might have made it a bit difficult. But there are secure marinas, and so you park up and then you get a boat from there. I just assume that the boat would be going directly opposite from it. Steve, this video doorbell, Eufy, E-U-F-Y, records everyone that comes near and sends an alert to your mobile phone to view who it is, says Dave in Staines. They're very good, these things, and very cheap. Very cheap. I didn't realise. £89, and the quality. That's why, you know, whenever you see a picture of a flying saucer or anything like that, the quality is so bad, and yet everything is so perfect on your phone. The midges in Rovaniemi Arctic Circle are very bad, says Helinka. I was there one June to see the midnight sun. Ended up at the doctor's surgery with my bites. Yes, you tend to forget about things like that, don't you? But especially when it's sort of cold, hot. I think Putin's upset that Boris didn't invite him to the party, says Adrian. Don't start the party malarkey again. Thank you very much indeed. We don't have any more. Chris Packham wants his stepdaughter to become a permanent presenter on Winter Watch alongside him, because he went out with her mother for 10 years. And so she anchors the BBC series from Northern Ireland, where she's looking at European eels and barn owls. Nothing like keeping it in the family. Meghan is a zoologist and conservationist. So she's obviously well qualified. It's just the fact that Chris wants her to become a permanent presenter. I would like to think, actually, that they would put the job out to tender and the best person would get the job, not just because they're related to Chris Packham. I would think, you know, much as though we adore Chris Packham. A former BBC chief, this is Roger Mosey, claims a shake-up is the best way to deal with the government's licence fee freeze for the BBC. He says they've got to stop making tired, low-grade daytime TV shows and merge the channels to save money. So they want bigger, better shows like Strictly Come Dancing, David Attenborough's documentaries, Line of Duty. But he says tired formats like The Weakest Link and the 1000th episode of Casualty He said, programme makers should abandon the lower grade stuff like Father Brown. Oh, blimey, doesn't seem to like anything, does he, really? I like Father Brown. It's quite good. Because last week, Nadine Dorries said the licence fee will be frozen at £159 for 2 years. And so what they want are sort of programmes which are going to last, like Line of Duty, Peaky Blinders. But that's finished. Peaky Blinders is finished. They've already done their last one, I think. And Strictly Come Dancing is going to be there, and David Attenborough's there till he drops dead, I should imagine. I mean, they haven't got anybody to replace him because he's got a new documentary. It's called The Green Planet. Episode 4 explores how desert plants such as cacti spend decades in suspended animation waiting for rain, or they travel to find it. What, walking cacti? Can't believe it. They survive using weapons, camouflage and surprising alliances with animals as well. How amazing. I've never liked cacti. I never liked them ever since I went round somebody's house and they've collected loads of them. And you can buy little ones and you look at me and you think, what a dull, boring, blooming plant that is. And they put them in little miniature greenhouses and sort of decorate it with they go, oh, this one's great. It flowers once every 15 years or something. Very exciting. No, thank you. Not for me.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 9 minutes to 7, nearly. If you're clock watching, I wouldn't worry about it too much. A lot of medals being sold at the moment and coins. First of all, that first gold coin, which is it's not as big as I thought it was, actually. Said to be England's first gold coin. Just 8 exist. And this is the one found in the field by the metal detectorist. Sold at auction for £648,000. I mean, unbelievable. This dates from 1257. I think the farmer gets a certain percentage of this money, and the person who found it gets money because he found it on farmer's land. And another medal given to a gallant suffragette who went on hunger strike after being jailed for smashing windows has just sold for £13,500. Frances Outerbridge was locked up in 1912 for her part in organising vandalism in London's West End in the fight for equal vote rights for women. And despite being in her mid-60s and having weakened arteries, the Londoner refused food during her 4-month sentence and fought off attempts to force feed her. She died more than 20 years later, 1934, aged 88. And this medal in the case is inscribed, presented to Frances Outerbridge by the Women's Social and Political Union in recognition of a gallant action whereby through endurance to the last extremity of hunger and hardship, a great principle of political justice was vindicated. They had expected between £2,000 and £5,000 for this medal, and they got £13,500, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I feel a bit sorry for the family who have to sell things like this because, I suppose the answer is, what's the point? It just sits in a drawer. It doesn't do anything. And if it's worth that much money, you can sort of do a little bit more with it. Something the other day on the television. Oh, they were selling things on that David Dickinson programme. And I love it when they offer huge amounts of money, or it seems huge amounts of money to me. And the woman, there was one, it was a beautiful Indian necklace, gold all the way through. And they basically were saying, listen, whatever you're going to get for it, it's going to be melted down. And then somebody said they took it to Ian. Ian, who knows everything about jewellery, very camp guy, really camp, but fascinating to watch because he knows everything about. He's so enthusiastic about jewellery and everything that he finds. And they one of the places where you go and pawn items, they're constantly taking stuff to him. He's got a shop in an arcade kind of thing, and he looks at jewellery and goes, oh, this is fantastic. He's covered in jewellery himself. I've never seen anybody wear more jewellery than Ian, but I can't remember what his surname is. But he's very good. If you see a picture of him, you'll know. Try Jeweller Ian, see if we get anything on that one. But he's in London. But they take stuff to him and they show him and he goes, oh, this is fantastic. And he seems such a nice person. And let's have a look. Oh, we need a bit more than Ian Jeweller. Doesn't really help, actually, does it? Wish I could remember his surname, but I can't remember what it's... Oh, Townsend. Go down. No, wait, stop. Towning. Ian Towning. We're still on. I know, I got so excited when I saw it whizzing past me at the same time. There he is. And he's got an antiques unit in off the King's Road in Chelsea. And he's really interesting because he knows everything about jewellery, and he's well established, actually. Strangely enough, the name of the arcade is derived from Ian's royal family background on his mother's side. He opened it in 1976. But if you take jewellery to him, and they all take it, and he knows everything. He looks at the jewellery. Really interesting. Very interesting. I want to see more of him on television. Definitely. But they were showing him this thing, and he said, "Oh, it's lovely. It's beautiful." He appreciates really nice jewellery. And I think this woman was offered £800 for this thing, and she said no. I think the estimate had been up to 1,000. But of course, what you've got to remember is if you take something to auction, they're going to take commission. And so sometimes it might be better to take what was offered. Anyway, at auction, it didn't make much. I don't know what they work on a commission, but for some reason, even though their company's being mentioned on the television and they're giving them publicity, they still charge commissions for all these people who sell their items. And it can be quite because David Dickinson will always say, oh, you've been offered £900, but after commission you get £780. I can't remember what it is, but it's some buyer's thing that you have to go for. And it's about, I think at Sotheby's, I think it's about 1%. About 1% at Sotheby's, I think. But what it would be for these other, I'm sure it's a bit more than that. But, people look at these items that they've got. The charge is, I think it's 1% of the hammer price, which is on top of the regular buyer's premium and any other fees, such as, of course, you've got local taxes, artist resale rights, stuff like that. So it can add up to quite a bit. So you have to be very careful when you're selling at auction. You have to be aware of it. I mean, I could probably become quite addictive going to auctions. Very addictive. Don't start. Here it is. Is the avocado addiction finally toast? Beloved of millennials, but with grave environmental consequences, as Alan Titchmarsh announces a breakfast boycott, is it time Britain's avo obsession was smashed? And here they are in Mexico, vigilantes protecting an avocado plantation against cartel gunmen. To be honest with you, anything that's got the word Mexico and cartel next to it, I wouldn't want to go anywhere near it. Sounds like a nightmare. And so they're standing there at the gates to this estate, because apparently the majority of the world's supply of avocados are grown in countries facing drought and erratic rainfall, and they grow on the ground. Mind you, I wasn't sure how I thought they grew. Well, I wasn't sure if it was a bush or something like that. I really didn't have any idea of how avocados grew. But there's obviously some money in there. But it's only because, and there's a picture, an aerial shot, an irrigated lush plantation in Chile with the water-starved land visible opposite, which hasn't been watered, because they need bits of water and it's dry for most of the time. But there's people standing there with guns and everything else just for a blooming avocado. Think about that when you have your next smashed avocado on toast. Boris. And Emma Thompson is going nude at the age of 62 on stage. She's playing a widow in search of a sexual awakening. Isn't that Mrs. Robinson all over again? Wasn't Mrs. Robinson offering those sort of delights? She said, I don't think I could have done it before. So it's a new challenge. She had to strip off, and she admits she found bearing all on camera at her age extremely challenging. I'm not surprised. I would think anybody would find it a little bit worrying, wouldn't they, stripping off? Wasn't there was a very famous actress once, and there was a nude scene, I think, in the film, and she said, yes, that's fine, but I want the entire crew to be naked as well at the same time. And so it was a case of, yes, I'll do it, but you're not all standing there gawping at me. You can all take all your clothes off. And they normally have closed sets, but the cameraman and I think the producer, they both had to strip off before this actress would bear all. Don't blame them. I don't do anything like that, honestly. People peeking at my body, thank you very much indeed. Yeah. Ooh, let's have a quick look there. There's a lovely picture of what I thought was a young Paul McCartney, and it turned out it's not. It's James McCartney, who is the son of Paul McCartney. He's 44, he's a musician. He is the spitting image of his dad. The absolute spitting image. And he went shopping in London. He's wearing sandals, but he's probably an eccentric. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Wednesday, the 26th of January. Putin taunts the West with a terrifying military display. I think he's bluffing. I seriously believe he's bluffing. I heard somebody say that on LBC yesterday, and I think it is. I mean, he'd be a fool, wouldn't he? And I'm sure nobody's going to take him for a fool. The Prime Minister says Britain's ready to send troops to stop the invasion. Presumably we're going to be siding with the other side. We're not going to be going with the Russians at all, are we? D-Day for Boris, as the party probe results could be out today, but I wouldn't hold your breath on it. Could go for another few days. Elton John's acts 2 shows. He's got COVID. Wonder where he picked it up. Honestly, pick it up anywhere nowadays, couldn't you, really? Wave goodbye to traditional sayings. And walkers are switching to recycled plastic bags. Bit blooming late in the day, isn't it, really? Farewell to John Rendell. You might not know who he is, but you'll know of him when I tell you the story. Happy birthday to Ellen DeGeneres. And Holly Willoughby says, feud with Philip? What feud? Which is true, they're always trying to do it. They've suddenly realised it's a good bit of cheap publicity. So lazy, sloppy journalists can actually go, oh, there's a feud between Holly and between Philip Schofield. And you think to yourself, no, there isn't. She's already said if I've never feuded. Oh, I had one producer once. He was totally useless. A more useless individual would be hard pushed to find, because we were looking for it. We used to have a major guest a week. It would be, somebody say running. Alan Sugar was one week. David Lidderman, who was running ITV, was a guest another week. And I came in for the appointed programme, and I said to the producer, "Who's the guest day?" He said, "I can't find anybody." And I said, of course, that's red rag to a bull for me. Red rag to a bull. I said, you can't find anybody. Why? He said, there isn't anybody available. I said, who have you tried for? Oh, loads of people. He was basically lying through his teeth. And and I said, listen, if we were on the Outer Hebrides, or on the Isle of Skye, and you couldn't get a major person up there, I could understand it. We're in London. Yeah, we could have phoned up Kirsty and gone, Kirsty, love, get in your boat, come over, come and do an interview. And we did an hour with these people because they were people of high power. David Lidderman had the power to hire and fire. If he saw something on the television on ITV he didn't like, I said, do you have the power to get rid of it? He said, absolutely. It's as simple as that. And so this producer was sort of trying to say he couldn't find a guest. I said, of course you can find a guest. We're in London. To say we're not sort of on some hick radio station in Shropshire or something. Ridiculous. So I made him find somebody. Because I said, this is just ridiculous. And then I think he was the same producer when I'd said to him, I said, I need a cup of tea. I mean, at the moment, I can go and make my own cups of tea. I'm not that prima donna-ish. I need a cup. I'm not like Adele. Get me a tea. Get me a tea, varmints. And I said, oh, can I have a cup of tea? And he said, I'll get you one later. I said, no, I quite like it now. And so he said, I've told you, I'll do it later. He wasn't doing anything. He just had to sit on a stool. In those days, producers just sat on stools because somebody else drove the programme. They just had to sit there and oversee it. And so I said, OK. We went to the ad break. I said, I'm going to get a cup of tea. I said, fill till I get back, knowing damn well that would really test him. And so I literally got up. He said, I'll get the tea. But you won't try that again, pal. Anyway, he doesn't work in the industry anymore, which is good. Somebody says the Queen has left London. No, she went to Sandringham. And we know why she went to Sandringham, because that's where Philip had his farmhouse, and she went up there to tidy it up and to sort of refresh some of her memories. So she's not left London for any other reason. I mean, not that I think anything's good. I think next week Boris might sort of go, I've decided to step down, because you can't go any more parties, can we? I mean, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm as bored as hell with it. I mean, who would actually want, though, to stay? Who would want to take the job on? There's a few people you can go, would you like to have a go at it? But then you think, I don't know. Mind you, I mean, I don't hold out much hope for Keir Starmer either. I don't think Keir Starmer is strong enough as a leader of the Labour Party. They seem to have lost they just seem to argue among themselves now. They don't seem to be bothered about the rest of us. We might as well just sit there and go, la, 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 la. Have you got anything for us? No, you have another party then. You stuff your face with cake. Go on, why don't you? Go on, have some booze. Go and get it from the Strand. Go and do your bits and pieces. It's ridiculous. It's Australia Day today. Last night was Burns Night, and they had lots of people celebrating. I don't think anybody down here cares about Burns Night. Darren doesn't, and he's Scottish. He's Scottish. He's, full blown. But Australia Day today. Good day to you and all the... He's British. Oh, Britta, sorry. All the Spikers. 1788, when the first settlers from England sailed into Sydney Cove. My family came from England in the 1800s. I hope they weren't convicts, says Shane. Well, you can find these things out, You can trace your family tree. And, of course, the basis of Australia was the convicts. We did ours, but then my uncle, who was doing it, because you can go so far with parish records. The parish records, if you've lived in an area for a while, will have all details of you. And then you can do it online now, which is probably a lot easier to find out what your family is. Funny thing is, sometimes your family name came from where you lived. Parish records don't tell you much interesting. No, it just tells you who was born and how many kids they had and stuff like that. But it was, if you were called Brooke, that generally meant that you lived by a brook, your family, and because your family would have lived there for years, people didn't, you didn't buy your house, you built your house in the forest. So if your surname was, related to your job, then that could be used as well. But you can find now there's so many different companies that offer the opportunity to trace your family tree back, because they do it on the television, don't they, with sort of celebrities, and then they discover half of them are crooks and criminals and ne'er-do-wells. And so people quite like that. They found things in their family. Some of these celebrities have to say, I don't think we can do this because most of our family were murderers. That's what they did. Yeah, or they're basically just too boring. So no, I've never really bothered. Actually, I know who my family are. I know where I came from. We were just very average working class family, the same as most people. Working class families, large families. People had big families in those days. I think my mum was one of quite a lot. And my father was, one, I think there's about six or five, I can't remember, because people lost people during the war. I mean, there were 10 stars whose families' stories were rejected by Who Do You Think You Are for being too boring. And that was the problem. And some of them, Dermot O'Leary was the first one, Steph McGovern, Michael Portillo, there's a surprise, Sir Tom Jones, Richard Osman, Michael Parkinson, Eamon Holmes' family were considered way too boring, Stephen Mangan, and Cherie Blair. Oh, plus Christopher Eccleston, I forgot to mention. And those people were sort of not done because they discovered they didn't have anything at all. I mean, most of Eamon's family, I should imagine, probably had bad feet. Found it very difficult to stand up and do anything at all. I wish they'd take away the food from in front of him. I mean, there's no point in tempting the poor boy. Big bowl of fruit, but then, of course, all those pan au chocolats on there. Whew. I reckon they're just sort of fake food. I did love a letter I got the other day from somebody who claims to be I think they claim to be a sort of a politician or something like that. They're not, of course. They're a compulsive liar. And they can't spell, which is a bit embarrassing. But they say, this morning you opened your show by dumping on Nick Abbott, claiming he's way down there and you're way up there. Absolutely. What do you say is the matter with that? I mean, put it this way. Give you a rough idea. OK, leader of the Care and Justice Party. We couldn't find it anywhere on the internet. And also claiming to be religious. I don't think so. In fact, I don't think God will be welcoming you through the pearly gates anytime soon. But I dumped on Nick Abbott, saying he's down there and you're way up there. Well, I'm working on the assumption that, I do 5 days a week. He does 2 days a week, 3 days a week. So I'm way up there above him, actually. And also, you must be very, very careful when you're saying things like this, because you're basically coming over as very bitter and deluded, and then actually says that I have no talent or skill. No, I've never denied that at all, but managed to make a living for 43 years, so kind of doing a bit better than you, I should imagine. And it says you have no talent or skill. I don't know what the skill would be. I mean, I can juggle, I can do magic tricks and stuff like that. What can you do? You can't do anything. You're just basically a hypocrite. But apparently, they say the manager who allows you to behave like this shall soon start to see the curse of God on his household. Whee! I don't think God's speaking to you in the right way. I'd have a check on which God you're talking to. God, honestly, I tell you. And then you see the writing. If I showed you the writing of this person, you'd be going, I think we know where you're coming from, sweet cheeks. My surname is Hand. It can mean either a man skilled with his hands or thieves, says Raymond. According to experts, I prefer the former explanation, I bet. You imagine, though, it's like Connor from the Breakfast Show. He's Connor Hand. Is he really? I never knew that. I just call him Connor, or boy. Yes, here, oi, you, I think works well. Yeah, I say that to Nick Abbott. Oi, pal, come here. Poor old Nick Abbott, always complaining I never leave him any sweets. Imagine the money he's earning. He could afford his own, but there you go. Jackie in Shrewsbury in Shropshire. She says, not Radio Shropshire. Thank goodness for your dulcet tones. I've been awake since 3, so we're glad of your company. think so too. That's what it's all about. Makers of Uncle Joe's mint balls. You know, we talked about those some time ago. I don't know why we talked about them actually, because they're not balls. They're sort of oval type things. They very kindly sent me tins of balls. They're made in this country, I'm pretty certain. But what they're looking for is a real uncle to be the face of these sweeties. I mean, I think we're meant to think they're American because mint balls just sounds American. Made in Wigan, yeah. And it's a tin. You get a lovely tin of them, and they come in different flavours. And I was so pleased to get them. And I remember thinking, how exciting, mint balls. And each one is individually wrapped. So you can buy them for work so people don't touch them with their dirty fingers and things like that. And they're looking for, at the moment they have a drawing of, some of them, they do apple and cinnamon, apple cider, dark rum, treacle caramel. You know, they do all sorts of, they sound quite nice, don't they? And some of them are sugar-free. To have a sugar-free mint ball is quite something in this day and age. And they've got herbal cough, rhubarb and ginger gin, wildberry gin, apple cider, dark... I mean, they're really nice. Throat and chest. Perhaps we should send them to... Yeah, flavour. Perhaps we should send them to this person, because they obviously need to get some medical help or something. Really, honestly. Fancy saying to somebody they've got no talent. You're writing to me. I'm not writing to you. But I know somebody who might be in the future. OK. Just tempting you on that one there. Colleen Nolan gives her new boyfriend a kiss on television. What is it about these third-hand people who want to go on television and parade their latest boyfriends, who she met on Tinder? I mean, dear God in heaven. He works in a shop. They now all think he's a star. That's how shallow the relationship must be. They think he's not a star. He works in... What do we say he works in? Logistics in a supermarket. And so they parade him on television. She kisses him on television. I'm thinking, when this goes pear-shaped, love, I hope you'll be remembering this. He says, oh, I have no intention of being a star. I thought, you work in a supermarket, love. You're not a star. Blimey, you work on Love Island. You're not a star. You're just somebody who's been on television. Steve, you mentioned today is Australia Day. Did you know in New Zealand, cities have public holidays? 24th of January is Wellington, Anniversary Day. 31st of Jan, Auckland. Between now and Good Friday, there are 5 local public holidays. Isn't that lovely? I love it when you see in this country, you drive through somewhere and you go twinned with, you know, and you sort of go, oh, that's nice. It's generally some ghastly place in France, you know, twinned with. I think we are twinned with somebody. I can't remember who it is. Yes, we'll have to find out. I've got no idea. I should know these things, shouldn't I?
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know the population of Twickenham is 62,148, and we are twinned with Fontainebleau, which is lovely, isn't it? And also Richmond is twinned with Richmond, Virginia, since 1980, with Constance in Germany since 1983, and with Fontainebleau in France as well. So we're all twinned. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing about it. I mean, to be honest with you, when you actually look at Fontainebleau, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The chateau there is, I mean, just, my God, it's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. The Chateau de Fontainebleau, Ile-de-France. And it's just beautiful. Yeah, I mean, we are punching way above our weight. Way above our weight in this one here. Look at it. It looks like Versailles. The Chateau de Fontainebleau. Mind you, I'm not surprised they used to have executions over there. You imagine all the poor people. Food, bread, nah, sod off. We're living in I mean, they are beautiful places, and thank God the mob didn't tear them down or set fire to them. That's what we should be grateful for. They just executed the owners. You know, those sort of wagons were trundling around in Paris, you know, executing people left, right and centre because they happen to have done quite well, because these people employed loads of people. But the buildings they've left behind, they're lovely. They really, I think, mind you, most of the buildings in this country I think are fantastic. You know, really, really nice. And you look at them and you think, I'm glad that we've got people now who've got the money to look after these places. Some of these big houses need to, you know, offer all sorts of things out there, you know, like sort of weekends away, or you can rent it for a wedding, anything to make money, which is good. Steve, spoken before, working in South Africa, hot, originally from Islington, big family on both mum and dad's side, surname Tribe. Never looked into it. Oh, right. You should do, because that's quite an interesting one, isn't it? Tribe. The town Dull in Scotland is twin with the town Boring in Oregon. It is true, actually. Dull in Scotland makes Boring, Oregon more interesting. You'd never believe it, would you? Dull and boring. Oh, by the way, I was going to mention actually to you, for a lot of people worried about it, I believe that knob throwing has been cancelled for this year. It's a bit of a problem. I think it's something to do with the insurance. They can't get insurance for it. It's also become too popular because what they do is this is Dorset knob. And involves competitors hurling a traditional Dorset knob, which is a hard biscuit, as far as they can. The record was 96 feet. It's now the third year in a row the organisers have been forced to cancel it. There was no venue available in 2020. And COVID, of course, put an end to the festivities. But, I mean, the very idea of taking a knob in one hand and throwing it as far as you can, I think fills most of us with an absolute feeling of horror. 100 feet is that's pretty something, isn't it? I never did anything like that at school. I tried throwing the javelin, but I wasn't particularly good at it. And then you see people hurling, what's that ball thing that they do? There's a ball, shot put, that's right. And they go, like that. And then they sort of stick it under their neck and it goes like 2 feet. And you think, hardly worth bothering, love, is it really? But I like the idea of a town called Dull in Scotland. Was there any sport that I was good at? Yes, absolutely. I was good at high jump. And I was good at 100 metres. And I got medals. I did hurdles as well. I represented Berkshire. Yes, in the local county games, I did very well. And at school, I did quite well. Mainly because I used to beat the heck out of all the other children, saying, get out of the way. And I was very good in the sack. Very good in the sack. And egg and spoon race, because I discovered a little bit of Copydex in the spoon, held the egg in there. You could practically throw it on the ground and it wouldn't become detached. COVID toll tumbles as the country edges back to normality. Happy birthday, Ellen DeGeneres. I think she's about 64 today. So that's good. She was on the television the other day. It must be that they're all old programmes because I thought they'd actually finished doing the Ellen DeGeneres show. What was the other one that I quite liked? James Middleton's dream of becoming the next Branson comes to a very sticky end. This is the brother of the Middletons. He's a total disaster in business, owes £2 million. So nowhere near Richard Branson, who is very, very successful. What was the other one I had? Piers Morgan on Adele's diva behaviour. He basically says, grow up and stop behaving stupidly. You know, I don't think these, and we said yesterday, you know, unless something happens, because obviously her people argue with the Caesars people who have got a huge auditorium. You know, it's not like you're playing the Scout Hall at Ponders End or Shrewsbury. It's a case of you're looking at a huge venue that can seat 18,000 people. I mean, it's huge. Huge. I mean, it was bad enough when Matt Goss was out there, poor little soul, in the little tiny piddly bar, which held about 100 people. And Matt was doing, I don't know what's happened to him. They were due to be coming back, I believe, Ross. There was a talk of an album and back to do more touring. Please don't. Please don't. It makes it easier. But Adele's diva behaviour is a case of the argument is obviously more than we imagined it was, because it was all going ahead. Within 24 hours, it all collapsed. I think she obviously thought, right, we'll have a new sound system, or her team said we'll have a new sound system. They wanted different screens, good enough for Barbara Streisand, but not good enough for Adele. And then there was talk of there might have been COVID, but then I think they've actually cancelled all of them. She was in for 3 months. She was only doing 2 days a week, so it wasn't exactly stressful, was it really? When you consider that there are people, just a weekend job, weekend gig. When you consider there are people who do West End shows, 8 performances a week, singing and acting. All she's got to do is come on stage and sing and swear a bit, and people will go, thank you very much indeed. But no, it's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Road safety campaigners worried about changes to the highway code. Have you noticed the cyclists have taken full advantage of it now? They're just riding in the middle of the road anyway, basically. Some of them without lights on, which I find very disheartening. But perhaps the police might come in and start sorting something out. You never know. Comes in on Saturday, this one. If you haven't read it, do read it, because otherwise you'll be fined left, right and centre. And you don't want to do that. Town twinning is a scam for councillors to enjoy jollies abroad, says Peter. I text as a former councillor. Oh, absolutely. Where are you off to? Fontainebleau. Fontainebleau, that's where you're going to. On the subject of names, why is it that when Prince William becomes king, his Christian name will change according to something on the television? Apparently he'll become king and a name not chosen yet. Any ideas, says Peter? I've got no idea. No idea. Listen, it's not going to happen in my lifetime. I don't think so. When William ascends the throne, he'll be known as King William IV. So he's still hanging on to William. No. Charles, I think, wanted to call him Arthur. And so I think one of them is Arthur. Charles has got Arthur as the middle name. Charles, Philip, Arthur, George, I believe. Because didn't Diana get it wrong? Charles, Arthur, Philip... Oh, she couldn't remember. Easy. Steve, says Douglas. I heard you talk about surnames. My family's surname is Pothole. Perhaps I've never looked into it. Perhaps you could. Yeah, we'll push you into it, I suspect. And Steve, half asleep, heard you saying you're very good in the sack and then realised the context, says Catherine. Yes, the sack race. It was very popular in my day. I discovered if you pushed your feet to either corner, you could run really quickly. If you just put your feet in the middle, no, you would fall over. And then you get kicked out. I've fallen over. Well, pick yourself up, for God's sake, honestly. Price of beer's going to soar. And we'll be mentioning the plumber who carries out free work for struggling families. You get people like that who are very nice. People who are very good. And farewell to John Rendell, as I say, who has just died. And once I tell you the story, you'll go, that's who he is. You might have cheated already. Celeb shows support for the foie gras ban. That's not a town in France, by the way. That's where they force ducks to eat food. It's forced into them and all the rest of it. I've never eaten foie gras. I've had pâté, but I've never eaten foie gras. I couldn't really. I've had veal. Because we used to have veal escalopes years and years ago. And Only Fools and Horses, Mickey Pearce is fighting cancer. And also, do you remember the man and his dead uncle that he took to the post office to claim his thing and then realised that he was dead? So they sort of dropped him on the floor, ran away. Anyway, he was carrying his coffin at the funeral the other day. It's an odd story, isn't it? Well, we thought it was hilarious. Sherry Hewson wants to make a Corrie comeback. I went out with Sherry Hewson. I was telling the producer. I'm always lucky. I'm always in at these things. Yeah, just for dinner. Well, obviously just for dinner. Anything else would be a bit silly and a waste of time. But it's a case of she'd come down on the train and been told she wasn't wanted, and she was having dinner with Dale and I at the Ivy. In the same way, I was out with Dale and Cilla Black the night she quit television. She quit television. She didn't tell anybody. I think she only told her son and I think one friend, and she quit live on television. And we were having dinner that evening. There was about 6 of us, I think. And so everybody was going, oh, my God, did you know you were going to do it? Yes, of course she did. She was very calculating over it. They weren't going to mess Cilla Black out at all. The production of foie gras, liver of a duck or a goose that's been specially fattened, involves the controversial force feeding, with more food than they'd eat in the wild and more than they would voluntarily eat domestically. So the feed, usually corn-boiled with fat to facilitate ingestion, deposits large amounts of fat in the liver, thereby producing the fatty consistency sought by some gastronomes. Yes, whatever it is, it's very good. They hold them up, don't they, and they shove this tube down their throat. So we don't like that. But there's lots of celebrities who've said exactly the same. Christine in Ireland. How are you? My God, it's all going on your neck of the woods. I've just woken up, Steve. And what's the thing I do? I heard you say on your show last week you're 67. And here's I hoping you were 39. Says, I don't want you to think about retiring. Well, I mean, I think there's no intention of that at the moment. Unless you know something I don't. I think my contract says differently. But they'll have to drag me out of this studio. I've got the key to the lock, so there's no danger of anything like that happening. Why is Essex losing its way? Because the people from The Only Way is Essex are a bad example. So the people who do the publicity for Essex are going to name lots of people who've done good in Essex, not somebody who's got a nail bar or something like that, or sort of advertised a few things. Apparently, Arge says the council should be ashamed. Yes, we're ashamed of you going, down the route that you've gone, because, you are not a good representative of Essex. Good people would be people, for example, when you look at Essex, you've got Manningtree, Colchester, the capital of Roman Britain, Chelmsford, birthplace of the radio, thanks to Marconi, Thaxted, once the home of the British composer Gustav Holst, Borley Rectory is there, a magnet for ghost hunting, Brentwood, scene of the start of the Peasants' Revolt, which was Wat Tyler, and we end up with Arge, the bloke who spends more time in rehab. I don't think so. That's not a good representation. These people do not represent Essex at all when you look at them. Also, you've got Rupert Grint, Joe Thomas, Harry Judd, Penny Lancaster, Grayson Perry, Nick Frost, Maggie Smith, Ross Kemp. Why would you want a few bimbos who've been on television overmade up during the daytime? The list goes on. Ben Shepherd, Richard Madeley, Russell Tovey, Juliet Stevenson, Rick Mail, Daniel Mays, Ollie Mers. Argent, I don't think so. Not a good representative at all, so that's why it's being changed. And Gemma Collins says Essex should swerve the rebrand. You won't find anybody who looks like these people. I've been out in Essex. I go there fairly regularly, and you don't see anybody. And all the best Amy Childs can come up with is, oh, we brought you the vajazzle. I'm sure you did, love. Unfortunately, it's not quite good enough, is it? How many salons do you have at the moment?
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. Welcome to Wednesday morning, the 26th of January. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast, and you're very welcome. So, Only Fools and Horses, Mickey Pearce, the character, is fighting cancer in real life. Plus, university students are revolting. Tell me something we don't know. Poor old university students. The horror caver has decided to go back underground again. These people, it must be an addiction, I think. It really must be. And Davina McCall says people who previously held racist or homophobic views should be forgiven if they've seen the light. We weren't sure what seeing the light is. I mean, presumably it's a case of have you seen the error of your ways? When you heard the caller the other day to Andrew Pearce, who thought that this gay therapy was something that he applauded because he thinks that, you know, being gay is unnatural and people decide to be gay. He said it wasn't natural and people decide to be gay. And Andrew Pearce basically hauled him over the coals and said, don't be so ridiculous. You know, you don't sort of reach 23 and go, do you know, I think we'll have a change, shall we? I think we'll be gay for a little while. I mean, honestly, it is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? And the burial site. We found another burial site yielding gifts for a king, which is lovely. Piers Morgan, very uncensored today. And if you want to pop the question this Valentine's Day, there's a £1 engagement ring at Asda. And it comes with a little case. And it's £1 if you want to... Well, I don't know what the case is made of. It's the George's Home Valentine engagement ring. Poundland launched a similar discount sparkler 2 years ago. So that's lovely. Catherine Fryer, events buyer at Asda, says, as the saying goes, it's impossible to put a price on love. I think £1 kind of seals it, doesn't it? What's the point of spending more? There it is. It looks very nice, doesn't it? Imagine what you do with glass and a cheap little case. I wonder how much they cost. If they're selling it for £1, I mean, some people were stunned at the price. Obviously, people who don't get out very much, I should imagine. So it's already stunning shoppers. Look, you can buy a ring. Is it real diamond? Yes, love, it's real diamond. You'd need to be stunned more. There you go. Bring in the cattle prods. I can't believe, actually, that you know, you get a ring, because there was... Do you remember I told you about that scam some years ago? A woman who was scammed by people who told her they were selling diamonds, and diamonds were a very good investment. And she started buying diamonds. They would send through glossy brochures, you know, with a picture of a Rolls Royce on the front and somebody flashing a diamond. And they were based in Amsterdam, so it was the diamond capital, and it was really fantastic. And then the company changed hands, and then the other company would start writing to her and saying that, listen, we've now taken control of this company. We've got some fantastic diamonds and sapphires and stuff like that. And so she kept spending more money and more money. So far, remember, she'd seen nothing. She'd seen nothing at all. She ended up spending, I think it was, you can have that Starbucks Frappuccino, Henry. It was mine. I bought it yesterday. You can have it. It cost me £1 for 3. I don't know. It's a Frappuccino, but it's in a glass bottle. It's sealed. It's sealed. But yeah, you have it, Henry. It's my gift to you. It's quite sweet, though. The other two are in my stomach, I'm afraid. I love the idea that Henry's always checking on who actually would leave a Starbucks Frappuccino. So there you go. My gift to you. Yeah, Henry this, Henry that. Save me buying you a Christmas and a birthday present. But anyway, this woman writes to, I think it was Esther Ranson. I think it was one of those sort of consumer-based programs, to say, listen, I bought these things. I've spent £20,000 and I haven't seen them. So they decided to take her over to Amsterdam to see her diamonds. And they took an expert with her as well, masquerading as her husband. And they showed her the diamonds. They went to this place. And went, oh, yes, we have them here. They brought them all out. And what she bought were industrial diamonds, which are cheap, crappy things. I mean, they're really not worth spending money on. And some people will sort of buy things thinking that they're the genuine article. Somebody will examine it with one of those little eyepiece and go, it's glass. And they'll go, but they spent a fortune on it. It's glass. It's a bit difficult. But anyway, she took the company to court. Synthetic diamonds, heat-treated diamonds, all these sort of things, all these ways of making you believe that you're buying, yet grown in a laboratory. Seems difficult to believe, doesn't it? And some of them you look at and you think, people sell all sorts of things nowadays on the television. I mean, I'm fascinated, but they started doing a naughty trick again, which is telling you this diamond here, you'll see this in Bond Street. I don't know what they've got about Bond Street. 6,999, our price, 299. And you think, stop it now. Goes down to, some of them the other day, we've got collectors in at 12.99. Yeah, of course, because they're really stupid. Yusef Hampton says, I'm not feeling very well today. I've called in sick. Sicky poos, not well. It's awful when you don't feel very well. I woke up actually with a bit of a sore throat this morning. First time I woke up, then I went back to bed again, and I've got no water at home. It was in the car. I forgot to bring it up. And so I need to go and get some more water today. Now we've been paid, I can afford to buy the water. Very difficult. Go to the well at the bottom of the garden, usual sort of things. Yeah, drinking out the tap, no thank you. But the bottled water, I buy that nice looking water, which is very good. You get a whole case of it for about £4. It's no, not Perrier. No, I wouldn't buy Perrier. No. It's the Coca-Cola water, Smart Water, which is lovely. I like that. And it's because it's been so cold outside, you can leave it in the car and it chills it off. Because I haven't got enough room in the fridge. It's full up with Prosecco and insulin. Prosecco and insulin. But anyway, the good news is for Yusef, he said, I get to listen to you while I lie on the sofa wrapped in a blanket. Oh, you must be really ill. Really, really ill. I slept on the settee this morning. You can download all the podcasts, actually, while you're lying there. Now would be a very good time to do it, because later on in the day it gets really busy. And very, very busy. People downloading the Steve Allen podcast. 21.5 million, nearly 22 million people. Can't be right. There's always a queue of people waiting to download my podcasts. But it's free. It's my gift to you. Free. But I suspect now it might be, for all you tightwads out there, the pound engagement ring. I mean, I ask you. The blurb for the silver-coloured sparkler boasts, share some love with this ring with matching heart box. I mean, who's going to give that to anybody? Please don't even think about it. So it's an imitation diamond. Well, of course it is. It's £1. What do you think it is? Oh, it is this has come out of a fabulous... I mean, it's a good idea if you actually want to sort of break up, because then you haven't wasted much money. But I mean, they won't know. I'll tell you what you should do. Buy the ring at £1 and then go and get a better box. Because if you buy a heart-shaped box, you can tell straight away it's going to be cheap rubbish. So go out there and go and buy a little black box, which you can then put the ring in, and then you can fool people, and they'll go, is that really a diamond? You go, half a carat. I mean, I'm just sort of mentioning it. Henry's very, very pleased with his Starbucks Frappuccino. I'd forgotten I'd left it on the desk, actually, and there's loads of biscuits there, Henry. He's going out for lunch today. Posh place, which is very nice. Town twinning is just for councillors to have a jolly. Hay on Wye is twinned with Timbuktu, says Jim. Hay on Wye and Timbuktu. And Barry says, I agree with Davina. I'm prepared to forgive her for presenting Big Brother. She learnt the error of her ways. Funny, isn't it? I thought she was the best person on Big Brother. This is Davina. Please don't swear. I always remember that. I thought she was the best person on it. Best person. Some of the people were ghastly. Hay on Wye was selected by Timbuktu, which is in Mali, as you know, to be its UK twin town, as a result of a nationwide competition, because the mayor of Timbuktu in 2007 visited Hay and a declaration of friendship was signed at the official launch ceremony. So Hay and Timbuktu have shared love of the written word. We're going to be sick again. I'm so sorry. I don't know. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I think £1 for a ring, but definitely it's the way you package it. It's definitely the packaging. Seriously, somebody said to me once, ladies, if you want to look very smart, you go and buy a Marks and Spencer's jacket and you change the buttons. That's the giveaway. Go and buy some nice buttons. Then you've got something that's totally unique to you. It's my little fashion hint for today. Also exfoliate. Okay, just thought I'd throw it in and mention it, just in case you're having one of those dry sessions, which we all have from time to time. I'd forgotten we're getting near Valentine's Day. I don't bother. It's really not worth it. Tried giving the postman presents, and that's amounted to nothing at all. Although actually, I got something delivered from America today. 2 weeks Monday. 2 weeks Monday, Valentine's Day. Poundland have a load of old rubbish. You know, they've got sort of fake flowers, and you can buy all sorts of things. The trouble is, if you're in a relationship, why do you need to say to them, listen, I really love you? You don't do that. You know, if I really sort of fancied somebody, you know, I wouldn't be waiting till that one day. I'd be sort of, you do it all the time, don't you? You don't just go, oh, today's the day I'm going to buy you a plastic flower and a pound ring. I mean, ever send or receive cards? No. I do get Valentine's cards, as you can well imagine. I mean, I'm a hugely successful presenter, and I do get cards, mainly secret admirers, written in crayon, and generally with a police photo inside. So that's very... I often say, if you're going to send a card to somebody, don't just put a kiss inside it and send it to them. Put your name, phone number, and a recent photograph. And then you'll know. If they don't reply, you're too ugly. Okay? Simple as that. I don't know why people bother with it. It's a silly thing to do. If you want to go out with somebody, just ask them, hello, would you like to go out with me? I always start off and I go, do you fancy lunch? You know, and see how it goes from there. If they go, yeah, I'll go for lunch, I then work out how much booze I'm going to have to shove down their throat before we head back to Twickenham. You know, but then you sort of, after you've had a few drinks, you start getting a bit brave, don't you? And you start going, no, we've got nothing in common. Nothing in common at all. You know, you do it when you're younger. When you get a bit older, I'd rather have a cup of cocoa and some rich tea biscuits. I'm really not, you know, a penguin biscuit or something like that. If I'm pushing the boat out, a cupcake. Because there's no point in sort of declaring your love for somebody over chicken Kiev. It just doesn't work. Or, oh, let's have and all the supermarkets will be doing it. You know, it'll be a steak and, you know, potatoes or a salad, and then you can have profiterolls because they're so classy, aren't they? Meal for two for a tenner, and that includes a bottle of cheap plonk, you know. Or you could swap the plonk and get some roses, or you can get chocolate or something like that. To be honest with you, if your life is so shallow, you need to go to a supermarket to spend 10 quid on a meal for two, give up and get rid of them. They're not worth it. I don't want to spend £10 on somebody. You're having a laugh. A kebab, mind you, kebabs are expensive. 7 or 8 quid for a kebab now. I mean, don't bother. Let's not bother. Yeah, it's too expensive. I can't afford to go. You know, packet of Walker's crisps, and that'd be about it. I don't want to go any further, really. Or failing that, just sort of get it from Iceland. You get a whole bag of kebab meat for £2. Even though it's not beef or anything like that, it's sort of like compressed chicken or something, and give that to the loved one and go, there, love, cook that.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Bouncy LBC this morning. I'm trying desperately not to mention anything to do with blooming parties or politicians or anything like that, because frankly it's just so boring. It really is, honestly. We're supposed to sort of, you know, take what they say as gospel, and they basically, yeah, there'll be full coverage because everybody's talking about it still. But, you know, at the end of the day, Boris is going to resign. It's just deciding when he's going to resign. I think it's going to be before the end of next week. I think he will then. But I mean, who's going to stand? And perhaps you can have a replacement in. You know, somebody who's sort of just looking after, doing a caretaking kind of job. That would work, wouldn't it? Paula says, I believe there is no Bond Street. There's a new Bond Street and an old Bond Street, but no actual Bond Street in the West End. Is it correct? No. There is Bond Street. It's in the West End. It's actually some of the most expensive, I think, yeah, about the most expensive real estate you get. And the street was built on fields which surrounded Clarendon House, which is on Piccadilly, developed by, I think it was Sir Thomas Bond. It was generally built up by these families, built, I think, in the 1720s, and it was quite popular for upper-class residents of Mayfair to socialise, and so they wanted prestigious and expensive shops, and that's what they've got. They do actually still call it. One of it is Old Bond Street in the southern section, and the longer northern section is New Bond Street. But it's not generally made in everyday usage. They still call it Bond Street, as simple as that. And I know that because Stephen Way, the famous hairdresser who's married to Gloria Hunniford, his salon was in New Bond Street. And because I used to go there. I know, difficult to believe, but I did. Because above him was Max Clifford's offices. And so the girls would get their I say the girls, the people that Max was sort of representing at the time. But that's it. But I mean, it's still called Bond Street. It's still called Bond Street. And people sort of like it because it's got upmarket shops. And also I think there's a couple of auction houses there. I think Bonham's is there as well. Oh, speaking of Valentine's gifts, I've got the great one for you if you're really, looking for something unusual. Lego are doing flowers. Lego flowers. Do you know, I never quite get... We had a Lego shop we used to have in the Benthall Centre. The flower bouquet, do you have to make it or does it... You have to make it. Oh, right. It's £44.99. It's cheaper to go and buy real flowers, isn't it, really? And also, people like flowers. People, they will. I couldn't really have Lego flowers in the place. I mean, really, that is just scraping the barrel too much. And look, it comes in a nice box, and you put them in there, and then they've got a picture of what looks like a mature adult making these things, which is, a bit embarrassing for her. They go, "What are you doing, love? Making a Lego bouquet?" I mean, to be honest with you, don't get me wrong, I love flowers. I'm absolutely a huge fan of flowers, and so if I'm going to visit somebody, I will take them. And but they'll be real flowers. They won't be pretend flowers. But Lego, people are addicted to Lego, aren't they? They want to do. You can get the House of Commons in Lego. You can get Big Ben, the Tower in Lego, and people love it. Here we go. Let's find some interesting things. You can get backpacks and lunch boxes, key rings, Lego key rings. My God, let's have a look at some of the bigger, more expensive items. We like this. You might be considering this for Valentine's Day, actually. Architecture. Look at that architecture, which is quite nice. There's one here that looks like the Taj Mahal to me, which is very good. Batman. You get the Bat car and everything else. And you can get... Oh, I like that. I like the Ultimate Lego Building Challenge. There's one here. You can build modular houses and cars. Love camper vans. They're good, aren't they? And DC lets your children play, invent and create with a colourful world of superheroes. It's just bricks. Okay, it's just bricks. But I quite like the... Some of them are not cheap, are they? Some of the castles. I mean, some of the little ones, like the Madrigal House and Jasmine and Mulan's thing. And you can get Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and Winnie the Pooh. Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse buildable characters, £160. Not cheap, is it? Look at that. Oh, that's nice. The Disney Castle is £309. Because do you know what that says to me? Dust collector. Dust collector. The Disney Castle. So can you open up the Disney Castle? It's got all those different rooms inside. Is that what it is? Donald Duck's in one of the rooms. They're not very big rooms, I have to be honest with you. A little bit pokey. It's like Bedsit Land. The Disney Castle is now a squat. But people love it. A friend of mine lives in the Lego shop. He absolutely adores it. Me, I couldn't be bothered with it. When we lived in a caravan years and years ago, when we were looking for a place down in Berkshire, we had a bag of Lego, which I think somebody had given us, but it was only red and white. It was only later on that they do coloured Lego and things like that. I mean, the most popular toy in the world, isn't it? Lego. Not in my household. Not in my household, it really wasn't. Well, we just had a little train set and a Minic motorway. Minic motorway was really good, actually. I liked Minic motorway a lot, which was sort of like the cheaper version of Scalextric, which we didn't have Scalextric. My cousins had it, and then my brother bought his first wife Scalextric for Christmas. And it was quite big, so of course you have to put it all together. How many Lego bricks are sold every year? Oh, it'll be something ridiculous, like 120 million or something, won't it? 19 million. Oh, 19 billion. Wow, that's good. How many have you got, Joe? You got many? Got many little things at home, toys that you've made out of Lego? Did you have toys as a child, or were you... No, you didn't have... No. Just listen to me on the radio, thanks. So nice, isn't it, when you work with somebody similar to your own age? 36,000 Lego bricks a minute are sold. 36,000. God, how boring. How dull. Why can't people just have teddy bears? Make life easier. I can't remember what toys we had. When we were in Hong Kong, it was kites. Because they used to make them out of... everything in Hong Kong Everything in China, as far as I'm concerned, is absolutely beautiful. Everything from the lanterns to the kites to the fireworks, everything. I just loved everything. I can remember we had one firework which you put on a box and it jumped to another box. You could move it about 6 feet apart and it leapt off and you lit it and it was doing it. And then we had lovely fireworks that you sent up the rocket and down came little lights all on little parachutes on it as well. It was absolutely beautiful. We had all sorts of lovely things, and I loved the Chinese firecrackers. Loved them. You'd buy a big pack of them, and they were absolutely great, actually. But anything like that, Chinese. It's funny, isn't it? Chinese food sticks with me. But I can't remember us having sweet and sour chicken or pork. I don't think it existed in our day. So we would have Chinese food because our Lynn, who was our maid, she cooked Chinese food for dinner parties and stuff like that. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. And you don't think people in China eat... Oh, no, they do. Absolutely not. No, you won't find the Chinese going, I'll have sweet and sour chicken. It's made for Western people. It's like special fried rice is a Western invention. They certainly don't have it. The Chinese eat boiled rice. And also the Chinese don't use knives and forks. They use chopsticks. So they don't pick up rice with their chopsticks. They hold the bowl and scoop it into their mouth. Yes, I can use chop. Of course, we lived there for 2 years. We didn't have knives and forks. We were poor. We were an RAF family. Tikka masala is British invention. Loads of things are made to be British, and long may it continue. Because to be honest with you, I can remember the first Chinese that we had in our little hometown, and you could get, and I've said this before, a 3-course meal for £1.49. That's what they were in those days. It was called the August Moon, and we'd never been. And my friend Dave Maskell said to me, "There's a Chinese restaurant." I went, "Really? What sort of food's that?" Because we didn't really know what it was. We had no idea. And we went in there, and it was all carpeted, and there were cloths on the table. Well, it was fab. £1.49, which was actually, when you consider it, quite a lot, seeing as I only earned £5.19 and 6 a week, just under £6. So if you went out for dinner and you had to give your mother some money, when did Chinese and Indian food get big? Oh God. Indian food was bigger first, I think, and then people were sort of adjusting to it. But then people used to say, "Got to be very careful. It can be very hot. If you can have a hot curry, be careful. Don't drink water. It makes it worse." And so we had it. I remember strangely enough, the first Indian food I'd ever had was in Twickenham. I was driving through Twickenham, and over the road was an Indian restaurant, and that's the first place. And I used to have the same every time: chicken tikka masala, onion bhaji, and pillau rice. I was nothing if not boring. And then I had other things. Georgina in Enverga in Spain says, "What happened about the watch?" Oh, I'll tell you about the watch in a moment. I'll tell you after the news, actually. And the best toy, says Sunil, was Sabutio. Yeah, didn't you find it hurt your fingers? Sabutio, flicking the little footballers everywhere. My brother had Sabutio, I'm pretty certain. I didn't like that at all. You can get the Home Alone house in Lego. Can you really? Mind you pay for it, don't you? I suppose it must be quite difficult. It's invented. There's this factory somewhere. I can't remember what it is. Is it Norway or something like that? Oh, there it is. The Home Alone house, £219.99, but it's temporarily out of stock, which means they're making it as fast as they can, including, look at the back. They've actually got the thing where he went out of one of the windows on the wire. Do you remember to get to... Yeah, that's good, isn't it? I wouldn't want it, though. I mean, it's very nice.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC with you till 7 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Apparently, you can look up Lego Titanic. Lego Titanic, oh my goodness, they really do. Which is £554. But it's temporarily out of stock. This is actually on the Lego website. Imagine getting the thing. Mind you, I suppose it's like people who do jigsaws, isn't it? It's one of those things. Once you get into it, you probably get into it, and it's fantastic, and you love it. I'm amazed at the price. You can get the Colosseum for £439, but it's derelict. In fact, it's only been built up recently. You can get Barcelona Stadium, Man United Stadium. Good Lord, but there's nothing you can't get Can't get an LBC studio, though, can you? But you can get a NASA Space Shuttle Discovery, 160 quid. Which is, it's interesting, isn't it? All this I didn't realise. And look at that, Adidas Original Superstar Trainers in Lego for 80 quid. What do people do with this? They just look like they collect dust to me. And Fiat 500 blue, Fiat 500 yellow, pickup track, bonsai tree. Always makes me laugh, actually, people buying bonsai. You can buy a bonsai kit, which is a little bowl, some earth, and some seeds that you put in there. And I think, what is the point? Bonsai, it's a tree. It's a miniature tree. They take years, 20 years to grow it into anything. It's not in Lego, you can have it straight away. Dave in Plymouth says, the best Chinese meal I ever had was in Senegal in West Africa. One of the crew of the ship I was on was Chinese and he knew the best things to order. Oh, listen, I used to eat Chinese all the time. I tend to be reasonably adventurous. I don't tend to have seafood, though. But spare ribs and just all of it. I mean, even the crispy duck was the thing. I'd have the same things every time. I really do. But I haven't had it for a long while because it's got so much monosodium glutamate, even though some of them say that they don't actually have it, but it seems to creep in. And it affects my diabetes, which is odd. Anyway, do you remember yesterday we had the thing with my watch? This is my Raymond Weil watch, or Veal. Some people call it, but it's not Veal, it's Weil. But anyway, it makes no difference. And all of a sudden, it needs a new battery. So a few weeks ago, got a new battery put in and it worked for a little while. Then it stopped working. And I couldn't quite understand it. So I went, then somebody said yesterday, in fact, a number of people said, go to Timpson's and they give you almost like you spend £34.95 or whatever it is, and it's a lifetime battery. So when it runs out after 2 years, you go back and they put another battery in for you. And it goes another 2 years and so on and so forth, until eventually you die or the watch gives up completely. But anyway, we then I said, can you test the pressure on it? So he's got a little machine in Timpson's, puts a new battery in and puts it on the thing, and he can't get it to seal. So it obviously needs new sealage, but he gives me the little card anyway. And I then tootle off and I thought, I better go down to Richmond. So I go to Richmond and I go to this old-fashioned jeweller's, luckily right by where the bus drops you, because I'm not walking to anything. I've had enough of this walking malarkey. I don't care what they say in the papers about makes you feel fitter. Not me. It's very passé walking. You know, if you can get a bus, get the bus. And so I go in there. And I said, it's just stopped working. It just doesn't do anything. And I couldn't work out why. And obviously it needs a reseal, which means you have to send it away, as you do, because these things are not cheap. And so she checked the battery. She said, the battery's fine. She said, but it's just not, doesn't power the watch. So what we do is we need to send it away. I said, yeah, that's okay. I wasn't bothered about that. I thought, here we go. You know, this is going to cost an arm. And any time they say we're going to send something away, you know it's going to cost money, don't you? And so anyway, they've quoted me £235. Okay, £235, and it'll be sent away to presumably an expert, and they will do it, and they will reset it, and they'll put the new seal thing in it. Sorry. I must stop drinking. It's anyway. So they're sending it away 6 to 8 weeks, if you please. I can only assume the person's working very slowly, or they've got an absolute avalanche of people having their watches repaired. And 235 quid. She said, if it's going to be any more, so at which point I was nearly sick. She said, I'll give you a ring, because I've made up my mind that if it's going to cost any more, I'm not going to get it done. There's no point. I mean, I might as well go and buy a brand new one, which will come with a 2-year warranty anyway. But I paid a lot of money for it years ago. It's about £600, I think. I mean, now they're about exactly the same watch. They haven't stopped making it, £800. And so we'll wait and see when it comes back. All I just want is the watch back. And what they'll do is clean it. And, because sometimes you get a bit of dirt in and stuff like that. Because you're looking at little fine mechanism. Still expensive, I know. But then you have to accept the fact that, some things are expensive. So I'll just have to not eat for a month, I suppose, so I can afford to get the watch done. But, it's one of those ridiculous things. But I'll keep you informed as to how much it eventually costs. Catherine says, my son is into Lego. We bought him the Millennium Falcon, 650 quid for Christmas. He got halfway through making it and realised there was a piece missing. He's now got to disassemble it to exchange it for a new one. Apparently they just can't send the missing piece. Oh, you're joking, are you? I'm looking. How many pieces are there in it? Does it actually tell you? One of these things. 7. How many pieces, ladies and gentlemen, do you think are in this Millennium Falcon? Would you believe 7,541 pieces. Or for, yeah. And it's got, things, and wow. You get 5,600 VIP points. I'm not surprised. But if there's one piece missing, how frustrating. You've got to dismantle the whole thing, put it all together back in the box, take it back, and they'll then swap it for another. Can't they just, mind you, I suppose, how they... Well, I don't know. I've got no idea. When they do these in Legoland, they glue the pieces as they're putting it together, don't they? Otherwise, they'd all fall apart. So Alan says, here we are being made to give up plastic bags, and then you hear of Lego selling billions of plastic building bricks. Well, it's 8,000 nearly just on the Millennium Falcon. And we've got a Lego shop, haven't we, in Leicester Square, where you can go and get Lego. But 650 quid sounds an awful lot of money. Apparently, they have unveiled a prototype for a brick made of recycled drinks bottles, and the company hope to begin retailing recycled plastic bricks within the next 2 years. 2 years. So where's it made? Where did we discover it was made? Is it It's Danish, Lego. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, it's quite clever, isn't it? The fact that it's gone universal. But we used to have a shop in the Benthall Centre, and that closed down years ago. And it had all this different coloured Lego. So, and then they show you how they make Lego minifigures, and it's all automated. It just makes minifigures, thousands of blank heads, which they then sort of attach to the other little bits and it's very clever, isn't it? If you like that kind of thing. And so the stuff is I don't know how it's made. I mean, I'm watching machines that make it, but there again, I'm fascinated by machines that can make cars. So the idea that you can, make little model heads out of a plastic. But they're hoping to do this within a couple of years. But it's very clean, isn't it, really, plastic in a way. So it's not like making biscuits. They can print 23,000 heads an hour. But they need a body, so they've got another part of the machine that makes the body, and it literally stamps them out of plastic and then moves it. Quite mesmerising, isn't it, watching? Quite mesmerising. But I saw them making chocolates the other day, and I used to, as you know, work for United Biscuits years ago. So I would go to the factories and watch them making Jaffa cakes and stuff like that. There'd be one person sitting on the line with a stick with a spike at the end of it, and if the jam on the Jaffa cake wasn't in the middle, they would spike it off, and it would be... Well, they were thrown away. They were thrown away. Or failing that, they would put them into bags and you could buy them in the staff shop. But imagine the person who came up with Lego to start with. Imagine if you'd invented Lego, how rich you would be. What does your company do? Well, my company makes Lego. I'm more shocked about Catherine buying their son 650 quid's worth of an item for Christmas. That's what you call a very lucky child. Very lucky. And but they are hoping to sort of change them and make them more eco-friendly. If you like that kind of thing, it's probably quite good and kids like it. The Millennium Falcon, by the way, is 16 plus age. 16 plus for the age on it. Because they always say that, don't they? By 2018, they were hoping to have had all their products from sustainable material. That's what they said in 2018. But by 2030. So you've got to wait a few years just yet. More on the £300,000 ad campaign, axing, bejazzling, dazzling, because to be honest with you, these people do not represent anybody in Essex at all. It's a load of old codswallop, no matter what Gemma Collins or James Argent says. He said, you'll never meet a prouder Essex boy than me. I mean, what rubbish these people come up with. What are you on about, dear? And then Gemma Collins says, to say we need to change our reputation is an affront to every hard-working person from Essex. Yeah, but you're not the face of Essex, love. Whether you think you are or not, I promise you, you're not. You're not. People like, the Roman capital, Colchester, Chelmsford, birthplace of Marconi, Manningtree, Tiptree, home of the world-famous jam, favoured by James Bond, and you, dear. Give me a break, for goodness sake. Also, Boadicea, or Boudica, who was the Iceni warrior queen, who sacked Roman Colchester in AD 61. Brentwood, start of the Peasants' Revolt. Audley End, one of the finest Jacobean houses. Just somebody going round going, yeah, because it's like, it's not enough, I'm afraid. We need a bit more, frankly. And somebody said, Essex erupted in outroar. Can't imagine why. They've always wanted to erupted. Essex, they went, can't believe it. Oh, they're going to spend a thing, and we're not going to mention all the things that all the cast of Towie. They're looking a bit dated now, though, aren't they? The Towie people. I mean, how old's Chloe Sims, for God's sake? I mean, they had a programme on the television. They drag out these people must be in their 50s at least. Steve, I listen to you every time. Your show begins at 8 p.m. here, says Patrick, who's in White Rock, Canada. That sounds quite nice. Is White Rock nice? We'll have a look at that in a moment. It sounds as though it's going to be, because every time I think of Canada, I just think of the Rockies. I think of snow, and White Rock is it's got a pier, and it does have a piece of white rock, surprisingly. Cool, look at that. Well, there you go. There's not much apart from the pier, actually, and a sort of a beach which looks a bit naff, but naff is an English word, Patrick. It just means sort of not as good as something else. But I'm liking the white rock. I think that's quite nice. And I've always wanted to go on a long train journey, through the Canadian. I think Mr. Shah, my lovely chemist, I think he did the one on the Rockies train, where they've got the big bubble on the top of the train, and you can book to go in. Have you never seen the train with the bubble on the top of it? Oh, you must have done. The glass dome. And you could sit up there. Imagine, it must be like sort of sitting on a chair on a table. And it's lovely. And you sit low. I mean, look how fabulous it is. And you could do it in the winter as well, which I think looks absolutely brilliant. So the glass dome train, one of the most scenic rides in the world. Look how beautiful it is. Don't get stuff like that here in East Anglia, do we?
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. I love the selfless plumber who's in all the papers today. He's carried out free work worth more than £100,000 for struggling families. His name is James Anderson. He doesn't accept payment if his customer lives below the poverty line. His first kind act was helping an OAP who was in danger of being scammed out of £5,000. He's gone on to set up a community interest company which also uses its profits to buy birthday gifts for children from low-income families. He comes from Burnley, and he says, I know that some jobs I do, it's a person that could die that doesn't need to just because of the situation. We've helped out thousands of families with money we've raised. Big up you, mate. Absolutely. James Anderson. But people do rip off pensioners. One of my neighbours needs a new boiler. You'll probably find she doesn't, but anyway, they've said she needs a new boiler. £2,800. So she's getting other quotes. This is my over 90 years old neighbour. And I said, you need to get some more quotes on it just to make sure. It's ridiculous because people go, oh, that's all right. You should definitely shop around a bit. Definitely. It's ridiculous. Steve, Eric in Stoke Newington says, I've just finished Star Wars R2-D2. There were 2 missing pieces. Lego will send you the missing bricks. The woman needs to Google missing Lego bricks and follow whatever it says. All right. Jane says, look up Black Rock on Vancouver Island. All right. Black Rock on Vancouver Island. Black Rock Oceanfront Resort. Oh, that's quite interesting. The waves look a bit rough there, don't they? That's quite... You see, I mean, there's some... when you look at what we've got, and I love the internet because... Oh, my goodness. And you look at the internet and you look at some of the photographs of some of the places around the world, which you probably never visit, but you can look at them. You feel as though you're there, and you can probably do a Google map thing, which would take you around these buildings. I quite like this oceanfront resort. They've got crashing waves, and they've built this place. I always wanted to go to Bhutan. Bhutan is stuck up a mountain. And there's an island on top of it. Look at it, clings to the hillside. Bhutan. This is in Bhutan land, and I can't remember actually where it is. And it's officially known as the Kingdom of Bhutan, located between China and India. Yeah, it's the Kingdom of Bhutan. But it's absolutely beautiful. It's very religious. It's almost like a very religious site, and people go up there and they put flags up, and look, there's all these silks and everything. But these buildings are clinging to the side of mountains. It's absolutely amazing. And I think there's been certain famous people who've gone to Bhutan because you've stepped into another land. Another land. It's like people going on a trek to go to a place. I mean, you think to yourself, I'd love to go there, but only if they've got flushing toilets. I'm a little bit funny about the toilet situation in certain places, but I just thought it looked lovely. It would all be bells ringing and stuff like that. And, when you look at it, you go, that is something. I've seen houses that are built on the side of mountains, but Bhutan kind of sort of, does it for me, I think. There's a traveller's guide. I mean, people, you can book to go to Bhutan. The most livable country, they say. But I quite like the spiritual side of it. I'm not particularly spiritual. I just quite like it. So we like Black Rock on Vancouver Island. I finished a jigsaw, says Tony, at the weekend. Took me 8 months. I'm very pleased as it says 5 to 6 years on the box. Right, you're barred. It's such a good old one, isn't it? Elton John's got COVID. Oh, he'll be making such a meal about it. Can't you imagine? Can't you imagine? He's 74. He is fully vaccinated and was not feeling too unwell, but they had to put out a statement, so he's cancelled 2 of them. I mean, what with his hip injury and everything else, poor soul. Mind you, not as bad as poor Raymond Holmes and his feet. I mean, he can't even go for a walk with Ruth till he's been on his machine. I hope he takes it into the studio with him. Piers Morgan, uncensored, on Adele. Basically, the glamorous superstar weeping as she broke the... There's more to this story, isn't there? I mean, obviously, some people will know what it is. And... but he basically says if Freddie Mercury can make an album when he's literally dying, she could have the inner strength to summon up and do 2 shows in a week. Not exactly pushing it a little bit, is it? Now, I don't know whether it's her or whether it's her team, her people that go there and go, listen, we're going to show you. She's a big star. Listen, she's playing Vegas, loves. Loads of people play Vegas, for goodness sake. You know, often it's the team. Because what they've done is they wanted the sound system to be changed and they wanted the screens to be changed. But as I say, they've been good enough for everybody else. I don't know why it is that perhaps they're just doing it to be difficult. As I said the other day, you get groups who have a rider on their contract, you know, only the pink Smarties should be there, take all the other colours out and all that kind of stuff. And we only want bottled water chilled to we had a woman over here who came in. I can't remember who it was. I literally can't remember who it was, but they wanted their tea at a certain temperature. Served at a certain... And you just think, oh, grow up and get over yourselves. Stop being so stupid. And they had to have certain wall decorations. The walls had to be hung with a particular colour silk, and it had to be a specific colour silk. You think, oh, for goodness sake. Elton John does the same. All his glasses are laid out on there. Beyonce, don't bring Coca-Cola products near her because she's in contract with Pepsi. And also she wants heavily seasoned baked chicken, legs, breasts and wings. Don't forget the hot sauce. And she likes the temperature in her dressing room set to 78 degrees at all times. Grow up, get over yourself. And yet she played Glastonbury. She can't have had any of that stuff at Glastonbury. Christina Aguilera hates traffic. So to bypass any on her way to a venue, she needs a police escort, adding that under no circumstances are the vehicles to be allowed to encounter any delays due to traffic. I mean, really... seriously, I'm going to get riders put on. Drake, among the list of requests, Drake's weirdest is 4 dozen natural-scented incense sticks. He also wants a ton of alcohol, big surprise, bottles of Hennessy or Courvoisier, Patron Silver Tequila, Grey Goose Vodka, Jack Daniels and Heineken. I'm surprised you got the strength to sing, love. Taylor Swift loves her Starbucks so much, a bit like Henry, that she has to have this special order to be delivered before 11 a.m. The order includes 1 grande iced caramel latte with 2 sweetened loaves, 1 grande iced Americano with 2 sweetened loaves and soy milk, and 1 slice of pumpkin loaf. I mean, she didn't just do it because it's funny. Apparently, Rihanna was very big into curtains, especially blue or black with icy blue chiffon and white curtains to cover any lockers or bricks. Oh... Life at home must be a nightmare for half these people here. Justin Timberlake requires somebody to disinfect his doorknob of any backstage venue or hotel he's in every 2 hours. On top of that, it's necessary for him to have the elevator to himself and an entire floor of a hotel. Drama, honestly. Mariah Carey requests a bottle of Crystal champagne together with bendy straws. Oh, and she was in need of a person whose sole purpose was to throw her gum away. I mean, we're all like that, aren't we? I mean, constantly. I see people all the time. Don't throw it down there. I've got a person who picks that up. And she's got to have bendy straws. I think they do it to see who can be more stupid. You know, I mean, bendy straws to drink Cristal champagne. They used to sell that in all the London clubs, Cristal champagne, because you could buy it for about 150 quid a bottle. But they'd sell it in the clubs for anything from 400 to 600 quid. And people would go, oh, we'll have Cristal. They've got no idea what they're drinking. You could have given them Lucozade. They wouldn't know. You know, it's like whenever you go into a restaurant. Oh, Britney Spears actually is good. She wanted McDonald's cheeseburgers, but hold the buns. Way, as I'm sure many people have done. And she also requested a picture of Princess Diana hung in her dressing room because reportedly Brittany adores the monarchy and Diana was in many ways her inspiration. Just don't go to Paris and drive through tunnels, love. Make it a lot easier. Definitely not. Isn't it funny? I don't believe any of these things. I don't believe any of these things. I think they make it up so that people... Because otherwise you've got no story. You've got to have a story that, you've got to have this and the bottled water and it's got to be chilled to a certain level. But it was definitely a cup of tea and they would test it with a thermometer to make sure it was the right temperature. I've got to get some... I think James O'Brien's got riders. I think on his contract. I can't remember what riders he has, but I think he has something. Nick doesn't. Nick's very down to earth and all the rest of it, but I'm sure that James has got riders. I'm almost totally convinced Eddie Mayer has got a page full of riders. You will wear these trainers. Staff will be quiet at all times around it. There's definitely a strict dress code. Well, I've discovered that on Ian Dale from my ex-producer Corey. Here there is a strict dress code. At the moment, they're running through lederhosen, and Corey's legs are not the best. Seriously. Ian's are. Yes, Ian apparently is related to... Who's he related to? Oh, he's Robbie Burns. Robbie Burns. He was on the television yesterday talking about... I think he could be distantly related to Robbie Burns. I don't believe it either. Peter says, Steve from sunny Botany with my grandchildren, Kobe and Ruby, home on Monday. Don't bother coming back. It's freezing cold over here. It really is. It's not the warmest. So are we taking bets on now? We're taking bets on when Boris goes. We're also taking bets on when Adele shows will be recast. But I don't think they will, because we're still waiting, if you remember, for little Peter Andre to reschedule his Australian tour dates. If you remember, he had to cancel them because there was a TV show to do, which we thought was a slightly odd thing, as they must have known that. So if you're in Australia at the moment and you're waiting for Peter Andre to tour, just be patient. It'll be it'll be worthwhile happening. David from Cheadle says, coming to see you next month. Would you recommend breakfast at the top of the Shard or just get a Greggs, sit on a bench? Get a Greggs, sit on a bench. In fact, there's a Greggs going to be opening in Leicester Square short. I don't know if it's open yet, is it? Apparently it's going to be open quite early in the morning, so we'll send our little girly assistant out there to go and pick up a few sort of sausage rolls and a steak bake or something like that. Steve, says Susan in Whetstone. I've wanted to go to Bhutan ever since I was a schoolgirl. It's now on my bucket list. The national export of Bhutan is happiness. It just looks like the sort of place you think, I'd love to go there. It's like, see Bhutan and die or something like that. I don't know why, because it's I can't remember what the strapline was, but it must be wonderful to go there. Absolutely wonderful. And also I wanted to go to Machu Picchu, because I just thought there is Machu Picchu, and it's not too late to go, but there's a lot of walking, and I don't do the walking. I don't do it. I could get a plane to land there. I don't know whether it would land there or have to then go up by ass or something. I don't know why they call it an ass. Everybody else calls it an arse, but there you go. It's just the way people go nowadays. And I think I just want to go to Machu Picchu. It just looked interesting, and I thought, you're looking at basically a city. And they were saying, but and there's llamas up there and everything. Don't go near them. They spit at you and everything. Horrible. But it's a city built on... Where do they get the rocks from? They've never quite worked out, because this must have taken an army of people to pull all these rocks up Machu Picchu. I mean, look at it. It's just... You're on the top of the world. I've always wanted to also climb a mountain, but not physically climb a mountain. I thought you could take a helicopter and it could drop you at the top of Everest. But of course you can't. Because of the atmosphere, the helicopter could get nowhere near the top of Everest. Otherwise, it'd be easy. Just drop me down by rope. I'll stand on the top, have a picture taken, back on the rope, up into the helicopter. But you can't do that. So that's on my bucket list. I mean, why? They couldn't Stanner. They could get a sponsored stair lift, couldn't they? Take you up, and also one of these little mountain railways that sort of literally cling... I'm having a breakdown, aren't I, basically? I don't know where I want to go. I've got no idea. More than happy to sit on the beach at Southend. It make no difference to me. I'm going to the news. I'm telling people about my bucket list.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. It's another freezing cold day, but yesterday afternoon was one of those days. It was warmer in the morning, and then we get to the afternoon, all of a sudden there was a chill wind that came through. And again, they appeared to be predicting snow. But my favourite story, one of them, and I mentioned it to Joe a short while ago, is a story about somebody I think they're a YouTuber. And I think this could be a story about Cardi B. Now, this YouTuber is called Tasha K. And she started rumours about Cardi B, which, of course, were totally incorrect. Yes, so I'm not going to mention what the rumours were because they were rude and things like that. Anyway, this YouTuber, Tasha K, was originally, she was found guilty and fined $1 million, which has to go in compensation. They've now upped it. It's now gone to an additional 2.8 million on top, which includes 25,000 for the musician's medical expenses, 1.3 million to cover her legal fees. Tasha K's real name is, idiot, Latasha Keeb, found guilty on 2 counts of slander and 1 count each of libel and invasion of privacy. They originally were posted in 2018, and she was found liable of spreading vicious rumours. So she's got to come up with $4 million. I suspect time in prison might be the better option for her. How stupid are these people? Why would they ever want to put anything? Mind you, you get all sorts of people now who put stuff up on the internet and you think, no, you can't say that. Damon Albarn and Taylor Swift have got this sort of spat running at the moment where he claimed that, she was very good, but she didn't write her music. And she said, excuse me. She said, I'm a big fan of yours. Excuse I do write my own music. Now, if she wants to, he's removed it very quickly and he's had to apologise. But that could be very dangerous. But to be fined $4 million is quite something. I shouldn't imagine this so-called... They're a bit thick, these people. If you start making up something about somebody's going to come down hard on you. You cannot tell lies. He didn't know. Yeah, but he made a statement. He actually put it up online. I mean, how stupid is that? Really ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Steve, is it too late to get the watch back? Most of that money will be the jeweller's profit. The job will probably cost some 75 quid plus post. I ran a clock and watch repair business for 40 years. And I'm still doing repairs by post at home. If you send it to me, I'd be amazed if it came in as much as 50 quid. But I'll do it for you at cost. Oh, that's very sweet. No, it's too late. It's gone. It's been sent off. But Max, I will remember that in future. Yes. Will, is it? Oh, is it Will? Sorry, it would take a week maximum. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. His name's Will. He said, I owe you that for all the years of entertainment. No, there's no charge for the entertainment. But, I mean, I thought it seemed a bit expensive. I thought it seemed a bit expensive. But, listen, what the heck? What the heck? He said, I'd be amazed if it came to 50 quid. I mean, to be honest with you, I think so as well. But nowadays, we pay through the nose for things. It's like, if your car goes wrong, you don't know anything about it. You take it into the garage and they say you need this, you need that. Then you have to get stuff done. But we do have Will's number, so we'll keep it for the next time. But thank you. I mean, put it this way. I tell you what, if it comes back, Will, and she says, well, it's going to cost a bit more because you need this and this, I'll say, listen, I'll leave it, and then we'll give you the job, okay? I haven't paid anything, no. But she said if it costs more, we'll let you know. I thought, more than 230 quid? Blimey, very expensive. But we will hang on to it. The producer's got your number. So, because he's good like that, hangs on to things, which is very nice. 36 degrees at the moment in Melbourne, says Tim. Woo! Why don't you go to North Wales, says tanker driver Phil. I was like, why don't you go to Wales? Why don't you go to Coventry and catch a steam funicular railway to the top of Mount Snowdon? That's lovely on a summer's day. You can see as far as the Isle of Man. See, I like things like that. I do like things like that. I think we should all do something in our lifetime. I remember... very strangely, when I went back to... there it is, the Clogwyn Station, an unforgettable journey. How this thing clings onto the side of the mountain, I'll never know. But it's 3/4 of the distance up Snowdon. Looks lovely. You go to, there's a waterfall, and there's... look at that. And that's a funicular railway, is it? Oh, right. Isn't it lovely? My God, we're clever in this country. I think it's lovely. Steam railways on Snowdonia. We don't appreciate enough around us, do we? Most of us sit there being very insular, going, oh, I shall do that, or I wouldn't mind doing that. It's like I've never taken all my clothes off and swum in the Serpentine at New Year's Day, mainly because it looks too blooming cold. No, I wouldn't do that at all. But I quite like the idea of doing see, I love the word funicular. Funicular railway. It's great. You get a little steam engine as well. It's pushing it up, yes. Pushing up. And then basically, I'm assuming, it then goes backwards on the way down and sort of hangs on to it, because otherwise it would slip and all the rest of it. It's like going on a roller coaster, isn't it? When it goes up, you can go click, 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 click. So if it rolls back down again, it gets stopped. But it looks very, very posh. There's a pensioner here, booted off the Snowdon tourist train because a larger-than-life family refused to move and make room for him. Oh, God, I don't want arguments on a railway. Not on a funicular. Wasn't there a song, Funiculi, Funicular, da-da-da-da-da, Funiculi, Funicular? But there's also a railway as well, so that's very nice. I've seen these other ones that go up the side of cliffs in seaside resorts. They've got one that goes up and they've worked on water pressure, I believe. I thought that was a funicular. Brighton's got a railway. It goes up the side. No, not the little one at the top. This is one that goes straight up the cliff face. It might not be Brighton. It might be somewhere else. Cliff face railway. But it works on pressure. So as one carriage goes up, one carriage goes down, and they counterbalance each other. And I can't remember where it is. There you go. The Linton and Lynmouth Cliff Railway. In Devon, is it? Look at that. And that's literally based on the power of water, is it? It's a water-powered cliff railway. So as one goes down, it pulls the other one up again. And off go to pace. North Devon Biosphere Bioculture Heritage Tourism Educator. Bit of a mouthful, isn't it, really? It's just a railway that goes up the side of a mountain. But I quite like the idea. And then people get on and off it. I think they should do your cups of tea. Wonder if they're still doing riverboat trips on Sunday, or if they haven't started yet. Because sometimes the riverboat trips from Richmond that go to Hampton Court, they only seem to operate in the summer. And I don't know what the weather's going to be like, actually, on Sunday. But I quite fancy the idea of doing a boat trip up to Hampton Court. But I have a feeling the boats are not ready at the moment. I think they sort of, I don't know when they run, but I think it's mainly, you can get a cup of tea and everything. It takes a few hours, but it's nice to watch the world going by. I just quite fancy that idea, being a little bit too lazy. Sunday, it can be the 30th, is it, on Sunday? Good Lord. 9 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. 9 degrees, that's positively a heat wave. Probably, although actually Thursday this week, 11 degrees. And then on the Friday, it drops down to 9. Tuesday the 1st, 11 degrees and rain. Cloudy. This is in Richmond. Sorry, Richmond. Done our best for you. Done our best to try and find somewhere. So, pint of beer is going to go up. Doesn't bother me. I don't buy beer. They reckon it's going to soar above £7 in some pubs. There'll be people listening up north, probably on the railway, going, £7 for a pint to go. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So it's only dear for the beer. In London, the cost is £4.84 on average, but some pubs already charge more than £6. At the Bunch of Grapes in Southwark, a pint of Amstel is £6.75, and in the World's End, Camden Town, a Staropramen lager is £6. Staropramen. You see, I don't know these things because I don't drink this stuff. £6.70. So if it was a rise of 50p, that'd take it over £7 for a pint. Not surprised these landlords are driving flashy cars. God, dear me, they're making a fortune, aren't they? UK Hospitality says pubs were feeling unprecedented increase. This week, Clive Watson of the City Pub Company warned a pint would have to go up by 40 to 50 pence. James Calder from the Independent Brewers says, we've seen huge spikes in people costs, transport, ingredients and energy. Well, let them drink water. Apparently, Dave Mountford, co-founder of the Forum of British Pubs and Landlords at the Boat in Cromford in Derbyshire, said soon we'll break the £4 a pint. For the first time ever, our most expensive pint, it was a premium lager, and it's £4.80. 2 years ago, £3.75. Not surprised people complain about how much rounds cost you nowadays. You know, that's why people hang back in the pub, don't they? It'd be somebody who goes, come on, let's all go to the pub for a drink. And you get there, you go, slowly, slowly. You want to get into the bar and go to the counter first. You just sort of hold back a bit. Just go to the toilet. Just get us a vodka and vodka and Coke. Just go to the toilet and come back, you know, and they've still not ordered it. No, I mean, I'm always the first one to pay, actually. I'm very good. I'm very, very good. Provided I'm sort of standing by myself at the end of the bar and I'm not with anybody else. There's a bloke here who's worked for the same firm for 70 years. He's 83. He's got no plans to retire. I'll tell you about him a little bit later on. And British troops joining the NATO forces in Europe to help defend Ukraine if Russia dares to invade, Boris Johnson has said. Oh, God, honestly. This could be another disaster, couldn't it? But that's what they've said. There's missile launchers taking position during the drills, combat helicopters practising manoeuvres, and the Russian warships on exercise in the Baltic Sea. I think he's just doing a show of strength. And that's what I think. I mean, all the experts seem to have said he's posturing. Yeah, showing how butch he is, you know. Yeah, we've got all the gear out there, okay? Oh, no, he'd be saying, oh, the gear we have here, as he's riding another horse with his shirt off.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to freezing cold. Sir David Attenborough went from nippy feet to happy feet to warm up in the Arctic. I'm very surprised that he still goes on these things, actually. I thought normally he just did the voiceover, and it was minus 18 degrees. He's 95. He usually turns up for a scene at the end, doesn't he, and then sort of does it. But he did a dance with the team doctor, because obviously you've got to have a doctor there with him, I should imagine. Yeah, poor soul. Must be absolutely freezing cold. Absolutely freezing cold. More on the repair shop, but apparently a World War II hat ruined in childhood accident fixed by the repair shop. They do these every so often because they can put a picture of the person whose hat it was and a picture of repairing it and all the rest of it. It's quite nice, but I'm a bit bored with it now. I've seen the programme, thank you very much indeed. We know what they do. They repair things, like my watch. My poor watch. Although we found Will. Will could be the saving grace. So here he is, Britain's most dedicated worker. 70 years at the same firm without a day off sick. His name's Brian Chorley. Brian began working in the original Clark Shoe factory in 1953 when he was 15. When the site was turned into a shopping centre, he retrained to work in customer services. He says David Attenborough is his role model. He says, I've just passed a health check with flying colours. I want to go as long as I can. I lost my wife Pauline 8 years ago at home, so I don't see anybody. I want to be out. I want to see people. I love working. He said, I don't want to sit in an armchair all day. It's boring. Which is true, actually. Sitting in an armchair all day is boring. But if you like aiming homes and your feet aren't working, what are you going to do? Get that little machine out. But he says, my father said, son, you're 15 and it's the school holidays. You've got to go to work. And I wanted to do it. We were quite poor after the war. He said, I worked 45 hours a week, earned £2 and 3 shillings, gave £1 to me mum. That's what they used to do. People in those days would come home. I was 15 when I started work. 15. I tried a few other Saturday type jobs to try and earn a little bit extra money, and I worked and there was a bloke who put an advert in the local paper looking for a lad to work in a farm. As it turned out, it was basically shoveling pig manure, and I did it. And of course in those days nobody had telephones or anything else, so you couldn't sort of phone your mum and go, come and collect me. But when they did come and collect me at the end of the day, I went, I'm not going back. I didn't like it. So I worked at a hotel. I used to cycle God knows how many miles out into the countryside to a hotel that they now use for ballooning. It's called the Elcott Park Hotel, and it's in Ramsbury, I think. Ramsbury? Anyway, it's called the Elcott Park Hotel, and it's very famous. It was an old building, and I used to cycle all the way out there. They offered me a job, obviously just part-time, because I was only a kid. I would have been 14, 15, I think, 13, 14, 15. And I used to cut the grass, sitting on an electric mower, sitting on it. That was fun. That was much more me. I was very happy with doing that. There it is, the Elcott Park Hotel. And inside, it was a bit sort of oldie worldy, and lots of old furniture and everything else. They use it as a wedding venue. But I worked there when I was 15 years old, cutting the grass. Have they got any interior shots of it? They tried to put a disco in at some point, and they've also there's an blimey, they've even put in a swimming pool. They didn't have a swimming pool in my day. There you go. There's the interiors, and I remember it so well. And so it's listed as Newbury, but the staircase, all they've done is it's the same staircase. They've just recarpeted, and they put a disco in, and they hired an old man to try and cover the walls in tin foil. He was buying rolls and rolls of tin foil and gluing it to the wall. But I used to sit on this thing and drive it around. I quite liked it, actually. It was quite a nice little job. And then I got my first proper job at 15, working in a department store where I worked in the carpet department. Used to go home covered in carpet fluff. So you'd have to get sellotape, wrap it round your hand, and then patch your arms and all the rest of it. Because I was using my school blazer without the badge on it. My mother said there was loads of wear left in it. So I sold carpet. Yeah, sold carpets. And I was very good. I was very good at selling carpets. 80-20, heavy domestic, low domestic. We used to sell bathroom carpet. We used to sell bedroom carpet, $1.99 a square yard. But the trouble is you had to work out all the things. I used to sew rush matting together, sell linoleum. And it was great fun. I enjoyed it. And sale time, the old manager was on a bit of an old fiddle down there because they had all these carpet rolls up against the wall, and they would say 12 by 9, £22 or whatever it was. And on the morning of the sale, before the shop had opened, he went round sticking notes on sold, sold, sold. So when people who'd been queuing outside came in there to discover their carpet that they were waiting for, they used to have a special offer in the window. There would be a 3-piece suite, 25 quid. So people would queue for about 3 or 4 days beforehand, and the management would take them out hot food and cups of tea, and people would queue outside the window. There'd be a television, £15. Items to get people interested, and then they'd, morning of the sale, to lure people in. Oh, it was amazing. Amazing. Steve, look at the old Quebec funicular. The old Quebec funicular. We're liking all these words this morning. You're coming up with some great stuff for us. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful. If nothing else, it's... oh, blimey. That's another one. That's another one, isn't it? The old Quebec funicular. So it's basically the water pressure that takes one up and one down. But it's very steep, isn't it? But because of the size of the carriage, you're not falling out of the thing, which is good. So thank you for that one. And then there's a double feature in The Sun today, the future of Albert Square and the balance as viewers switch to Rivals. Because it was interesting. They were talking about it the other day. And what were they talking about it on? Was it Loose Women? Well, they were talking about the thing. But they tactfully didn't mention what time EastEnders was on. They just said, and you're going to be able to watch Emmerdale and Coronation Street. No mention of EastEnders. Because unfortunately, EastEnders and Corrie go head-to-head, both on at exactly the same time. Ali Ross has said stop patronising and alienating core viewers. And they're saying now the future is in the balance because viewers are switching to the rival. They're deserting EastEnders. You know why? I couldn't tell you any of the storylines on there. Derek Martin, who played Charlie Slater for 15 years, reckons EastEnders needs to focus less on appealing to young audiences and stop being so miserable. He's 88. 88. From Bow, he left the soap when his character suffered a fatal heart attack. He says, I get stopped every day by Joe Public. They say Charlie because they still use the character's name. But you've got the Carter family with Danny Dyer Centre departing the Queen Vic's as the landlord, and all sorts of different people in it. But it's hemorrhaging audit, and it's not going to get any better. Once they start doing these up against each other, you're going to have to make the decision. Are you going to watch EastEnders or are you going to watch Coronation Street? And at the moment, EastEnders is dying the death, unfortunately. Fred in Bromley says Wetherspoons do a pint for 99 pence. Do they? 99? But what sort of pint do you get for 99 pence? I don't know where you're buying it, Fred. You're not going to the Legion, are you? I've heard about people who go to the Legion. Hastings have 2 funicular railways, one at East Hill and one at West Hill, says Anne in Chislehurst. Thank you. And and somebody says, I'm going to Joe Allen's on Friday on your recommendation and looking forward to it. Is it correct there's an off-menu dish? Well, they didn't used to put the hamburger on there. You'd have to ask for the hamburger or the cheeseburger. Beef burger. Yes, I think it's still the case. Yes, I don't remember seeing it on there last time. And you can have a cheeseburger or a bacon burger or something like that. But it was only ever known to people in the know. But always were. Oh, you'll like it. It's nice. But I've always said restaurants are the company that you're with. The restaurant itself, just adds to it. And somebody else says, Steve, I can't help think. Wait a minute. We're having a quick look. They've got the mains at the moment, truffled winter squash risotto. No burger on there, you see. No burger. Braised beef in Guinness sounds quite nice. Have they still got the starters? That's it. Crispy duck and watermelon. That was very nice, actually. They also do Mr. Allen's steak tartare. That's not me, by the way, just in case. Modest. But they do all sorts of things. And then they do classics, actually. They do a chili dog and desserts. They do broken apple pie with Bakewell ice cream. Yummy. Yeah. Broken, in pieces. Broken apple pie. It's just an expression. They do peanut butter and jelly ice cream sandwich, peanut brittle. That sounds quite nice as well, actually, because I think I might be going as well very shortly. But we'll have to. I haven't been for a little while, actually. I've been a bit naughty. I like New York cheesecake with fresh raspberries and honey glazed pecan pie. Don't put food in front of me. It makes me ill. But so that's what you can order. Steve says, Graham, currently driving up the M1 with a truck full of Peroni if you want me to drop any off. Peroni, I don't think I've ever had a Peroni in my life. It's a beer, so yeah, it wouldn't help. And this one that says, I can't help think Putin is bluffing. He owns a mega mansion in Marbella, Spain. He's always there. I doubt he'll give up his lovely home. He's always there. I doubt he'll give that up. Yeah, I think he's posturing. It's the bluff, isn't it? We're going to mass all these. He doesn't care about the troops. And Roger says, that's very weird. My first job was selling carpets and sheets at Brentford Nylons. Brentford Nylons, blimey. Advertised by Alan Freeman. All right. Alan Freeman used to advertise Brentford Nylons. Great programme, Steve. Did you have any luck finding Butterscotch Angel Delight ice cream? I saw some in B&M Bargains. Just thought I'd let you know in case there's a store near you. Well, I think only Iceland are selling the ice cream. We found it we didn't find the ice cream. I haven't found that yet. What's the best carpet for wood floors, says Kim? Well, to be honest with you, I mean, carpet would replace wood floors. It depends where it's going. But what you want is, if you're using it in your sitting room, you need heavy domestic, which would be 80-20. 80% wool, 20% nylon. 80-20 mix. That's what it's called. You don't ever want to go for 100% wool because the pile will flatten down. Okay? Look at me, honestly. And always put a good underlay underneath it. Always a good underlay. Treadair is very popular, but a decent underlay underneath. Unless it's a very cheap carpet, in which case you can put just carpet paper underneath it, which is very simple. But no, Treadair would be very good, which is ribbed and green and very good. But 80-20 mix, that's called heavy domestic, because you get a lot of action in the sitting room.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's a cold Wednesday in London town. Mind you, if you're in other parts of the country, it's probably freezing cold. It's interesting, just going back to the future of Albert Square, they say in the balance, as viewers are switching to the rivals, when they bring in these changes, you're going to have EastEnders and Coronation Street up against each other, both transmitting at the same time, so you're going to have to make a decision. And when you look back at the audience figures, I mean, Corrie, I think, will be 8 p.m. 3 nights a week, 1 hour long, and EastEnders, I don't know what they're doing, but it's going to be exactly the same. And Emmerdale is on the other 2 nights. Are they doing 1 hour sessions of Emmerdale? I can't remember if they're doing that. Just half an hour. Probably quite long enough for people in the Dales, isn't it, I should imagine. But when you look back and you think that Christmas with Den and Angie divorcing pulled in 30 million viewers. And what are they down to now? 3 million. That's called hemorrhaging, and they've just wasted £90 million rebuilding the EastEnders set. I mean, surely get different writers in, come up with some storylines. I mean, I used to watch it, but not on a regular basis. I was never a regular soap opera. I used to catch up, luckily, to sort of see, who was doing what with whom. And that was about as far as I knew. I didn't sort of know anything else. I'd go back with the early days. I remember it when it was in black and white, for goodness sake. And I did like all the characters. There were far better characters, I think, in those days. Now it's all, young kids in the soaps and sort of getting and some of the characters trying a bit too hard. You don't need to try too hard. You just need better scripting. That's all it takes. But you're never going to get 30 million back. I mean, back in the days of Den and Angie. And I can remember it vividly. It was, she played a drunk fantastically, and he was sort of evil beyond belief. And it was just one of those situations that you hung on every word. And that was Christmas. I mean, playing drunk well is very hard. There used to be a guy, actually, used to have an act in the theatre. He played drunk. That's what he did. His act was playing drunk. He was a comedian, and it was very good. It was very, very good. Mind you, there was the bloke who used to bang a tea tray on his head. He used to sing Rawhide or something. You go, Rawhide, yee-haw, and he'd bang his tea tray, a metal tea tray on his head, and that would be the act. Oh, happier days, ladies and gentlemen. Happier days. Steve, if you'd like some memories of Hong Kong past, I would recommend the movie Family Light Affair. It was a simple, heartwarming tale of a poor Chinese family that came to Hong Kong to see the lights. One of my favourites, says Dan in South Croydon. My favourite is The World of Susie Wong. The World of Susie Wong was one of my favourite Chinese films because it was filmed at a time that we knew Hong Kong. And there were the junks and the squatters' huts on the hills and the Star Ferry. I mean, the Star Ferry's been there since God knows, pulled on chains. From one side to the other, the chain pulls it backwards and forwards. Brilliant. Love stuff like that. Still doesn't alter the fact that, you know, they're moving Coronation Street in Emmerdale to the same time slot as EastEnders. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't know what the simple answer is. But, you know, Charlie Slater says, really, you know, they used to... He said you'd have the Slaters, the Trumans, the Mitchells, the Fowlers... You know, all these different things. He said, I'm nothing against youngsters, they're the future, but he's absolutely right. Too many youngsters. I mean, they can't axe it after spending 97 million or something, or whatever it is. But there's too many youngsters in there. You know why? Cheap. That's what it is. So you stick them in there, but they don't have the gravitas that the other characters. You look at all the people who were in Coronation Street in the early days, Hilda and Stan Ogden, you know, the people running the pub, Ina Sharples and everybody else. You know, it was completely different. And then they start bringing in youngsters, which is great. Let them play ball in the street and then make them go away again. But when they start giving them storylines, it's ridiculous. And it just doesn't work. And that's why the audience figures are sort of tiddling out, I'm afraid. But let's wait and see what happens. But I think they'll all disappear. I mean, Ina Sharples, she was terribly grand. But she played tough northern working class, and that's how it was. You know, they'd sit there and go, oh, I think I'll have a stout, Ina. And things like that. It was good stuff. It was really good stuff. It was a gritty northern drama. But now, too many children in these things. You know, children doing bits and pieces, getting pregnant. And the people who watch these things are not children. They're adults. And we don't want this. It's as simple as that. And they will suffer. They will suffer. Apparently, Paul from Ripon says Wetherspoons sell a pint of Ruddles Bitter for 99p. Don't tell the producer, he'll be out there straight away. He's hopeless, honestly. I couldn't ever drink a pint of bitter if you paid me money. I really couldn't. I mean, I did try it once because I worked in a pub, and definitely not. Steve, I'm in the jewellery and watch business, and repairs take 6 to 8 weeks because watch clock repairers are a dying breed. Watch movements need oil like cars. They need oil and regular servicing. Always use your local jeweller for expert advice. Timpson's cut keys. After all, would you get your Bentley serviced anywhere other than a Bentley dealership, says Anthony. Well, it depends, actually, because I'm quite lucky because I know loads of people. I know people that could come round and service my car who've worked on Bentleys and Rolls-Royces for years and years. So I can always get that. You know, Timpson's cut keys, but they also put watch batteries in. Because, strangely, in most of the cases, you just put the watch battery in and they give you a guarantee. But if it needs servicing, well, then I'm going to take it to a jeweller's. But having had people sort of offer to do it, people who are retired watch repairers... you know, it's quite nice. I like the idea, actually. We always find people, you know, the amount of people that come to my shows and who do all sorts of things. You know, we've got Neil, who is heavily involved with the Magic Circular and the printing of it, which comes out. So, and you meet all sorts of people. You know, I know people who own nightclubs. I know people who own restaurants. I know people who own garages and sell motor cars. And the Magic Circular is the news. It's a magazine that comes out. Yeah, the Magic Circular, which is very good. Actually, I tell you what I looked at the other day, and I walked past it in Richmond. They've got Posh Pawn Shop opening, as in P-O-R-N. I have to explain this every time because P-A-W... Oh, yes. So, yes, P-A-W-N. Oh, blimey, a bit of a shock there. And it's on a corner just opposite where Dickinson Jones was. But they've got a circular thing in the middle of the floor, which you walk over. And what is it? It's all watches. All watches. They put all these watches and covered it over with glass. It looks fantastic. It looks absolutely... And I looked at it. I peered through the window because I'm a bit nosy. And they were looking for workmen to work in there. So I've applied for a job. So I'll start next week, you know, valuing people's jewellery. Yeah, give you 20 quid. All right, 25 quid. But I'm fascinated by these sort of places. But it all looks very nice inside. So it's taking a bit of time to get round to it, but I'm sure it will. Kevin the Milkman, morning Kevin, says a soap opera needs believable storylines and good characters, along with a touch of humour mixed with serious situations. That's why the only soap for me will always be The Archers. Yes, I'm expecting to be called ancient by you. Well, actually, it's funny because the producer said to me, he said, have you ever heard The Archers? I said, well, years ago, my parents would listen to it. My mother would listen to it. I always remember dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun 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 da dun da dun da dun dun da 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 dun dun, and it was good. And you go, oh, and there was a guy called Walter Gabriel in it. Well, stop! I'm telling you the truth. Walter Gabriel was one of the characters. It was out in the countryside. Now they've put gay characters in. There's all sorts of things going on. And I mean, whatever next? I ask you, ladies and gentlemen. Rich says, I own a large floors company here in Devon. We've got a sales position going. Send me your CV. Yes, I sold linoleum and vinyl flooring and Brinton. I went to Brinton's of Kidderminster on a couple of occasions because I was telling James O'Brien. We went up there, so one of the companies would pay for you to go up there, and you'd stay there for a few days, and they would show you how they made carpets, and then you would come back and hopefully you would sell Brinton's carpets because they did a lot of twist pile carpets because they're stronger. 80 twist pile as opposed to just flat velvet pile. This would be twist. And we used to have all these things that we pulled out, and you'd show people. We sold Chinese rugs and Indian rugs, but there was just fluff everywhere, I can't tell you. You must have rode the funicular railway up to the Peak in Hong Kong when we lived there. We spent hours up there with the camera. Can't believe how much the Chinese must have spent on Hong Kong, says Al. Yeah, we used to go to the Tiger Balm Gardens. We used to go to the fish markets at Wan Chai. We used to go to the New Territories, which is all built up and has been for donkey's years now. They put their casinos over in Macau. And we used to go to the floating restaurants at Aberdeen. We lived at number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. We were up on the Peak. It's great. The Tiger Balm Gardens were fantastic. It was all just beautiful statues of lions and dragons and everything else. And the Peak tram, I mean, it takes millions of tourists. It's been running for donkey's years. I think it's had a number of upgrades. I think it's on about its 6th upgrade. But we did it. But, of course, Hong Kong wasn't as built up. And the floating restaurants in Aberdeen, yeah, it was not actually on the New Territories. It was all fields. There was nothing over there at all. Now it's all built up. And the floating restaurants at Aberdeen, you'd go there and you would pick your fish out of the tank. You would go. They used to have these huge tanks with lobsters, crabs, and fish, all mixed in together, chatting away like, oh, what kind of a day have you had, kind of thing. You know, have you met the turkeys? No, they disappeared, didn't they? They never came back. I never went there. My parents, I was too young. I was 9, so I didn't go to things like that. Yeah, 18 and over. And you'd pick out the fish, and they would literally get a net and pick it out, and then it would be served at the table. So it's still there. But I remember the smells. God, you remember the smells of Hong Kong. You really do, in the fish markets and all the different markets and the water running down the roads and everything else. When it rained, you know, kind of thing. So what are we going to do to get EastEnders back on course? And the answer is, I don't know. Stop putting blooming kids on it. That would help. Because as anybody will tell you, you know, why they don't know these things, I don't know. How is it somebody who doesn't make television programmes can tell you why the audience has tailed off? Because they spend most of their time running stories about some of the characters which aren't of any interest to people. You know, and I'm not interested in people playing it for laughs. Mike in Kettering, I know very well actually, says, I've never watched EastEnders ever since Grant left. Back in the day, Phil and Grant made the show. Now it's just boring dribble of a soap. Yeah. Have you ever attended a fancy dress party? And what did you go as? I went as a clown, actually. What? Rude, honestly. I went as a clown, together with... there's photos of me. You're not going to be seeing them anytime soon, but there are definitely photographs of me.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. So after Shane Ritchie was the pub landlord with Kathy, they replaced them, no idea, with Danny Dyer and Kelly Bright. EastEnders went downhill, says Joanna. I don't watch any soaps anymore. The trouble is we need to be up to speed with the soaps, but it should be don't have too many storylines running. That's the problem, isn't it? When you're trying to keep up with about 4 or 5 storylines, and I just lose the will to live. But I've never been a complete... So I'm turning over the paper because I'm trying to find this one particular story. And I can't find it at the moment, which is It's very frustrating. Once you try and find a story, and then it just... Oh, here it is. I found it, actually. I found the story. And this is John Rendell. John Rendell. Now, you'll remember him because... Why do you remember John Rendell? Because he... they say he was found dead at his desk on Sunday by his son. He was 76. He was the socialite who bought the lion called Christian from Harrods in the day when Harrods' slogan was, "We can get you anything. You want an elephant? We'll get you an elephant." And they saw a lion cub in Harrods in the pet department, and so they bought him in the swinging 60s. The big cat soon became a regular as he was taken for walks along King's Road. They used to have a shop called Sophisticat, which sold pine furniture, and Christian would lie in the window. And you get people going past going, "Mummy, Mummy, I've just seen a lion in a window." No, you haven't. And they used to take the lion out for walks at the local vicarage because they had an enclosed area where Christian could run free. And it's very interesting because they made a book about it called A Lion Called Christian, and they made a film. And the film was very interesting because in it, Christian had got so big that they decided to take him to Africa, and he was looked after there. He was a lion born in captivity. John Rendell and Anthony Ace Burke from Harrods bought him in 1969. Then he was introduced to George Adamson. Now, you remember George Adamson because he released Christian into the wild. His former owners decided to go looking for him. So they went back sometime later. And Christian, by this time, has his own wife, and he has his own cubs and all the rest of it. And he walks towards them, and it's the best thing you'll ever see on YouTube. And they look at him, and then he starts running, and then he throws himself at them because he suddenly remembers that they were the people who brought him up, and they brought him up from a little tiny cub. And it's just the most amazing. I've sent more people to watch this. And Christian, the lion, he can't stop cuddling them and everything else. They didn't know whether he was going to attack them or what. And so I always thought it was such a good story. And I remember reading the book a long, long time ago. It must have been the most emotional thing for them to see him. And Christian just wanted to hug them. And I think he introduced his family to them as well. And it was just something because this had been quite a long gap, actually, quite a long gap. So Christian returned to the wild in Kenya after Rendell became a dedicated conservationist. And 14 million people have viewed this. 14 million people. You should watch it. And there's Christian the lion's family. And he's got cubs and everything else. But it's when he sees them, and then obviously something goes click. And he runs towards them and then just basically throws. But he must have weighed a ton, I should imagine. Probably stunk to high heaven. Because before they used to wash him and all the rest of it. But that's what they've said. And they've said here, Rendell, this is John Rendell, was found dead at his desk on Sunday by his son, Maximilian, a magician. Oh, interesting. But Liz Brewer says, the reason I married John and I was on my 6th fiancée was because of the wonderful relationship he had with animals and people. His first wife, the ladette to lady etiquette advisor Liz Brewer, says, I knew he'd be a fabulous father. And sadly missed. But if you can get hold of the book, it's good. And if you want to go to... They bought him for £250. 1969, £250 in today's money. And if you get the chance to have a look at him on YouTube, we haven't heard from Christian. After that, Christian disappeared, and we don't think he came back again. He might have been. Yes, he sort of saw them, and I think that was enough to make that film very special. Steve, if you should go to Machu Picchu, says Connie, Peru, one day, please take me with you. I could be your interpreter and see a concert by Alborada, the best Peruvian group. I really would appreciate it. There's something about Machu Picchu. It's a magical place. And I think that's what makes it interesting. EastEnders, says Sam, is dull, in my view. Too many kids. I'm sorry to keep going on about it, but it's not children who watch soap operas. I don't know why people think they do. They're too busy playing on their phones or phoning their mates or texting or doing all sorts of things. But, try and concentrate. I mean, even Dot's gone now. Oh, I don't really know, Pauline. She'd shove another cigarette in her mouth. Pauline Rippon says, had a meal last night, made the mistake of Googling the £27.95 bottle of red wine we had, $8.99. No wonder it wasn't that good. Well, the markup in pubs, you have to appreciate the fact they do buy cheaper wine, and they have to get their markup. As I say, if I was buying a bottle of Prosecco in a pub, I would think it would be, on average, 25 quid. For a bottle, it would probably cost me about eight or 9 quid, and they could probably buy for a fiver. Steve, we need to feel-good factor, says Karen. I stopped watching EastEnders years ago, probably 8 years now, because the storylines were too depressing. Life's depressing enough as it is. And then we watch television for a bit of a pick-me-up. There's rarely a happy storyline before the doom and gloom sets in. I know. They're either shot, run over, blown up, or all sorts of things, because that's what they think people want in soaps nowadays, and we don't. They go, oh, soap reflects life. Well, I've never experienced any of this. Never experienced anything at all. Never been shot. No, not that I remember. Not that I remember. Tilly in Barnet says, I'm a primary school teacher, and for years I've shown all my classes the shorter clip of Christian the Lion. It's the best thing ever. All the children were mesmerised by the story. I remember reading the book, years and years and years ago, and I can't remember how I found it. I think it was just a lion called Christian, and they took photographs of Christian growing up and sitting in the shop window and then being taken out for walks and everything else. And then he was taken, because George Adamson, I think, was murdered out in Kenya. I'm pretty certain he was, actually. But he was one of these people. He lived with animals. And but the Christian story just struck a note with people. And I got no end of people saying, is it a true story? I went, absolutely, it's a true story. Yeah, he was murdered. I thought he was, actually. James in Uxbridge says, where were you last night? You were nowhere to be seen during Eddie Mayer's party. By the way, he says, if anybody asked, it wasn't a party, it was a management meeting. Oh, la, la, la. So Eddie had an LBC party on his show. Yeah, I was there. I just was in disguise. I went as somebody else, little moustache on. Apparently, somebody was telling me about people playing drunks. And there's quite a number of famous drunks, people who did it as an act. Freddie Frinton used to have a broken cigarette and one collar up, says Brian in Faversham. And Josh says Chaplin, Charlie, first act on the London stage, was simply playing a drunk with no dialogue. Excuse me. And I remember that because I think it was in the film Chaplin. He comes on stage and he just and people thought it was funny to watch a drunk. But I remember Freddie Frinton would come on, broken cigarette and all this kind of stuff. But it's the bloke with the tea tray. Who was the bloke with the tea tray? He used to bang it, raw high, yee, and he'd bang this metal tea tray on his head. I thought it was great. Unilever and the Royal Mail are going to slash jobs to beat the inflation squeeze. I mean, Royal Mail, well, they can't scrap postmen. Who's going to deliver the post? Perhaps it'll be management. Perhaps they're top heavy with management. And Unilever as well, they make Marmite. Doesn't sound as exciting, does it really? But so they're going to get rid of... Apparently the job losses are part of a wider restructuring, which will see Unilever, who employ more than 6,000 people in the UK and Ireland, organise itself into 5 divisions: beauty and well-being, personal care, home care, nutrition and ice cream. I don't know. That's what they make. I don't know how they do it. Listen, don't ask me. I just merely pass it on to people. I have no idea.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Michelle says, I've just watched that Christian the Lion video. It was lovely. It was so restored your faith. Restored your faith in everything. That it was sort of that they went back there. They didn't know if they were going to see Christian. And then he appeared and he walked slowly. And then in his mind, he must have been going, wait a minute, I know these people. And that's when he suddenly realised, and then he breaks into the run. It's fantastic. Astrid, you'll have to download the programme. You have to podcast for the answer. And Nikki says, what do you search for on YouTube to look for the lion? How about a lion called Christian? Only a bit of a guess on that one, Anne Widdecombe's column today talks about Charlotte Briggs. Now, you remember Charlotte Briggs, don't you? Charlotte Briggs was taking full advantage of Prince Andrew's current difficulties, rehearses a grudge of more than 20 years ago when she was a maid at Buckingham Palace. and she was summoned up by Prince Andrew several flights of stairs just to close his curtains. Miss Briggs also reveals how Andrew kept his ex-wife's wedding dress in one of his wardrobes and her makeup on the dressing table. That's sad, says Anne Widdecombe, and private. Kicking a man when he's down is not a good look, Miss Briggs. Which is actually what we said at the time. 20 years ago, get over yourself. No, we would never do that. Not our sort of thing at all. However, she also talks about a competitor on The Apprentice claiming to have been bullied. How? Writes Anne Widdecombe. He says he was reduced to tears when another competitor called him a clown after a failed task. Anne Widdecombe wrote, Diddums. She said, perhaps he should have tried for the army instead and asked the sergeant major for a handkerchief. I mean, it was a bit ridiculous. And she also talks about pictures have emerged of the Strictly stars partying till 3 a.m. while on the live tour. What's new? She says, as I recount in my autobiography, still available, this was normal behaviour night after night. You can just imagine Anne Widdecombe kicking her heels off. Come on, party on down. Great book. But I never read it, actually. I never read it. Did you read it? There must be an awful lot. I always remember Louis Theroux going, can we film in your bedroom? No, you can't, she said. She didn't want him anywhere near the bedroom or anything like that. Goodness sake. Holly Willoughby says she and Philip Schofield are the best of friends despite claims of a feud, and reveals she's now confident enough to cry on live television. Oh, cry on live television. I don't know why people start these feud things. They've done it on a few programmes. It's obviously a cheap bit of publicity, and then they can sort of go, oh, and of course it turns out they don't have a feud. And you go, could you just made it up? It's just absolutely rubbish. They've been working together since 2006. They work on about 3 programmes together. She says, I couldn't work with him if he drove me nuts. They get on what you can see. They've got chemistry. Any old idiot or shoddy journalist could spot that they've got chemistry. Of course there's no feud between them. She's taken a bit of time off, a bit of me time, and it's perfect. For a long time, she says, the focus was on work, business, having it all, being the perfect mum, the perfect friend, the perfect wife, perfect woman in the boardroom, the perfect boss. She said, it just falls into place. She's good. A decorated officer groped a male soldier's bottom on a drunken night out. Good Lord above, that must go on all the time, I should imagine. This was at the House of Commons. There was a court-martial, if you please. The major admitted grabbing the man, 18 years his junior, as they danced in a Soho club. Really? Hours after he gave a speech on behaving properly while representing the army. He then tried to get him back to his room. He was fined £2,000, but avoided a demotion that would have halted his expected promotion to lieutenant colonel. So if you cough up the money, you can carry on rising up. The 16-year-old veteran had been changed by action in Afghanistan and by losing close comrades, because that's always the thing, isn't it? It makes you want to grope somebody. Have you ever heard of anything like it? So they haven't discharged him. They've just said, basically, £2,000 and you avoid demotion. They said it was a significant lack of judgment due to alcohol. I don't think I shall drink anymore, actually. I don't think it's necessary. What was the other? Oh, I love this one. This is a great house. You're looking for a house to buy. It's a one-bedroom property. It used to be a little shop, and they've done a bit of spin on this one. This lovely shop is for sale as a flat, and it's got a garden. Unfortunately, it's called Bijou. Okay, the reason it's called Bijou is there is just enough room for 2 people to stand in it. That's how big the garden is. In fact, I've seen bigger showers. It was spotted by an architectural communications expert who's on the hunt for a home. He said, when I saw it, I couldn't stop laughing. He said, it definitely won't be making my shortlist. There is enough room to put a chair on this garden. That's it. There is no room for any. In fact, that's it. Chair. One chair, nothing else. 2 plants fill it up. How it's only got this, I've got no idea. But it's on the market for £195,000. It's Bijou. I love the word Bijou. A lot of cinemas were called Bijou. Yeah. Bought for $63,000 in 2004. Sold after renovations a year later for $130,000. And it spans 3 floors that offer a light, spacious and contemporary feel. It will be extremely popular. Well, not with a stupid garden you've got. You open the doors and there's a chair and that's it. And it's also got wooden panels around it, so you can't even go anywhere. There's nothing to look at apart from back into the room you've just walked out of. Ridiculous. Have you ever seen anything so stupid in your entire life? He's paid £200,000. For a post, I mean, seriously, the garden is. I mean, my studio is bigger than that. At least, my studio is vast. You could put a swimming pool in here. No, yeah, Friedel. That was another thing that apparently they weren't happy about. They were going to put a swimming pool on stage with her, and I suppose she could have risen out of the middle of it. That would have looked fairly impressive. But whatever it is, she's not happy about it. The treasure trove of royal pictures in the paper revealing happier times in Norfolk, and a high flyer who moved to the Arctic for the love of a reindeer herder. He was a Sami, and anyway, he then froze her out, and she found true happiness in her remote Sami village. Because when we were there, the Samis look after the reindeer, because all the reindeer, thousands of them, are free to roam every year, and then the Samis know which are theirs, and they round them up and they cull, and, well, they have to, because otherwise you have to... They do it in Richmond Park. There's a cull there, and it's quite interesting. I like it, but we found another grave. Builders have found this one. It's an Anglo-Saxon cemetery unearthed by house builders. Turned up rare jewellery and materials, plus a warrior buried next to a horse and a dog, and an ornately decorated sword. Good Lord, they're about 1,400 years old. This is on Digging for Britain, it's called. So they go to build a house and they find a grave. And the moment you find a grave, you've got to stop. Stop now. Yeah, dead dog and a horse and a body, which they think could have been a king, because some of the jewellery was quite beautiful. It's in Deal in Kent. Very nice indeed. I mean, all these poor people, honestly, they didn't realise years ago when they were buried that somebody was going to dig them up and stick a house on top of them, you know. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? You know, we've got a wimpy home on top of our grave. I'm going to be cremated, I've decided. But I'm taking all my money with me. So that's going with me. No hesitation about that one. Yeah, loads of 50. Somebody did that once. It was the end of a film, and I can't remember what the film was, but it was somebody who had all this money. They said, I'm going to be buried with it. And so they died, and somebody said, wait a minute. Took all the money out of the coffin, wrote a cheque out and put it in there. They said, there you go, he's still got his money. Love it. Oh, no, we're not doing parties, I've decided, actually. We can't do parties. I don't know where we're going with parties. And they're doing things now on, you know, cakes and baking and all sorts of things like that, which is very exciting. Troops on standby over the Ukraine threat, but they think it's posturing. They think he's all mouth and trousers. Quite possibly. But never mind. A group of female poets say Robbie Burns was a misogynist who portrayed women as either frigid or promiscuous. Women are depicted as too promiscuous or too prudish or too proud. So that was it. So that was Robbie Burns. I mean, nobody left very... You know Robbie Burns? He wrote a lot of poems. He was very famous. Scottish. Robbie Burns. He's very famous, actually. Very, very famous. You might have... Quite old. He's been dead for God knows how long. I mean, I don't even know how... I mean, I don't think there's any photographs of him, put it that way. He must have died in 1750... About 1796, wasn't it, he died? Yeah, it's coming back to me slowly. Funny thing, you remember certain things in this job. Other things I can't remember. Hopeless, but yeah, Robbie Burns I remember on that one, definitely.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Gosh, it's freezing cold. I've had to put my coat on, actually. Happy Australia Day, Steve. Says Steve, your biggest fan in Australia. I'm an original Essex boy and hating the 35 degrees. I know, the trouble is I'm kind of sort of thinking I love the tent. They've got one of these sort of, it's not a blow-up tent, but it looks like it's sort of part of a tent without a front and a back on it. And we've got a dog on a rug. And it looks like there's a cool chest there as well, which has obviously got booze. It looks like you've taken up residence. It looks very nice indeed. I'm very impressed by that, because we used to do that. You'd put a rug down on the sand and then you'd lie on it, because it was the only thing that didn't get sand in all sorts of strange places. Stu says, Steve, restaurants make their money from alcohol and desserts, not the actual meals. Oh, from alcohol all the time. That's where the profit is. I always say to people, if you're going out, just be a little bit careful, because check prices. You can go through the roof on some of these things. The bloke who sang and played the tea tray was Bob Blackman, and the tune was Mule Train. It's on YouTube, says Les. I knew you'd know. And the man you're talking about is Bob Blackman, Steve. The song is Mule Train, the Rawhide theme. There are videos on YouTube, says Pete in Woolwich. And Debbie says, Steve, totally agree about EastEnders. Gave up with that about 5 years ago. I want to watch stories about characters I care about. How are they going to get the viewers back? I don't think they are. I don't think they are, unless they're going to sort of take over the newspapers and start saying these are the storylines coming out and all the rest of it. What they've done is that they've ended up making it silly. You know, we don't want silly things. We liked the characters. We were just interested. It was like we were eavesdropping. I don't, the fact they put, somebody's got to die over Christmas and New Year and somebody's got to blow up the pub or something. Who cares? The nearest we got in my day was somebody said, I'll have a cherry with that bottle of stout, Ena. And that was it. Will you be working on the Queen's Platinum Jubilee? Or have you got anything else planned for that weekend, says Martin? I've got no idea. I don't work the weekend anyway. So extended bank holiday. There's another extended bank holiday. Oh, my Lord above. My Lord above. And Dulcie says, I've just watched Christian the Lion's reunion video on YouTube. Most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Made me sob. Oh, don't worry. I always choke up on it as well. Because, especially when you think that one of the boys isn't with us anymore. And Christian the Lion, we think, died a long, long time ago. But he had that sort of relationship with them, and to see it working again is just amazing. Really is lovely to watch. Really is. Port Lymph is a place you can stay in Kent, a lion reserve. Oh, I've been down there loads of times. They've got gorillas at Port Lymph. Lots of gorillas. Loads of gorillas. I mean, like gorillas, and they've got a big indoor area, which is all cages, and they make their nests up there and everything else. And then some of the big silverbacks are out. Oh, yeah, I've been there loads of times. Loads of times. And Vivian Walpole says, I'm crying watching the Christian reunion, Steve. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. It really is, because you could see, the sort of the happiness in, and, if Christian had wanted to, he could have extended his claws and could have ripped them to pieces, but he remembered them as people who looked after him, and he grew up with them, bless his heart. For the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, everybody, the Maybank holiday weekend will be moved to Thursday the 2nd of June, and an additional bank holiday on Friday the 3rd of June will see a 4-day weekend to celebrate Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the first time any monarch has reached this historic milestone. 70 years. I don't know what it is that keeps her going. I really don't. I've got no idea. Is she on some special tablets or something that we're not aware of? Sean Hallam-Borrange. I used to love Hallam-Borrange. Very nice. So now you know. Back, Steve, in 1985, when EastEnders first came on the scene, there were just 4 TV channels to choose from as compared with the hundreds we have today. Together with the likes of Netflix, Amazon Prime, the soap just isn't good enough to compete with the vast array of alternative viewing, says Steve in Bury St Edmunds. Yeah, I mean, you might be right, actually. When you think that, Den and Ange got 30 million and they're down to 3 million, and they've just spent more than 90 million pounds rebuilding the set again. That's not going to get an audience back. It really isn't. Kevin the Milkman says, I loved Thora Hird in Alan Bennett's Talking Heads, the cream cracker under the sofa. She said, the family asked if I wanted to be buried or cremated. I told them. Surprised me. I love those Alan Bennett talk. You ever hear those Alan Bennett Talking Heads? There were some really good ones. Really, really cracking ones. And Thora Hird was one of them. I met her once. I think she said to me, I'm 92 or whatever it was. And I said, you should be dead. And no, I didn't. But I remember she was introduced to me. Somebody said, this is Steve Ash. Oh, hello. She said, I'm 90. So people over a certain age want to tell you. Under a certain age, they don't want to tell you how old they are. Steve Allen, 67. Nearly 68. Whee! So excited. Steve, I've just watched the Lion video. I'm in tears, says Anne. What is it with you lot in tears this morning? Goodness sake. Love your programme. Listen to you every day since I found you during lockdown. Yes, all of a sudden we've changed his name. It's Christian. But I nearly teared up as well this morning just watching it back again, because I just thought it was so bloody brilliant. I just thought it was so nice. And if you read the book, you'll love it. But there's a whole DVD, I think, which is called Christian the Lion, which shows, them, they filmed it. It's obviously been transferred from video onto, but I think there is, I'm sure there is a DVD. I'm pretty certain. I don't know why. I should have to buy it. I've got it. I'm sure I've got it somewhere at home. I'll never find it, but I'm sure I've got it. And then you can really relive the whole thing, and you just feel you're absorbed in it. There it is. A Lion Called Christian DVD, £7 you can find it. £7 on Amazon. And came out in 2009 with John Rendell, Ace, Jackie, who's the director, and it's lovely. Jackie, the director, I don't know why that should be such a big deal. And it's got a picture of them. They used to take him in the car, and Christian would lean in the back of it, and they'd drive through London. In the days when you could with a lion. Nowadays, the police would stop you and imagine. I'm sorry, sir, you've got a lion in the back of your car. Yes, he's our pet. We've got a lion. But so it is only 4 left in stock. You watch. I bet you anything, by the end of this programme, they'll all have gone. They go very quickly nowadays. Ads for oat drinking company Oatly have been banned for making misleading environmental claims. 2 TV ads, 2 paid-for social media posts and 2 newspaper ads made claims about the amount of greenhouse gases created by the dairy and meat industries. Good Lord. And did you know that more than 9 in 10 eligible card transactions in 2021 were contactless payments? I can't use contactless at the moment. I know it's something, perhaps my card needs reboosting or something. I've tried it. I have to push it into the slot. I don't know why it doesn't work. Perhaps it's just given up. And do you remember the man who took his uncle's corpse to the post office to collect his pension? You remember him, don't you? This is Declan Horney. Sorry, I can't help it. It's the way it's spelled. It was pictured as a pallbearer days after he and a pal queued with Peter Doyle's body to collect his money. He thinks Peter died during the 5-minute walk from home. Well, obviously most of it, he was dragged. He didn't actually walk it, did he? Poor soul. But he says, I'm not an Egypt. He's been accused of trying to take his uncle's money, which he denies. He said, we were grand like, then all of a sudden he started going all slumpy. It's because he was dead. I don't want to go into it. I go slumpy. Some people go, is he dead? Is he finally check his wallet, see how much money he's got on him. And so they were pictured at the funeral. There's also a picture of him being taken away by the police through the post office. Honestly, you think your life doesn't get any worse. It really couldn't. So we're going to find out tomorrow whether or not there's going to be any news on the party. I don't want to talk any more about it, okay? And what else are we going to find out tomorrow? I don't know, actually. What are we going to find out tomorrow? We'll find out what we'll find out tomorrow. If you're not doing anything, sort of pop in. You know, we're always here. Doors are always wide open for you. Just pull up a chair, sit down, you know. Take a hot water bottle. I nearly bought another hot water bottle yesterday, but I decided not to. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's early breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen. It's Thursday, the 27th of January. How many days are in January? 31, isn't it? 30 days hath September, April, June and November. All the rest have 31, excepting February in a leap year. So now we know, which is good. Actually, it must be very early in the morning because even Dawn Neesom's up early and says, you know that you've got a busy day ahead when you're actually up earlier than the Steve Allen show, because it hasn't even started when she was getting up. So she only went to bed an hour ago. Where this woman gets her energy from, we have no idea, but we're very grateful that she's around for us as well at the same time, which is very nice indeed. I hope you're all well this morning. Well, I mean, it's just getting worse and worse for Prince Andrew every single day. You know, I sort of open up the newspapers and I think, oh, please God, there isn't a story about boring old Prince Andrew. He was dreary years ago. Now it's a case of where is this story going? Now he has demanded trial by jury. But wait a minute, Virginia asked for that ages ago, Andrew. You know, the woman you don't know. So I'm just pointing out that somebody who you don't know who's made the allegations. And there are 41 denials over sex claims. And the papers are going to have an absolute field day with this. I mean, the Queen must be absolutely wringing her hands in despair at the shame that this story has brought on the royal family. I mean, it really is absolutely dreadful, especially in her sort of special year. You'd have thought that he'd have realised. But the trouble is, he was always an arrogant old so-and-so, even years ago. I always remember that one story. He was working, I think, on a base or something, and demanded that the people who worked with him called him Sir. And I remember thinking then, so you don't really have any friends, do you, dear? You're basically a little bit lonely. The one you're stuck... It's nice, isn't it? I knew you'd like that. So I bought some of this. It's... What is it? Oaty salted... oat shake from Marks and Spencer's salted caramel. It's delicious, isn't it? I know. It tastes... It's a bit like cold custard, but cold custard in a good way. So we got Dawn Neesom up early because she's on the Jeremy Vine show with Storm Huntley as well. And the funny thing is, I like being up early in the morning. I mean, yesterday I did go to bed quite late, later than usual. I went to bed at about 4:30, which for me is actually, you know, quite late. I was always an early to bed person. I was always early to bed because I had to go and give a sample, just call it a sample, to the doctor's surgery. You know, where they give you a little tiny test tube, and you think, well, it's not going to fit in there, is it? And so now they've had to add an extra bit, which they didn't used to before. So when they give you the kit for doing a urine sample, it is like a little funnel. It's like a little dish thing which you can then pour into, because you cannot do it any other way. And also, I could never write my name on the actual test tube, so they now print off your little name thing and your date of birth, and you stick it on there. I remember how to spell it. Then I went to the doctor's, and you put it into this thing, but I couldn't work out what it was. And I suddenly realised you lift up the lid, and it's all flat metal, and you put the thing on there. When you pull the lid down, it tips it into the thing. So that you can, so in the morning they can rescue your sample. Yes, good morning if you've just joined us. Welcome to the world of samples. Welcome to the world of I'm going to the doctors again. Actually, they've got the result of my blood test back. And they've said, pop in, but they've said it's non-urgent, just to discuss it with a doctor. So because if they'd actually said it's really urgent, come in and see us very quickly, then you'd know there was something the matter. Because I had my blood test the other day. And, see at the hospital. So Prince Andrew, the denials over the sex claims, which he's been doing all the time. He's never been charged with anything. It's a case of these are the allegations that have been put to him. He's now demanded a jury trial. Whether he turns up for it, I've got no idea. They might better do these things on Zoom or something else. All I know is it's an embarrassment, and somebody somewhere is telling lies. It comes down to that. It's like children. Did you do that? No, I didn't. Did you do that? No, I didn't. I just saw you do that. No, you didn't. You did that, didn't you? No, I didn't. Why are you telling me fibs? I'm not. And that's exactly how it is. He's denied everything. He doesn't even know her. He wasn't there when the picture was taken. It was a hologram, and it was, all these other stupid things. And you think to yourself, at the end of the day, you're a member of the royal family, and, you've behaved really badly over this one. You really badly. Biggest mistake of your tenure in office, doing whatever, was actually sort of giving an interview to Emily Maitlis. That was your downfall. You lost on that one. The thing I couldn't understand was, I don't sweat. Okay. Now the latest thing in the paper I told you the other day was, I do sweat. I've started sweating again. That's a bit lucky, isn't it? Fancy it just coming on like that. But anyway, we'll wait and see. Today is Holocaust Memorial Day. And it's where we remember those people who gave their lives. They didn't know they were giving their lives. More than 6 million Jews lost their lives in the concentration camps. And the programmes on the television just bring it back to you. And I watched one yesterday, and they went back, as indeed they always do, to Auschwitz, to Birkenau, and they look at the systematic ways that the Germans, the Nazis, were trying to get rid of mass extermination, and they came up with all sorts of ideas, and they couldn't come up with anything apart from the crematoria. And you can do the trip to Auschwitz now. It's a very special place to go to because it honours those who just didn't know what was going on. And the other day, Prince Charles met 7 Holocaust survivors after portraits were commissioned and unveiled at Buckingham Palace, and it brought a tear to his eye, brings a tear to everybody's eye. Lily Ebert was sent to Auschwitz in 1944. She's 98 now with her mum and 5 siblings, and she survived it. Ziggy Schipper, 92. Manfred Goldberg, 91, with Camilla. These people have stories to tell. And I watched this programme, and it just absolutely knocks you sideways, because you can't imagine what these people went through. When her family were taken to Auschwitz, Lily's mother Nina, the younger brother Bella, and one sister Berta were immediately sent to the gas chambers. But they didn't know. Only the people at the camp knew where they were going, because it was all shielded off with hedges and fences and everything else. And they were told to go in, and it was the showers. And then it was Zyklon B, which was put in, and people didn't know. I mean, fewer than 500 survivors of Hitler's death camps are still alive in Britain today. And I can always remember reading stories on LBC of the Simon Wiesenthal organisation, whose sole job it was to hunt out these Nazi murderers and get them into court, whether they were 99, 100 or clinging on to death. Nobody really cares. We got them into court. Many were executed. I mean, but one of them, Lily, talked to the Prince. She rolled up the sleeves of her jacket to show her tattoo, A10572. The Germans branded her on her left forearm, and I've got pictures of children doing the same thing. A stood for Auschwitz, 10 was her block number, and 572 was her prisoner number. She said, meeting you, it is for everyone who lost their lives. And then Charles, emotionally, clasped her shoulder and said, but it's a greater privilege for me. I mean, these remarkable people need to be just feted in every single department because they came through something that so many didn't. Families went in there, they were separated, and they never saw each other again. You'll see the programmes on the television, you'll read the reports in the newspapers, and you can't fail to be moved by what people went through. Whatever we've been through in our lives, to be honest with you, it was bugger all compared to what they went through. You know, people who were worked, you know, people who were getting off the trains and were slightly disabled, or they were old or something like that, they didn't stand a cat in hell's chance of surviving. They really didn't. There's a very good Auschwitz memorial exhibition, which is at the Imperial War Museum, and they had one of the railway carriages. They've got the carriage, one of the carriages there, and piles of shoes. Most effect on any one person to see a pile of people's shoes. People had those shoes on. They had to take them all off. There were glasses. I think in the huts at Auschwitz, the glasses. Because remember, there was that dreadful story of a school party who went. Lots of school parties go to Auschwitz. And two of the school people took some glasses that were on the floor. And the Auschwitz memorial survivors came back and said, we want them back. You can't touch stuff. This is people, and they were pilloried from on high, and so they bloody well should have been. It was a disgraceful thing to do. And somebody even pinched the sign above Auschwitz. I remember that went missing for a while, yeah. Then they actually got it back. I don't think people realise the impact it has on people. You ask anybody, you know, as I say, if you've not been through it, I never went through it. I'm not Jewish. You know, and I can only tell you what I see on the television when you look at people, and also the people surrounding the camp in Auschwitz, who were basically dobbing in people who'd managed to escape on those odd occasions that somebody had skipped off, and they were hiding in a farm, in a pigsty. And they said to some of them yesterday, I think it was the old farmer, he said, the Nazis then came and collected them. And they said, well, how did they know they were here? And he said, we phoned them. Makes you... They had to dig a trench, stand there, wait to be shot. They fell in. The Germans would go amongst them, take off items, the jewellery and stuff that they wanted. Then the next lot of people would come in, shovel earth on top, and they'd stand up there. And so it just built up. I mean, horrors that you can't even imagine in a million years. So today we remember, and we should do all the time. I don't think it's just today, but today is Holocaust Memorial Day. And it's something that we should all, you know, bear witness to and realise that, please God, things never get that bad ever again. But for some people, they still live it. They still live it on a day-to-day basis. Other stories in the papers today. I'm sorry it's all terribly depressing, but it has to be done. It has to be mentioned because I don't ever want to forget, because I've got lots of Jewish friends and they know more about these things. I have seen the boy in the striped pyjamas, Mark. Because that's what everybody had. They used to sort of make people work. And some people, I mean, how they even survived the work ethic, I've got no idea. And some of the guards in the camp, there was one there, it was a woman. She started off as a nurse, believe it or not, and then ended up as one of those people who, because she couldn't be bothered to wait for people to be killed in Auschwitz, she would have them poisoned and they would die. Luckily, she was put on trial and she was hanged. You know, they said, no, we're going to be sentenced to death. And many of them, of course, there were a few people who took poison themselves to avoid the death penalty. And you all know about those. I don't need to go over to that as well. Bad news in the papers today from Morrissey. I'd forgotten about Morrissey. He was in a group called the Smiths, I believe. He's told his former bandmate, don't talk about me. He was always a bit pretentious, Morrissey, I'm afraid. And although Dale used to fancy him gutless, I can't understand why. I never quite saw it myself. Alan Carr's estranged husband has now been jailed for drink driving, which leads us on to Jordan, unfortunately, who's now joined one of these for fans only, so that she can sort of, you know, make a bit of money and do something like that, and completely forgetting about the fact she's a convicted drunk driver 6 times. Ofcom is probing the BBC's anti-Semitic report, and believe it or not, over in Las Vegas, yes, Caesar's Palace have removed Adele's set. Very little chance of these shows going ahead because she's been replaced by Keith Urban. They're doing a country show, and so all of you who unfortunately were ripped off because you had to buy holidays and you bought your tickets at inflated prices and everything else, there's very little chance that these are going ahead because of the tantrums behind the scenes over this sound system, that sound system, this television system, this swimming pool, that swimming pool, and all the rest of it. So in the end, Caesar's Palace have gone, basically, listen, go away, and we're going to remove your set. So Keith Urban, obviously much easier to deal with, I should imagine.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. And Steve having a little sob into my coffee, listening to the talk of the Holocaust. Breaks my heart every time. Seriously breaks my heart every time. I find it very difficult sometimes to talk about things like that, you know, that you've watched on the television. And I didn't lose anybody in the Holocaust. I didn't lose anybody who went to any of the concentration camps. But I just think it's so important that it has to be mentioned because, you know, if it was a member of my family, I'd want to talk about it till the cows come home. Because we'll never know. We'll never ever know what it was like. And as I say, sometimes I have to hold it back a little bit. Dawn Neeson says, I don't even need to set it anymore. Body clock. This is waking up to listen to the programme. I also wake up before the alarm goes off. It's funny, isn't it? I think it's an inbuilt thing. You know, when you get your alarm and you set it for, I always set it for 11. But most of the time I wake up at about 10:30. And then I think, is it worth going back to sleep for half an hour? Or do I get up now? And I end up getting up, and I keep the same routine all the time. And at the weekend too. But then I'm able to go back to sleep again afterwards. I'll watch a bit of television, have a piece of toast, and then go back to bed again, which is actually quite good. Yeah, I've exhausted myself. I bought a little sourdough loaf the other day because I told you I had to speak to my brother about, you know, money coming in and accounts and things like that. And because we've wound up the mortgage account and we've wound up the tax because I'm PAYE, it's a case of we can cut down some of the accounts I've got. I think I've got about 7 or 8 accounts, and because years ago we used to have different. I had a household account, I had a tax account where we put money into it to save for the tax. So I always had it. Always had the tax account, so that when the tax came along, it was a case of I've got the money to do it. And then I've got a spending account, which makes you feel as though you're about 15 years old again, you know, and money's put into that. And that's my spending for the month. If I go over it, then it's got a built-in overdraft facility, or I can transfer money from another account. But I'm quite into the saving of the account. And you know as well that because I'm the Steve Allen 67. I've got that age now. I've got 2 pensions that have matured, and they keep writing to me saying, "What do you want to do with it?" And I've thought, well, I think I haven't even bothered with the state pension yet. I haven't got around to the state pension, which I'm due money on anyway because I should have been eligible for it for, well, but it's coming up 2 years now. Coming up 2 years. But the other one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the money out of it. And then close one of them down, obviously, because you get 30,000 tax-free, and then the remainder, however much it is, you have to pay tax on that. So I'm not particularly bothered, but I thought I can then change the car again this year. I've got the money to change the car now because I'm more into saving. I've got a bit better on the saving, and I've started. Although I did go and spend money buying a little bottle of aftershave the other day, my Creed Aventus. I went in there and I said I'll just have a little bottle. Because I've got a big bottle at home, which I keep in the bathroom to have a little every morning before I come out, and then a little bottle here. So, you know, and a little bottle is, believe it or not, £195. I mean, it's serious money. Oh, it's tiny. It's tiny. It's like that big. This doesn't help if you're listening in stereo, but I promise you it's about that big. Yeah, it's small. £195. I thought it was about 160. But because and then they always say, I'll give you some samples. And I said, well, don't give me any samples because I only use this aftershave because my friend Danny was the one who had it first of all. And I remember thinking, oh, I like the smell of that. And you have to pay for quality. Luckily, you get this programme for free, which is good. Steve, thank you for your lovely tribute to Holly. Don't make me cry, Jean. Please don't make me cry. I don't need that today. Chris in Fulham says, you're right to remind people of the Holocaust. People should be told the truth. It's we never forget it. Every year I do. And every year we get round to Holocaust Memorial Day. And every year I think about what those families went through and how some of them now, they didn't see their parents. Some of the ones that Prince Charles was meeting the other day, their parents were taken away. They never saw them ever again. And I can't even imagine what that must be like. I really can't. So I'm going to try and hold it together a little bit this morning. So I'm sorry about that. Joe says, thank you very much indeed. And Chris says, you're right to remind people. And Dale says, my wife of 21 years is Polish. Many times I've been tempted to go to Auschwitz whilst visiting and visiting families, but I just can't. I cry when I hear survivors talking and documentaries. It would scar me for life, Steve. I think you should go. Even my godson went. They do school trips to Auschwitz. I think to impress on them, this is how bad people can be to other people. That's why it's do. So, I mean, I think you should force yourself. I've never been. I've seen all the documentaries, and my favourite was years ago, if you can have such a thing as a favourite documentary on Auschwitz, and it was a woman called Kitty. And it was called Kitty Returns to Auschwitz. And she took her son, and she had her number, which was tattooed on her wrist. And she gets there, and she's standing by the gates, and there's the train lines there. And she just breaks down. Because, it all came flooding back to her, what it was like, because there would have been lots of people. The trains were arriving every few hours. And she's still alive, isn't she, Kitty? She's 95 now, and I found it the most moving thing I'd ever seen. I really had. I mean, Kitty Hart Moxon. She got an OBE. She was born in 26. She's a Polish-British Holocaust survivor, sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau at the age of 16. And, she survived for 2 years and was imprisoned at other camps. Shortly after her liberation by when the American soldiers went in there, I don't think people could believe it. They were cheering and clapping if they had the strength and everything else. And she moved to England with her mother, where she married and dedicated her life to raising awareness of the Holocaust. And I was moved by that, just beyond belief. Jazz in Hounslow said, Steve, enjoying my new job delivering to Brighton. He said, upside is only 20 calls per night compared to 300 per night as a milkman. Downside is it's Brighton and the drunk clubbers trying to get into the van or steal. Drunk clubbers? Yeah, I've not been a drunk clubber for ages and ages. And somebody says, my maternal grandmother was Jewish. About 20 years ago, the boyfriend and I were visiting friends in Tel Aviv. I went to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem. I was in pieces by the end of the tour and tears rolling down my cheeks writing this. Grandma said if the Nazis had invaded Britain, I wouldn't be alive, as she and Grandpa had a suicide pact rather than suffer. It's quite heartbreaking, isn't it? I'm sorry. But at sort of certain times, you're allowed to do things, aren't you? Stella says, I was listening to you talking about the Holocaust, and it reminded me of a trip I made to New York a few years ago. I went to the World Trade Center and was shocked to find some people having their photos taken by the memorial covered with flowers. I found that very disrespectful. It's some people's way of accepting things, really. Some people's way of accepting it. People take pictures. It's like, I never went to Ground Zero. I saw it. All I remember is watching it on that day because I was on air the day the planes went in, and we had Alan Kappa, and he'd come through to news and said, put me on air with Steve, and they'd said, well, you're not due to go on till put me on air now. He was the Simon Marks of his day, and he said, I don't know what's going on. He said, there's a plane. He said, it appears to have gone into the World Trade Center, and this was coming up to the end of my program, and so he sort of told us everything he knew. And as I was going home in the car, he was then doing the follow-up. And there's another plane coming round. There's another plane coming round. And Alan, my driver, and I were sitting there listening to this going, good God, what is going on? And it was when I went in, I then had the radio on and the television, and you could see this, and it looked as though it was in slow motion. And I always remember, thinking, oh, that's people who just be able to go down the stairs, but they couldn't. They couldn't. And then when the buildings collapsed, again, just something unbelievable. So I can understand people wanting to take pictures of memorials because it might have been, one of their relatives that they lost. You don't know, actually. You really don't know. Steve, you should claim your state pension, even if you banked it each month, because if you were to die, it doesn't go to your next of kin like a private pension. Oh, no, in fact, I've got the private pensions that don't go to anybody. If I die, they die with me, so I'm taking the bloody money out. Which I think is so much easier. So I'm definitely going to be claiming the two private ones, and the other one I think I'll just sort of take as and when. It doesn't make any difference. Thank you for bearing with me this morning. I'm sorry about that. I cry at the drop of a hat. I'm terrible. I'm really absolutely terrible. I can still cry watching blasted E.T. I don't even believe in that rubbish. I really don't. I must thank a lady called Margaret, and she sent me some copies of a magic magazine called, well, we used to call it Abra, but it was Abracadabra, and it was published by Goodliff. And she said they belonged to a past dear friend who some years ago worked at LBC and was also a member of the Magic Circle. I'm not sure where they should go. Well, I think they go back to the 1940s and 1950s. They're really lovely, Margaret. Thank you very much indeed. When I opened them, I thought, oh, some old copies of Abra, so I shall absolutely thoroughly enjoy looking through those, and thank you very much indeed for that. Oh, you can breathe easy today, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. It's Take Your Mask Off Day. Well, it ain't going to be changing in my world, I'm afraid. I've decided that I'm still going to wear the mask on TFL, which I think you're supposed to. And a lot of the supermarkets have said exactly the same. They've said, we expect people to wear... I'm not taking them off because the government say take them off, but I did watch yesterday. I was watching, I think Sainsbury's and John Lewis are asking people to keep wearing them. I don't go near anywhere. If anybody comes anywhere near me without a mask on, I go, whoa, go back. Rail operators said passengers would be expected to wear masks. Morrison's, as well as Sainsbury's and John Lewis and Waitrose, will continue to ask people to wear masks. Listen, it's a small price to pay for living. It really is. I don't think it's sort of a big price to pay at all. The government is still advising people to wear masks in enclosed or crowded spaces and when meeting strangers. So that's my advice. Put it this way, it ain't gone away. It ain't gone away. It's still there. It's still there. Okay, I think we need to take a short break for the news. I feel quite emotionally drained this morning.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I pulled myself together now. I was just thinking, actually, how nice it was that after we did that story about John Rendell the other day and about Christian the Lion, that 3 of the newspapers this morning have done, 2 of them have done two pages each on John Rendell and the story of Christian the Lion, mainly because it affected so many people in a different way to anything else that we've been talking about. With the lion who went away, he was here, he was in the shop Sophisticat at World's End. Every time I go past World's End on the bus, on the odd occasion I've done it, because I had to go to hospital and I got a bit confused actually at one point where I was and ended up in World's End. And I was trying to work out where Sophisticat, this furniture shop, would have been with Christian lying in the window, because he was like a giant teddy bear and then he grew, as indeed they all do. So, of course, when eventually they took him back to George Adamson, who was looking after things like that, he had lions that he had. I think one was called Boy, I seem to remember. Boy the lion. And Christian went over there, and then they were trying to basically put Christian back into the wild, but he'd never been in the wild. He didn't know about the wild at all. He'd been brought up in captivity. And he was sold by Harrods, and the boys bought him. And there's loads of pictures of Christian in the back of it. You can imagine you're sitting on a bus, and next to you there is a car, an open-top car, and Christian's lying on the back seat with his paws over the back of it. And you think to yourself, my God, that guy is everything. And he was like a giant teddy bear to them. They became famous in and around Chelsea. And He quickly outgrew the flat above the furniture store, and then he had to give him up. But his relationship with the lion greatly affected him and sparked his path towards conservatism. And he originally thought about sending him to Longleat, but then he met the actor Bill Travers and his wife Virginia McKenna. Do you remember those Born Free films? Born Free, as free. I mean, they were really great. So he was convinced to send him to Kenya, where George Adamson returned him to the wild. And Mr. Rendell wrote, to release Christian into the wild was a big step, but against all expectations, it was a success. And from the beginning, George Adamson became infatuated with Christian because he was such an entrancing animal. And the full story is available on DVD, and there's a book out as well. It happened many, many years ago when you could. This is in the 1970s. And so yesterday when we went online and we watched the thing back again of Christian, who's out there, and he sees the boys. They're there, wearing very sort of with it clothes. What's the matter? Right, Henry? I know, hilarious. Was it a smart suit again today? Not another lunch, surely. What is it today? Oh, right. So you can always tell when there's somebody posh coming in. They all put suits on. Rest of the time, jeans and T-shirt round here. Tracksuit bottoms, elasticated waists. Covers a multitude of sins. But the... Did you have a nice lunch yesterday? Was it good? He went off for a posh lunch. Was it very posh? Ooh. Were you given a... Oh, you got a menu as well? Oh, wow, how exciting. I won't tell you where they went, but they went off, Henry and Nick went off for a posh lunch. I'll just say it was at an embassy. That's all it was. But he gets a menu. He's going to bring the menu in. Oh, how fantastic. So anyway, so Christian, as you know from yesterday's programme, sees them and walks slowly. Oh, look, it's on your phone and everything. Am I allowed to touch it? Am I going to find photos on here?
Go for it. No.
Spiced butternut squash soup with cheese straws. Just suck it up. Roast best end of lamb with lamb jus, accompanied by boulanger potato. I don't know what they are. What sort of potatoes are they?
They're like in a little rectangle.
Oh, right, okay. Buttered green beans and glazed tarragon carrots. Followed by lemon tart served with berries and creme fraiche, tea, coffee and wine. I bet the wine bit was the interesting bit for you. Did you consume a lot of the wine?
Yes, a lot.
What time did you get out of there?
Not too late.
No.
4-ish.
About 4-ish? Yeah. What time were you there?
12:30.
12:30 and 4 a.m. 4 a.m. Bless his heart. Yeah, so anyway, so that's Henry, by the way, who is Nick Ferrari's producer. So I tell you that now, just in case you wondered who these people are who pop in on the shows. I love it. I'm so nosy. I want to know everything about what goes on in people's lives. So anyway, so Christian then sees them and he walks slowly, and then he gets close enough to remember in his mind, wait a minute, I know these two. These are the people. I know them. These are my friends. And he bounds towards them, and he's when he bounds towards them and grabs hold of one of them, forget which one it was actually. Could have been John, could have been the other one. And he towers above them, but he nuzzles them and everything. It was just really beautiful. And the papers have picked up on it, and they've done it. I'm glad that it's there actually, because there's lots of people, and because his son's a magician. That wasn't the reason for mentioning him, but I think it's still brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Steve, I love listening to you daily. At the minute that I'm having a hypo, so I'm trying to ride it out listening to you, says Skylar. You got sweeties? You got jelly beans? Have you got jelly babies? Sugar cubes, sucker sugar cubes, something like that. Caramel oat shake is very good, actually. We think it's full of sugar, but if you haven't got that, you have to go and get some. But you'll know about that if you've got a hypo on at the moment. What have we got? 21. I don't know. I'm giving you the time. I don't do time checks on this programme. Steve, have you watched the World War II in colour series available on Netflix? It's so well put together, and I learnt much about it. I've got a series of videos, and I think it's called The World at War, and it was narrated, I think, by John Mills. Was it Laurence Olivier did it? And I got the original set, and you can get it on DVD now, and it's brilliant. It's been colourised. It's shown on yesterday. Is it really? The music is fantastic, and I loved it. Another one that makes me cry, I'm afraid. Another one that makes me cry. It really is just terrible. I told you the other day we were doing something, because everybody had somebody in their family that they lost in the war. We lost a few in our families, between my mother and my father's family, and one of them was on a ship. I told you the story, and he'd sent... How they got these letters back, I've got no idea. He sent a letter back to his mother, who is my grandmother, saying, we're on this ship, but I can't tell you where we are because it's secret, obviously. Looking forward to seeing you and Pop and the family at Christmas. And then by the following post, we got the telegram saying that the ship had sunk and all lives were lost. And so we never got to see him ever again. Steve, I was listening to you talking about your pensions, but you haven't even celebrated your first 40th birthday yet. Bet you're dreading the big one, says Stella. Me too. Jill says, regarding Memorial Day, there's a brilliant book called The Happiest Man Alive. You can get it on Amazon. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody claiming to use Creed as an air freshener. It's lovely. It is very lovely, actually. It's a very expensive air freshener, but if you can afford it, that's good. Charlotte on Loch Lomond. She said, forgive me for my impertinence, but why purchase a 50ml bottle of Creed Aventus for 195 when the 100 millilitre bottle is only £90 more at 285? Because I carry one with me. I've got a bag, like a little shoulder bag, and it hasn't got enough room for the big bottle. So I keep the big bottle at home and the little one for sort of quick squirts on the train. You know, there's people sitting next to me who haven't had a bath, you know, like, just sort of do that, give a little squirt to them. And Peter says this show gets better by the day. So unbelievable, isn't it? Really, even I doubt my own whatever it is. But I have no talent. Remember, I was told the other day about that person who quite clearly is in another peculiar world. Another one says, what's the other one? I've just lost another one actually. A lot of people talking about the state pension and things like that. But I'm definitely going to be not using Creed Aventus as an air freshener. I think it's too expensive to use as that. I've got other ones. I've got little things that have got batteries in and everything else. They go psst every time you walk past them, which is quite good. Cadbury's have shrunk a chocolate bar by 7%. Not that it makes any difference, but you're still paying the same price for it. And mega rich residents at number 1 Hyde Park. It's next to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. It's I think flats there start at 10 million. They're not all occupied as far as I can see, unless people have bought them. But they're having to move out because they've got water leaks. Honestly, you spend 10 million on a flat. I think the penthouse flat, pension flat, might as well be actually, mightn't it, really? And it's 124 million that went for, I think, at the top. You imagine if you've got water damage or something like that. That's dreadful. Steve, if memory serves me well, and it probably does, were you not part of the ORF Blue Danube radio prank years ago? With the breaking news that all the animals had escaped from the zoo? No, definitely not. I did go to Schönbrunn, which was the zoo there. But I remember being in a taxi with a Turkish driver who didn't speak great German. And he used to drive very slowly in case there was an elephant on the corner. I don't do pranks. I can't do pranks. I can only do honesty. I can't do pranks. They are Nick Candy. £175 million Hyde Park penthouse. Can you show? And when you look at it, you think to yourself, it ain't all that. It just looks all right. You know, nothing particularly special about it. And it's just at the top and you get a lovely... Well, yeah, but you're looking over the tops of trees. What's the blooming point of that? What's the point of that? And also, he obviously hasn't got many friends because they've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8... Only 10 places at the table. Even I can manage 20. Yeah, bit of a loner on that one, Billy No Mates. 175 million. Can you believe it, for a flat? Mind you, it was his company that built them. And then look at all those cushions you've got to throw off the bed before you can even climb into it. What's the point of that? And also, it's very plain colours, aren't they? And that I've got one of those cheap bedspreads. And there you go, there's the hall. Or is that the bathroom? Oh, it's the bathroom. It's all marble, which is lovely. Who wants to sit in the middle of a room in marble? You know, with mirrors everywhere. Very cold, but obviously very, very expensive. And there's not even a decent area outside. Very pokey little balcony. I suppose and also, it's too low. I'd fall over that into the top of the trees. A couple of bottles of Prosecco. And I'd remember it, actually. Oh, dear, honestly. We live and die, I think. Paul Chuckle, ever part of the Chuckle Brothers? Has pocketed 40,000 quid by doing personal video messages. You know, where you sort of, you phone up somebody. Have you noticed they've kept it very quiet through Gemma Collins, because she's also doing the same thing. But she was charging £500 and somebody went, who's going to pay for that? And the answer is obviously not very many people. Kate Garraway has confessed to an obsession with David Soul. which I interviewed him years ago. He had a recording contract as well. Silver Lady was his big hit single. But Starsky and Hutch were very good. And the reason that they were very good is when they filmed them, they filmed live on the street. So the reaction that they got from passers-by was genuine. They weren't actors. They just filmed on the streets. Clever, isn't it? I like things like that. To entice commuters on the trains, free bacon rolls from Greggs. Not as good as Pret-a-Manger's bacon rolls, although I've given up with this one down in Trafalgar Square. They're quite clearly, the manager is mad as a broomstick. Why can they not get more people serving coffee, which takes time? If you just want to go in there and buy a bacon roll or a thing like that, there should be a separate till for you because you're going to be in and out. I don't want to stand behind 6 people all having a latte, a skinny this, skinny... It's just so annoying. There should be a bacon roll till for us quick people who are in and out. I don't want a cup of coffee. I just want to get the bacon roll. But every time I've walked in there, there's about 6 people queuing, one person behind the counter, the other one stacking up the shelves with sandwiches and stuff. And I'm thinking, why don't you get your behind the counter and go and make coffee? Get this queue down. Yeah, do you know who I am? I'm Ronnie Pickering, I am. I'm Ronnie Pickering. And if you don't know the Ronnie Pickering story, go to YouTube and type in Ronnie Pickering. Prepare yourself for bad language, though, because he's a bit of a rude man, I'm afraid. I'm Ronnie Pickering, I am. And this bloke on his bicycle goes, who's Ronnie Pickering? He goes, me. He said, yeah, who is that? I'm Ronnie Pickering. Hilarious.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, good news. A mysterious object's been spotted by astronomers. Somebody's launched Gemma Collins, I should imagine. A mysterious... Apparently it's quite bright in the sky. They've got no idea what it is, but it'll turn out to be something ridiculously boring and dull, I'm afraid. What was the other one? Oh, online shopper ordered some broccoli from Sainsbury's and got delivered a single floret. I mean, who in their right mind orders a single floret? Here is this... this mysterious pulsing object, maybe a new class of star. Because sometimes stars get born, don't they? They emerge, I think. And this is, yes, Johnny Mathis. And then he came out as gay. And immediately it went all a bit quiet. We didn't listen to the end of it yet. But this is a predicted class of neutron star with ultra-powerful magnetic fields. So that's terrible. You can't take your phone anywhere near it. It'll destroy it completely. So it's a match for predicted class of neutron star. I mean, I'm quite interested in things like this. I mean, I think that, there's stranger things on heaven and earth, but I don't believe that there's little green men in flying saucers or anything else like that. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I was very nervous when first learning to drive, age about 21. My first driving instructor told me I was totally useless in a car. I changed driving instructors and passed the first time within a year, says Jenny. I said, I had a woman instructor. A woman instructor. I mean, I thought it was a bit unusual in those days. And it was what they called dual control car. And, yes, so she could control it. So I went to go over orange traffic lights and she braked. It was on a small bridge. And, of course, the car stalled. And all my friends were going past her. It was so embarrassing. I looked at the floor and she went, you went to jump over an orange light. I said, yeah, we didn't have to, thank you. Didn't have to sort of push the floor. It's so annoying, actually. So annoying. But anyway, at least you passed. You were late, 21. I did mine at 16. I failed first time, passed second time. Loved it. Conrad says, Steve, I visited Anne Frank's house in Amsterdam in 91. My daughter studied the history at school. We visited the house 2 years ago. I'll ask her if she wants to visit the War Museum in October. I'll have tears. It was such a cruel time. The War Museum is one of my favourite museums. And do you know where it is? It's built on the site of Bedlam, which was the hospital for the criminally insane. It was a Victorian day out. They would go to Bedlam, and people say, oh, you go to Bedlam. And it was people who were they all had mental illnesses, but the Victorians went there as an entertainment an entertainment bedlam. And you could go there on a Sunday and ladies sort of, took afternoon tea and wandered about and watched all these people talking to themselves and banging their heads against walls and everything. Yeah, that's where the Imperial War Museum is. It's a very, very, very good museum, as indeed are all our museums. I think they're all brilliant. I've got loads of favourite museums, which are very good indeed. Debating whether to take Corey, my ex-producer, to a museum on Sunday. I don't think I'll bother, actually. I'm going to take him to the sites. He doesn't deserve it. I'm going to take him to the sites of Richmond. I'm going to show him the Frank Matcham Theatre. I'm going to show him Richard Attenborough's old house. And, you don't need museums when you've got Steve Allen showing you around. Harvey Proctor's old shop. Used to have a shirt shop there. Don't do the jokes, please. It's not nice and it's not clever. And where else are we going to go in Richmond? I'm going to show him all sorts of places. Do you know almost every adult eats crisps? I don't know why I mentioned that, actually. There's no interest to anybody apart from you if you're eating a packet of crisps. I have eaten crisps. I mean, I don't buy them on a regular basis. If I was going to buy them, I'd buy them in Iceland because you get a multi-pack, which I quite like, a multi-pack, And I like cheesy Wotsits as well. And Lidl do 200 packs for £1, 20 packs for £1. But have you noticed, if you take them out, they're made specially for multi-packing. They're not the biggest you've ever had. Because I nearly bought the other day some Haribo, and it's 100 little packs. They're little tiny packs. And I thought, I wonder if they'd like those in the newsroom. And I thought, no point in giving them too much sugar. You don't want them to go mad in the newsroom. It's bad enough working with them as it is, without me to worry about whether or not they're going to get sugar rushes and things like that. Talking about One Hyde Park, Steve, says that Charlotte, back in Loch Lomond again. You take the high road, I'll take the low road. And I'll be in Scotland afore. You were talking about One Hyde Park. Reminds me, almost 20 years ago, I worked in Knightsbridge, not as a sales assistant. First in Hans Crescent, next to Harrods, and then at the top of Sloane Street, opposite Harvey Nicks. And I'm salivating. Just remember buying delicious made-to-order lunch each day at either the ground floor of Harrods or the 5th floor of Harvey Nicks Food Hall. Yum. Oh, it's lovely. People used to say to me, oh, Harrods, it's so expensive. But in fact, their food hall is brilliant. It's got everything. I mean, admittedly, I did nearly fall foul of buying baby mangoes some years ago. They said baby mangoes, and there was something like 50 quid a case. You couldn't go there for a big shop. No, but they do have it. It's all a bit nice and old-fashioned, and I quite like it. I think they've got an ice cream bar there, Krispy Kreme donuts, which are very nice as well. I like Krispy Kreme donuts. I haven't had any for years, actually. The Born Free Lion Pride exhibition is on at the Millennium Park, opposite the Old Vic. It's all bronze real-life lions, and it's there for 3 months, says Jackie. I like the Trafalgar Square Landseer's lions around the base of Nelson's Column. The lions there are made by Landseer. They're called Landseer's lions. And people sit on them. I always shout obscenities. Get off! Bloody tourists, honestly, they're such a pain, but we do need them. Steve says, Sir Neil, I passed my driving test on Friday the 13th. Lucky you. And I like David Soul's music. Love Silver Lady. Here I am, a million miles from home. And don't forget, don't give up on us, baby. Tim Vine jokes, my grandfather was a very controversial artist. He designed the line in Trafalgar Square. It doesn't sound very cutting edge, but at the time it really put the cat among the pigeons. He's very clever, Tim Vine, isn't he? He just sort of rattles these things off. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. What else we got? Paul Chaco. Oh, the police refusing to prosecute fantasists. We've had a few over the years, people who are seriously sick and make claims against celebrities or ex-politicians and things like that. And the police did nothing about it. Mind you, the police at the moment haven't got the faintest idea what to do. They've got no idea that there's so many demands on their time. They're dealing with sort of problems within the force. Cressida has got her own problems within the force. And then everybody else is sort of, they've got this. You've got police who are taking photographs of bodies and stuff like that and putting them up on social media. And then you've got people. I watched Question Time yesterday. And why is it they've got this silly Prime Minister's Question Time? Well, for how long, who knows? Anyway, Prime Minister's Question Time. And Keir Starmer stands up and does his usual bit, and then people start boo and all the rest of it. And then the Speaker of the House says, literally, if you don't want to be here, don't be here, leave, and all the rest of it, because they're very rebellious. And anyway, so Keir Starmer does his usual bit, and then at the end of it, He sort of goes, why don't you do us all a favour and go, he says to the Prime Minister. And then the Prime Minister responds and says, I'm not going to go. Then somebody else stands up and said, blah, 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 blah. When is the Prime Minister going to go? And I thought, he's already answered that one, Dimbo. And then you get about 4 people all asking the same blooming question. When is he going to go? You feel like saying, excuse me, you've already told you the answer. Are you deaf? Because it's ridiculous, because it just wastes everybody's time. Order, order. I'd tell you, I'd pull him into line straight away. And then, at the end of it, the Prime Minister says to Keir Starmer, who really doesn't know where he is half the time, he's not strong, he's not an effective leader of the opposition. But anyway, he does his little bit, and it's all very sweet. And Boris goes, listen, there are more things that are more important than parties and stuff like that. And I agree with him. There's about to be a war in the Ukraine, although I think he's bluffing. I think old Putin would rather be out there with his shirt off and a horse riding around with some of his other butch mates, going, shall we have a war? No, because there's snow. If we're going to have a war, let's have it in the summer, when it's nice and people can wear a T-shirt or something with I'm fighting for Belarus or something like that printed on the front of it. But I don't think it's going to go to it. It really isn't, because the sanctions that they would bring in against Russia would be more than poor old Putin could bear. He might have stronger firepower. In fact, I have a sneaking feeling he's definitely got stronger firepower. But I just think that it's not going to happen. But then, he does it. Oh, put it this way, I should imagine every time his name is mentioned, there will be a service that will go, you were mentioned on this and that and all the rest of it. They all do it. They all do it. So if you mention Prince Andrew, well, maybe not Prince Andrew, but other people as well. I mean, as long as they download the podcast, and just go to lbc.co.uk, if anybody listening, Vlad, I call him Vlad, the Impaler, and then you can download all of my podcasts. It's very good. You'll like it. See no reason why you shouldn't. Diana did. She used to enjoy podcasting. She'd be sitting in the back going, listening. The Queen listens all the time as she's having breakfast. I'm totally convinced Steph McGovern listens as well to this programme all the way in. I've just got a feeling. Do you get a feeling about things like that? And what was I talking about? Yes, so they were all talking about this thing, and the amount of times that Boris stood up, and I don't have any particular beef with any particular sort of current different particular political party in this country. But it's a case of once he's told you the answer, listen, there are more important things than somebody eating a piece of blooming birthday cake. OK, so he told lies. They all tell lies. Everybody tells lies. That's what they do. They're politicians. How do you know they're lying? Their lips are moving. And it's a case of, he said, there are more important things. We're about to, there could be a war and all the rest of it, and you're worried about a piece of cake. And then Keir Starmer, so when is the Prime Minister going to resign? He's already told you, sweet cheeks, he's not going to resign. OK, he's already told you that. It's obviously not sinking in properly. Perhaps he should send you an email, as I told you repeatedly yesterday, and all the other people, because some people were saying, going, so when is the Prime Minister going to... He's not. Oh, blimey, honestly, it's a small wonder I go home with a headache.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Thursday, 27th of January. I can't believe we're nearly at the weekend again. That's good, isn't it? Very nice. A lot of people taking driving tests. You all seem to be fairly chipper this morning. And we celebrate, as we did at the beginning of the programme, Holocaust Memorial Day. As far as I'm concerned, we never forget. We never forget at all. There's always a space somewhere in your heart, somewhere in your mind, to remember those who went before, and families who will never be the same ever again. And don't forget, and there are still those survivors. The pictures in the paper of Charles meeting some Holocaust survivors is quite touching. And I think he was very emotionally moved by it. 'Cause I think he's like me. I mean, I just get emotional about, lots of things that you read in the newspaper. Sometimes you read something in the newspaper and you think to yourself, oh, God, honestly. And I thought my life was bad, which obviously it isn't. Somebody says, Steve, Matt, it's Matt. Can you tell me the name of the CCTV your friend had installed? No, he popped it in himself. It's a Ring stick-up cam battery. Okay, it just works on a battery. There's no wiring, but you need the mount for the Ring stick-up cam. He's got it in black, and you literally put it in there, and I think it's about £4 a month or something like that. But you need the mounting bracket if it's going on a wall, and it transmits. It's also motion, and they will store the images on there. I mean, it was about £89, I think, the camera, and £20 for the fixing kit. So it's cheap. It's dead cheap, and the quality is fantastic, and it beams it to your telephone. So you can sit there on your telephone and see people, and you can talk to them as well. You can talk to them. I mean, yeah, hello, you can go, and they go, hello. Where's the voice coming from? Where is that voice? Hello, I can see you. Okay, move away from the car. You know. By the way, that Chris single from David Soul, it's not "Don't Give Up on Us, Stranger." It's "Don't Give Up on Us, Baby." Don't give up on us, baby. But anyway, yeah, so it's Ring battery, black or white. I'd get it in the black. It looks very good. But £89, £20, 19.99 for the fixing thing, and about £4 a month, I think. Very good. Have you visited the Museum of Brands in Notting Hill? I haven't, Jenny. No, I know all about it. And it is. I mean, I love it. You know, sometimes there'll be a piece in the paper where they find a shop that's been locked up for 50, 60 years, and when they open it up, it's got all the original stock in there and stuff like that. Some of it looks the same. Yeah, I wanted to go to the the Black Museum. They've got them up north, and it's like a living museum, and all the people who work in it dress from that era, and they have trams and everything else. I think it's called the Black Museum. It's a living museum. And they've got shops and stuff like that. And I always wanted to go there, but I haven't managed to do that either. So I mean, it's just a museum reflecting what went on in the town. In that, so it's like the Shambles in York. Have you been to the Shambles? The Shambles is very good. It's like an old street with all the old shops in it. It's undercover. But the Black Museum, there you go, the Shambles. You have a look at the images of the Shambles. Look at it. It's like, did they use it in Harry Potter? I don't know, but whatever it is, it's like stepping back in time. It's really lovely. We went to it years and years ago. But the Black Museum, I'm sure is it called the Black Country Museum? Try Black. There. I get better and better, honestly. There it is. And they've got 50 shops. And it's reclaimed land from a former railway goods thing, and it spans 300 years of history. And people dress up. There are people who work in it, and they dress up. You know, you'll go into a house, and there'll be a lady cooking bread or making things and stuff like that. And I quite fancy that idea. Look, and it's just nice, isn't it? I like that idea. Yeah, it's in Dudley in the West Midlands. It's a Dudley. Where'd you come from? I come from Dudley. I think that's how they talk up there. I'm so sorry if that sounds racist, but did you come from Dudley? Is it only because Lenny Henry, I think, comes from Dudley? Comes from Dudley. It makes it sound all posh, doesn't it? All of a sudden, Dudley's gone up market. But it's got cobbled streets. We were saying yesterday, weren't we? Who was that actress out of Coronation Street? She's got one of the original cobbles from Coronation Street when they resurfaced it. Wasn't Phyllis? No, wasn't Phyllis. It's God, I can't remember her name now. Oh, she's very funny. She's very funny. She got dropped. Dale and I went out for dinner with her, and I can't remember her name now. Is it Maureen? Sherry Houston, yeah. She's got one of the cobbles from Coronation Street. Apparently a few people had them. Because I think that's quite a good idea. Oh, bless you twice. And, to have sort of cobbles, little things like that. I had a brick once with LBC written on it. Not written on it. It was because... No, it didn't come through the window. No, it was the London Brick Company. Because I remember when I was working at New Scotland Yard, I think I was looking to work at New Scotland Yard doing the travel years and years ago. And you could check in, you could put a number in, a number plate of a car or lorry, whatever it was, and they would tell you what it was. And I put in LBC1, and it was the London Brick Company owned it. It was on a green Rolls Royce, I seem to remember at the time. And Amanda from Sunbury says, my son's got his driving test this morning at 10 a.m. He's very nervous. I'm not surprised. 10 a.m. What a time to have it. Middle of rush hour. Oh, my goodness me. Somebody says, Steve, it's the Black Country Museum, isn't it? Steve, it is the Black... It looks fascinating. It really does. It's like, all it needs to complete it to me is a brass band walking down. The Black Museum is the police one, but actually they don't call it the Black Museum anymore. And it's also not actually available to the public, although I've been in it. I went in it. I got invited to it's not called the Black Museum now. It's called I can't remember, but it's only open to police officers unless you get a special invitation. And I knew the man who looked after it, and he was a fan of the programme. And he said, would you like to come down? And about 3 or 4 of us went down there. No, two of us. We had lunch in the police canteen at New Scotland Yard, and the Museum of Crime, the Crime Museum. And it's got everything in there. It's got everything. It's mainly for police officers who are trying to solve crimes that look similar. So it's got lots of umbrellas which have got guns in, and it's got, all sorts of things. It's got Ruth Ellis. She's not actually in there, obviously, but the cases on display are things that, items no longer on display. They are from Charles Black, a counterfeiter. And he had a hollowed out kitchen door. There was a cooker in there with a pan on the top of it, and it was used to boil the heads of this particular murderer's victims. And it all went in there. And they had everything. They had everything, including the fake De Beers diamond from the Millennium Dome heist. Dennis Nielsen's stove was in there. We saw that. They had loads of things, and also letters allegedly written by Jack the Ripper, which it turns out they weren't, but they've got all those things there. Lots of nooses and heads of all the people who had been hanged in museum. The plaster casts, like the ones that Madame Tussaud used to do on the guillotine. She would make wax copies of their heads. Well, that's why it was called a crime museum, but it was called the Black Museum originally, and then they were moving it about, so that it's only small, but all the way around the walls there are different things. They've got the Leslie Whittle was hanged. She was abducted and hanged. She was sitting on a drain, blindfolded, with a metal noose around her neck, and she didn't know that she was on a ledge, and she moved and fell off and hanged herself. And that was I can't remember who the murderer was, but they had all of those sort of things, all sorts of things. Yvonne Fletcher, they had her bloodstained shirt and things like that. They've got it's all to help police officers try and solve crimes. Yet they still can't get round to the birthdays. Why isn't it open to the public? There's a smaller version at the Museum of London, which has got things, but it's because it's too graphic, I think, to show people. But I was quite impressed to be invited. Actually, I was very, very, very impressed. Very, very impressed. So we went there, actually. Steve, the Black Country Museum is a great day out. Really takes you back in time. They were filming Peaky Blinders the last time we went, says Dexter. Dexter, what a great name. The Beamish Museum, the Living Museum of the North, is very interesting, says Jane. The Beamish Museum. You see, look, I want to go on a tram. It's in Durham. Sorry. What with Dudley and Durham. And I tell you where it's very good in London, the Museum of Transport. London Museum of Transport at Covent Garden. They've got trams and underground trains in there, horse-drawn carriages and everything. But of course, if you go to Blackpool, none of this is a museum. It's called Blackpool. It just looks like that. It's got trams that go along the seafront, and then they light them all up. But I like stuff like that. I'm obviously born in the wrong time. Twickenham doesn't have it. Although, we used to have trams in Twickenham, and on YouTube, you can do a journey from Twickenham to Teddington by tram. And you see the trams turning around, and it goes all the way up, and they just covered over the tracks in the road. And it's Twickenham tram, I think. Have you got it? You will find it. You will find it. No, it's a tram. It's a tram. Oh, it's got trolley bus there. Twickenham to Teddington. Is it a trolley? Yeah, I'm sure we had tram. That bank is still there. This is from it must be about the 1920s. No, definitely not this one. There's another one. That's Church Street, just to the little right-hand side of it. And there I am. There's the old Gaumont Cinema. But you see the tram lines. There is a tram that went down there as well, and it goes all up to the green. It's very, very interesting. So Twickenham to Teddington by trolley bus, but there is tram as well. There is a tram one because they have to unhook the thing and turn it round. Croydon still has trams, but it deserves it. You've been to Croydon? See Croydon and live. That's what they say nowadays. I haven't been to Croydon for donkey's years. Donkey's years. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. What was the other one? Oh, the backlash over the Met's £1 million inquiry as crime soars. And in case you'd missed it, Adele's set has been removed. Chuck it out the back door from Caesar's Palace. Get rid of it. The old baggage ain't going to be singing here anytime soon because they've booked in somebody else. Which is what we said yesterday. We said it doesn't look, they're not going to be messed around at Caesar's Palace. Already, the poor people who've bought tickets have now got to go through the embarrassment of having to phone up to say, is this going to be rescheduled or do we get our money back? And I suspect you're going to be getting your money back because they've booked somebody else in. Who have they booked in? They booked in that country singer, Keith Urban, who I'm sure is marvellous, but he ain't no Adele, but they've removed her set. So, because you can't have the theatre lying empty. It's a working theatre. They need thousands of people to go into it. I mean, he was married, Keith Urban, of course, to Nicole Kidman. As indeed so many people have been. Wasn't she married to Tom Cruise at one point? Nicole Kidman? I believe so. They're still married, are they? What, Keith Urban is married still to Nicole Kidman? Good Lord above. Well, she'll be popping in then, watching the show. I don't know what he's famous for. He sings country music. Oh, the D-I-V-O-R-C. Does he do that one? Yeah. Islands in the stream, that is what we have. No one... I'll take a break, shall I? Obviously better than the singing.
This is LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. The BBC have said they're going to double the number of licence fee prosecutions. I didn't know they prosecuted at the moment. I'd no idea. I thought, how many people don't have a TV licence? It must be quite a few, I suppose. Alan Carr's estranged husband jailed because he's a boozy driver. And do you know how much the police hate boozy drivers? That's why they were so cross about Jordan not being prosecuted. Well, she was prosecuted, but she should have gone to prison. 6 times drink driving. Quite clearly, the woman's an idiot. Take your mask off day in England. I think not. And Trump Jr. in the Disney dwarf row, because that's what they are. 1.7 million people don't have a TV licence. Well, they should go round and take their televisions away from them, or get them into court. But then most people just don't bother, actually, do they, with things like that. What was the other one that Oh, yes, a head teacher under investigation over calling an autistic pupil Mr. Autistic. I've never even heard of such a thing in my life. You can't... I'm going to sneeze. It's not that I've got a cold or anything. I just sneeze, I'm afraid. A lost butterfly is returned, which is nice, if you like. But I only know cabbage whites, red admirals, blue admirals. I don't know any others. I don't know what this one's called. I can't remember the story. And a chair bought for £5 at a junk shop, £5 for a chair, has just sold for £15,000. That must be one hell of a good chair. Plus, there's a lovely couple who look after their allotments, and they've just been told you can't have them anymore. They've taken these things away, which is not very good. Ray Illingworth had his funeral the other day. I nearly said his birthday, but I suppose you can still celebrate your birthday. We can't find the lost butterfly. We will, don't worry. I'll find it. It's lost again. The RSPCA want a ban on rodent glue traps. This is where you put them in a box and you put some smelly food in there or something. The rats go in there because it's sticky, permanently sticky. They can't go anywhere. You can get the same for pigeons. It's paint that is permanently sticky and they won't. But as I say, I have a better version of getting rid of them. I've a huge water... It's not just a water pistol. Good God, this thing is like one of the cannons that they brought in years ago into London to sort out things. But a robin got caught on it. The robin settled on it, couldn't lift its feet off, died because nobody checked the trap for some time. The lottery fraudster is going to face 6 more years in prison unless he hands over £1 million. He's a convicted rapist, but he also had a friend who worked for the lottery people, and he decided to claim money that hadn't been claimed. And he got caught out because he's an idiot. They generally are. The actor who gave Charlie Brown I never followed Charlie Brown. His first voice. Peanuts and Charlie Brown. Yeah, but I didn't know anything about it. He took his own life at the age of just 65. But he'd featured in everything from the Munsters and everything else like that. 65's nothing. 2.5 million households in this country are in arrears on their bills. And what's the other one I liked? Oh, yes, the Melania's Great Hat Auction. We talked about it on the programme. She was auctioning a hat for, I think she wanted £175,000. Obviously, the Trumps are running out of money. And it's failed to sell. Failed to sell. Nobody's interested at all, which is a bit embarrassing. And Britain's Got Talent. There you go. £80,000 short of her goal. So she's fallen victim to cryptocurrency plunge. Oh, shame. The winning bid was $170,000 or an $80,000 loss. So she can hold on to the tokens and hope they increase in value, but then risks them decreasing further. I don't understand cryptocurrency. I don't know anything about it. Strikes me as being a bit rubbish, isn't it? Wasn't it always said that there was a lookalike for Melania Trump? So if the original one didn't want to go out anywhere, there were several Melania Trump lookalikes. She certainly trowels on the old makeup, I noticed, doesn't she? I mean, almost her face has gone sort of almost white. I thought she was a geisha or something like that, you know. Quite like the idea of being a geisha. What was the other? Oh, Alan Cumming, the comedian and actor, claims straight people can never be friends with former lovers because their new partners feel threatened. Is that true? Is that true? Straight people can never be friends with former lovers because new partners feel threatened. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Oh, look, there's another Melania. She doesn't look like the first one at all, does she? Yeah. Very different person. It's obviously a lookalike, I should imagine. And then you look at the other one. It's not the same person. It's not. I don't believe that's Trump's hair. I don't believe that's Trump's hair. But I do believe Putin takes his shirt off and rides bareback on a horse. Happy birthday to Mark Owen from Take That. All I do is pray. And he's 50 today. 50. Still looks about 15. Doesn't age at all, does he, really? And the couple who face eviction from the plots that they've cultivated for 20 years, I'll tell you about those on the programme this morning. So still we've got Andrew, who makes the front pages. You've still got defiant Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Yesterday, after being asked, will you go, Bojo, he goes, no. And then they keep asking the same question. It's a bit tedious. Apparently, Keith Urban's a huge country star. Well, I don't know who he is. I've got no idea. I don't know whether or not he's a huge star. I mean, I only know people like Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers and people like that. But Keith Urban's songs, one here, Blue Ain't Your Colour. Blue ain't your colour. My dog got run over there. I don't know it. Another one here. You'll think of me at my funeral. You'll be there. One Too Many. The Fighter, Making Memories. Tonight I Wanna Cry. God, blimey, honestly. Yeah. Tonight I want to cry till summer comes around. Another one here. Only you can love me this way. You look good in my shirt. So funny, it's unusual, actually. It must be a very unusual country singer. It's normally about death or your wife's run off with the next door neighbour. You know, so you go for a DIVORCE. Kiss a Girl. Cop Car. So this cop car pulled me over. I'd been drink driving again. I've never heard of any of these songs. Never heard of any. I haven't lived, have I? Look, it's raining on Sunday. It's snow on Tuesday. Kiss a Girl. You're My Better Half, Where the Black Top Ends. Out of the Cage. Parallel Line, Better Life, and my favourite, I'm Coming Home. Please don't bother. You know, all good stuff, isn't it, from Keith Urban? I'm sure he'll pack out the place. I'd rather have Adele, but something's gone wrong there. I mean, why would it be 2 days, 24 hours before the concerts? It was cancelled, wasn't it? 2 days, and yet because somebody didn't like the set or somebody, whatever it was, I can't remember. But it's a case of they've now taken the set out because Keith Urban's going, listen, just give me a microphone on a Tuesday. He'll be happy. So Cadbury's Whisper bars have shrunk, but families are still charged the same. Martin James of consumer campaign group Resolver says, we all need a treat in these challenging times. It's an insult to reduce the size of our favourite bars. Oh, they all do it. They all do it. It is an insult. I mean, it's basically taking advantage of our good nature. I mean, that story comes around all the time, doesn't it? You know, it's not... Somebody had originally, I think, taken out and counted how many cornflakes you got in a box. And it turns out there was quite a few less than there were last time round. Yes, I was a bit bored, actually. Defiant Prime Minister says he'll not quit over the party gate. And Keir Starmer having a bit of a mare of a day in the House of Commons for Prime Minister's question time. And apparently MPs and charities accuse Boris Johnson of body shaming after he cracked a cake joke at PMQs. I mean, honestly, it's a cake, for God's sake. Get over yourselves. Get over yourselves. What else we got? What else we got here? A rambler clings for life, 120 foot up a cliff. Now, had a lot of those. We had one who fell off a cliff the other day, didn't we? Who died, 320 foot up or whatever it was particularly high. And this one here, he was up there 2 hours at night. Coast Guard crews had a race against time to save him. He was said to have to be a finger's grip away from certain death. I mean, it makes me feel ill even reading stories like that, because I'm not very good with those sort of things. Prince Harry is under pressure. Oh, good. We do love a little bit of pressure on old Harry. This time to give back the money from his Spotify podcast deal. Why? Why would he have to give back the 18 million quid they trousered? And so far they've turned up diddly squat. Apparently they've made what? Yeah, did you hear it? God, really, honestly, like listening to two idiots. Joe Rogan, whose top-ranking podcast claims young people don't need COVID jabs. You think Harry would, of course, be all in favour of COVID jabs. Why is he with the company? Because he's trousering the money, that's why. He's not remotely bothered by anything else like that. We tried to explain to him. But, Harry, stubborn to the last. Perhaps he gets it from Andrew. EastEnders bosses, or BBC bosses, have defended the new set, which was 25 million over budget. Yep, audience shrinking day by day. Day by day, almost on an hourly basis. Very embarrassing. Also, 10 minutes to extend your life. Things you can do to extend your life. Apparently, have a quickie is one of them. Have a quickie. You've heard of a quickie? Yes. Yes, of course you have. Couples who enjoy sex at least twice a week. Twice a week? Who has sex twice a week? Apparently have higher amounts of the antibody immunoglobulin. God, not something else in our bodies that I'm not aware of. Apparently it was discovered in Pennsylvania. And 1 gram of it wards off illness. So apparently having sex keeps you young. Tell my Auntie Enid. Load of old rubbish. Doesn't keep you young at all. Just very exhausted. It's a case of, I'll do it tomorrow. Can't be bothered to do it today. Let's do it later on. A glass of wine every day won't just help you live longer. It can help keep you mentally sharp. I've always said that. So I work on the assumption if a glass of wine keeps you mentally sharp, a bottle's got to be good, isn't it? That's got to be fantastic. Keep dancing. A study of 5,000 older people says that physical activity prevents 111,174 deaths a year. Power naps are very good as well. I like a power nap. Sometimes I've had them during the show. You've never noticed because it's a power nap. We go, go on, and I'm dancing as well. Also, having a cold shower, no chance. I wouldn't have a cold shower if you paid me. A fiery curry could mean longer life, say scientists in China. Well, they would. A fiery curry is good. Do a crossword. Apparently they're life extenders because it taxes your brain and keeps your brain going. And also, if you're feeling under the weather, don't put off going to the doctor. He'll better tell you whether you're going to die. So it's, you can go there. I mean, I like going to the doctors. I've got to go back again. As I say, now they've got the results of the blood test, but it's non-urgent. Non-urgent sounds very good, actually. Somebody else telling me that Keith Urban is a huge country star. Yeah, well, even after I've read out all his songs, I've never done. I've never heard of any of them, I'm afraid. I'm terribly sorry. Steve, when the ex and I stayed in Northumberland, we headed down to Beamish, County Durham. Truly a great day out, says Kim. I like things like that. Steve, I see the tram lines going into the old tram tunnel on Kingsway near Holborn. Yes, the tram lines are still there. That used to take you all the way underneath, and they do tours underneath there. That's where the trams used to go, and then they pop up the other end in Kingsway. London was a far nicer place, I suspect, there. Steve, not far from the Shambles in York, says Erica from Murfield, is the National Railway Museum. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I have heard of it, I think. I've never been there. Have you been there? Oh, yeah, you would have done. You've been ever, haven't you? Probably been to Mars and Moon and Jupiter and something like that. I've not been to any of those places either. Producer's been everywhere. So here it is, the Railway Museum. Look at that. Stevenson's rocket. Is the original Stevenson's rocket, or is it a fake? No, it's the original rocket. My God. Well, that's something to have, isn't it? The original Stevenson's rocket. Wow. Good Lord above, honestly. Up north are so lucky, aren't they? They get all the snow and the bad weather and people talking like that, you know, because we come from Dudley. And they've got Stevenson's rocket. Brilliant. Love it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 25 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Danny Dyer has revealed she was in a dark place after Sammy Kimmons, the father of her child, was jailed for fraud last year. Yeah. Well, they tend to pick the wrong people, don't they, some of these people? More on cakes, but we don't want to do cakes on the programme. And Boris Johnson continued to cling on to his job last night, despite being accused of lying in a fresh scandal. This is over the staff and animals. Remember the animal? Oh, listen, I'll let you read it. It's a bit tedious. It goes on and on and on and on. NASA is offering a $1 million prize, 750,000 quid, to sort out better grub for astronauts on missions to Mars. Scientists say current pre-packed food is not healthy enough. The Deep Space Food Challenge wants people to come up with space snacks that taste good, are sustainable and produce as little waste as possible. That seems quite a good idea. I just assumed it was all that sort of dehydrated stuff. And it floated around. You get dehydrated mashed potato, dehydrated, I was going to say water, but that would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? A chunk of an Elon Musk SpaceX rocket is set to crash into the moon after 7 years in orbit. This is the uncrewed Falcon 9. I love the idea there's all this space debris floating around up there. It's fantastic. Lily James goes for a sultry look before the Pam and Tommy premiere in LA. Looks very good, actually. She posted on Instagram, here we go, Pam and Tommy in Vivienne Westwood. And it doesn't quite match what the real Pamela Anderson was wearing. It's similar. According to NASA, because we did ask them, they eat 3 meals a day, astronauts, breakfast, lunch and dinner. Nutritionists ensure the food the astronauts eat provides them with a balanced supply of vitamins and minerals. Calorie requirements differ for astronauts. For instance, a small woman would require only about 1,900 calories a day, while a large man would require about 3,200 calories. An astronaut can choose from many types of food, such as fruits, nuts, peanut butter, chicken, beef, seafood, candy, brownies. Available drinks include coffee, tea, orange juice, fruit punches, and lemonade. I quite like the idea of fruit punches. Space food comes in disposable packages. Whether or not you just sort of pop it out the back of the... I've got no idea. Could be anything like that. A footy fan got to watch his beloved Newcastle beat Leeds by getting a job at Ellen Road. He couldn't get a ticket for the top flight encounter, so he put in for a job working there, and he managed to watch the game and everything. Very ingenious. But he won't get to do it again. The agency he uses cancelled future work for him at Elland Road for unacceptable antics. I often thought it's a very good idea to get a job at St John Ambulance Brigade. Why? Because they actually patrol our theatres. And they stand there and they watch a performance, but they're there on hand if anybody falls ill or something like that. Rob the Courier says you can get a turbo air freshener, Amazon, $12.99 for 4, for your car that smells like Creed, but without the price tag. I have the range in the picture. They call it Greed for obvious reasons. Just needs a quick burst and lasts for a few days. Oh, right. I'm sure about that. Somebody says, has Steve been drinking? I wish. I mean, I'm due another cup of tea, which I'll probably have a little bit later on, actually. Eddie says, of all your singing voices, the country western is by far the best. Don't give up the day job. It's not very nice, is it? A bit impersonal there. I thought my singing voice was quite good. And Ash Margate, I believe. Good morning, Steve. I hope you're well. Can you please let me know when your new country album is coming out? Sounds like you've nailed the genre. I nailed the genre up to the wall. I love it. Dua Lipa. I don't know anything about Dua Lipa. I just know she has pictures taken in the papers, and that's all it is. But she's a Brit-nominated star. Unfortunately, only nominated. Not quite the same, is it? Shot scenes for director Matthew Vaughan's new spy movie Argylle, alongside Henry Cavill, Sam Rockwell, and Bryce Dallas. What a great name, isn't it? Bryce Dallas. It's got to be a showbiz name. It can't be anything else. The Brit Awards are launching their first unique NFT collection. The collaboration with eco-friendly NFT platform Serenade will celebrate the 2022 award winners, designed by the digital artists MRE, who's worked with previous Brit winners Dave and J Huss. So now you know. I've never heard of those people. J Huss. Is that what it's called? J Huss. Who is it? Is it a man? Oh, it's a rapper. Where did they get these names from? Honestly, I'm hopelessly out of touch on it. Ladies and gentlemen, J Huss. Did you see what you done? Oh, that's his song. Did you see what I done? Can't even speak English. It's did you see what I done? What I did. I had to try and think which way round was it. The Masked Singer bosses are making sure their cryptic clues do not give the game away after they made a huge blunder. Last year when the ITV show released teasers about the fox, they stated that the celeb inside the costume collected teapots. Fans went on Google and discovered it was Denise Van Outen. Oh, God, not content to being on that... what's the matter? Oh, the tea. They did that with something else. What were they doing? There was somebody was drinking tea on television the other day, and they kept sticking their pinky out, their little pinky. You know, when you drink a pot of tea. Like, I can't remember the Queen. The Queen being told... I mean, do you think that she speaks the best of everybody? Have you ever heard her speaking? Yes, you must have heard her speaking. But I mean, is that the best? I've heard far posher people. You know, oh, yes. I mean, you think it's put on. But I don't think she sounds posh. It's the pink... All right, the pinky. You've made your point. Oh, do I want a cup of tea? Oh, right. Oh, yes, please. Oh, so I wonder what you're talking about. Oh, God, honestly, I don't know why I bother, really. Do you know that a frog's lost leg has been regrown by scientists, bringing human limb generation a leap closer? So if you lose a limb now, you can grow one back again. Sounds like a magic trick, doesn't it? A cocktail of drugs was smeared over the stump under a special cap and left for 24 hours. It then set off an 18-month period of regrowth that ended up with a working leg. I think that's phenomenal, isn't it? They could do all sorts of interesting things. It was using the biodome cap. So you can do that. Imagine, only if you're a frog. I don't think it works for us, do they? I mean, they did transfer a pig's heart, didn't they, of course? So that was that bloke. He turned out to be a crim. Yeah. I think he went straight back to prison again, I'm pretty certain. But yes, he'd been given a pig's heart. Although actually I don't think it makes any difference, does it really? If what you're given, as long as it works, and as long as it keeps, you know, the old ticker working, and then it means you can do things. Another one saying, wonder when your new album's coming out. Other people saying, please don't ever sing again, which I think is very cruel. Very cruel. Sandra had emailed a story as well about Lidl and B&Q. Yeah, this was the other day, actually. I read this the other day. What they were doing, they were accidentally selling rare plants worth thousands for just £10, but it was on eBay, so we're not totally convinced that these plants... The two retailers have accidentally been selling rare plants. Plants like the variegated Monstera adansoni have been listed on eBay for £3,699, which is much less than the common 5 or 10 quid price versions you find in the local retailer. See, the trouble is, on eBay you can put any price you like on it. It doesn't mean you're ever going to get that price. I could have put £10 million on it. It's a bit of a... I've never used eBay. I wouldn't want to. Oh, I tell a lie. Years ago we did see if we could buy a wedding dress for £1, and we got... Oh, thank you very much. We managed to buy a wedding dress for £1. I mean, well, we only bought it. We only bought it just to see if you could get, you know, do a wedding cheaper than, you know, £2,500, £3,000, £5,000, £10,000, £50,000. So we bought the wedding dress for £1, and it arrived in a jiffy. But it was all right, as wedding dresses get. Put it this way, if you weren't that fussy about wedding dresses, this one would have been very adequate. Did it fit me? It wasn't for me. It was for the producer. Where it went to afterwards, I've got no idea. I mean, for about 3 years, it lived in my cupboard. We're trying to find out who to pass it on to. We bought Barbie dolls and everything on eBay, but mainly it was rubbish. It's just people getting rid of tat, and most of it's fake. Lots of fakes on eBay, lots of fakes. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Talk of the museums reminded me, Steve says, Sue, of a trip I took to Southport once. I parked the car only to find I was parked outside the Lawnmower Museum. I gave it a miss. The Lawnmower Museum. It does exist, doesn't it, the Lawnmower Museum? I'm pretty certain. I seem to remember reading something about it. And there it is, the Lawnmower Museum. It's lovely. Because there will be people who sort of think that's really cool. I mean, I think it's quite cool, but I don't want to go and see it. Oh, it's a vacuum cleaner museum would absolutely suit me down to the ground. Steve, thank you for keeping us smiling whilst on my way to visit Spence in Queens Hospital in Romford. He's sedated in ICU and I'm his best friend trying to encourage him to come back to us, so wish him better, says Shell in Brighton. Oh, Spence, I hope you're listening to the radio. That's what you have to say to people if they're sort of under. You have to keep talking to them. They can hear. It's just that eventually something happens. So Spence, come on, we're waiting.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Steve, if you set your alarm for 11, what time do you go to bed? Well, it varies. 3:30 in the afternoon, 4:30. Because by that time I'm tired, so I don't get tired during the day. I go out and do things. You know, sometimes I'll go home, and at the moment I'm looking forward to going home and having some of that sourdough toast. It's making me hungry already. Sourdough toast. I've got some nice new Lurpak butter, but I want to change it for Country Life, so I'll do that. Because Country Life's got more of it. I can actually taste the butter on Country Life. Lurpak got a bit off recently, so I kind of, yes, very hard. But anyway, so I thought I'd do that, and then what I do is I go out and do a little bit of shopping. I've got to check as well where my printer's cartridge is, because I think it needs a new cartridge, or shaking, or something, whatever you do to cartridge. It's all go in my life, I tell you. I'm doing rock and roll. I love it. A labourer sacked for running over his boss's pet parrot has won an unfair dismissal claim. Get the best stories on this programme. Blake O'Keefe was reversing a truck when cranky cockatoo Crackers was crushed under the wheels. Mr. O'Keefe had seen the parrot on the floor at the fencing business. He tried to move the bird, but didn't want to pick it up in case it bit him. But the bird, who had previously pecked him, dashed away, so he moved the truck. Crackers was found squashed on the ground after. Oh, dear. Bit of a sad thing, isn't it, really? Because parrots live forever. This was in... it wasn't in this country, actually. This was in Australia. Mr. Dunshee, who comes from Bundaberg, is considering an appeal. But the parrots live a long time. That's 2 dead birds now, after the robin. But the robin was even worse. That's like you see traps which are set out there to catch tigers and things like that. And they end up trying to gnaw their legs off because the trap is there. They can't get out, which is dreadful. I don't like anything like that. It drives me absolutely mad. But if you're going to have a parrot, they do live for a long time. Nothing to have a parrot living for 60 years or something like that, which is, all right. Angie in Orpington says you had me in fits of laughter at your Keith Urban imitation. I thought it was one of my better ones, actually. You know, there was get me a residency. I tell you, I could sell out Caesar's Palace. You know, perhaps I could do Adele one day and then I could do Keith Urban the next day. That'd be quite good. I'm a little bit fussy, though, about the set, the staging. I'm looking for something interesting. When I did one of my one-man shows years and years ago, we did it from the theatre down in, where was it? I can't remember which one it was. But I had to work on their set. There was a set, and I trod on the lights, unfortunately. I think it was the Queen's Theatre. And I trod on the lights. I think basically I'd had a drink and I trod on the lights. Wasn't one of my finest moments, but you have to work round it, because sometimes they had sets on for Christmas shows and things like that, and so we were allowed to use it as well, which was very nice. Alan Sugar has moaned he can't understand the Scouse accents in Liverpool-based drama The Responder. Do you remember when the BBC used to put up the news, and if it was somebody from Scotland, they'd put up subtitles underneath? They had a farmer that went, and up underneath, you know, they had to put the subtitles. Thought it was a little bit rude, you know, very patronising to them, very patronising. Prince Andrew's legal team yesterday made another bid to have his sexual abuse case thrown out as a civil trial looms. It never goes away, this one, does it? I mean, I'm tempted to say it's the gift that keeps on giving. Andrews demanded a trial by jury on all causes of action asserted, but then she asked for that ages and ages ago, so there's nothing new here. But I mean, this is going to be held in America, isn't it? I'm assuming. I've not been particularly good with sort of picking up on the American legal system. I should imagine it's actually quite complicated. Well, it certainly will be. It must be costing him a fortune, an absolute fortune. And so he's asked for it as he's officially responded to Virginia's sexual assault lawsuit. Court documents filed in New York show he demands a trial by jury on all causes of action. Virginia accused the Duke of York of forcing to have sex more than 2 decades ago at the London home of Ghislaine Maxwell. He's denied everything. In fact, he doesn't know her. He doesn't know her. He doesn't remember having the picture taken. He's got no idea who she is or anything at all. And I'm thinking, so what was he friendly with Epstein for? Was it just somewhere to stay? You know, in houses or a nice island? I don't quite get anything at all. Nikki in Workington says, apparently, Steve, that Lawnmower Museum is a cut above the rest. Dun, 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 dun. Katie Price, the attention-seeking, dreary person, has found the answer to her prayers, so she's dressed up as a nun. As far as I'm concerned, that's blasphemy, and I don't think anybody should ever dress up as nuns, I'm afraid. And it's an OnlyFans, a site known for its adult content. She declared her new vocation in life was to use her channel to empower women. This is a convicted drunk driver 6 times, ladies and gentlemen, a bankrupt who still owes $3.2 million. You haven't empowered anybody, dear. Very embarrassing. And she wants to promote body positivity. Yes, we've all done that. We do that on this programme. We're all very much into body positivity. She said, you won't be seeing any slutty, smutty stuff from me. I feel embarrassed for her future husband. What an embarrassment for him. Poor soul. Never mind, I'm sure he'll learn to live with it. Because at the moment, he just needs to manage to make sure that he gets the car taxed. OK? Just mentioning that for you, Carl, in case you keep forgetting. But she's £3.2 million in debt at the moment. How you get yourself in debt, I've got no idea. Basically, she doesn't pay anything. Steve says Mr. Bartlett. He says, keep it going. Cup of tea. My old mum never said no to a cup of tea, never. Now I'm in the same and I make tea in a pot every day. I think we're the only country in the world that makes it with milk. I think we are one of the few that makes it with milk. But I mean, I couldn't drink tea without milk. You're supposed to. And also, have you ever seen people testing tea? They do that and then they spit it out again. Yeah, no, they do wine as well, exactly the same way. They do the same for tea tasting. Only I swallow, which is, I don't spit it out. And the only reason I swallow is because it's so hot. You know, because we make it with hot water. It's the best way to do it. Putin told we'll kick your assets. Biden threat to Vlad's personal wealth. And he's warned Vladimir Putin he faces personal sanctions if Russia invades Ukraine. We don't think he will, but we don't know. We're just saying all the experts say that they don't think he will. He's posturing, you know. But we know why Brits have milk with tea. Probably because it tastes better, doesn't it? No? Is it not? Milk was added to a china cup and the tea was poured in after being stirred. And it's got nothing to do with taste. It was preventing the cup from cracking under the heat. When tea was first you didn't know this. When tea was first imported in the 18th century, 1700s and up, lots of people couldn't afford the bone china services. So cups available couldn't withstand the heat of the boiling water and would shatter. So milk was added first. There you go. So unlike the rushed office tea rounds of today, tea was traditionally brewed in a pot. My mother used to make a pot of tea because we were using leaf tea. You know, you'd buy a packet of Brook Bond, PG Tips or whatever it was. Milk first is controversial. Oh, it's like the stupid argument over jam and cream, isn't it? The Queen puts jam on first, then the cream on the top. To be honest with you, don't bother with it. Just shove, you know, a bit of squirty cream, squirty jam, shove it in your gob, okay, and leave it at that. Squirty jam. Why don't they do squirty jam? I think that would be a very good idea, actually. Squirt it. So much easier. You get the butter in it. Of course you do, yeah, absolutely. Well, I get that. If I use peanut butter, I don't have that's a bit of a treat for me, peanut butter, because it's a bit sort of too sort of sugary, I think, or something. It's fattening or whatever it is. And you put the butter in there, and then all of a sudden you've got butter. And so if you've got a canteen and somebody else has used the Marmite, there's bits of butter in the Marmite. I don't use it. I leave it to other people. We used to have a canteen years and years ago, not the one we've got at the moment, which is highly sophisticated. And people would put their thing, and I used to think, oh no, I'd rather not share. I'd rather have my own. I'd rather have individual portions, you know, which is much easier. Yes, my own little section, like little pat of butter, you know, little pat of, you know, peanut butter. They don't do peanut butter in little squeezy tubes, do they? They do jam like that. You get little tiny jars, which is nice. The pub which featured in the iconic Scottish film Local Hero has been saved from redevelopment. But the reprieve may be temporary for the ship in Banff in Aberdeenshire, the setting for the film's McCaskill Arms. It's a place of pilgrimage for fans of the 1983 film, which starred Burt Lancaster, Dennis Lawton and Peter Capaldi. And a bid to convert it into flats was rejected on the grounds it's a tourist attraction. Oh, I hate it when they put things into flats. You know, this is a pub. There's a few round Richmond way that they've sort of turned into flats. I always think it's such a shame. Such a shame. Claims Adele will not perform in Vegas before the summer appear to have been confirmed because Caesars booked to replace. Don't faff around with Caesars. Really, you've been messing with the wrong people. Messing with the wrong people. They're not going to afford to be, messed around with. I mean, nearly 2,500 pubs have closed. Yes. You know why? It's the breweries. People go into them and they rent them. Or failing that, there are also COVID and the no smoking and the fact that some areas are very Muslim in London, especially in the East End of London. So these enormous big Victorian pubs closed because nobody was drinking. You can't survive on somebody coming in and saying, I'll have a small orange juice and a mango. It's not going to work. So, and some of the Victorian pubs were huge. Absolutely enormous. I mean, I do like a big pub. I've been in little pubs. If they're by the river, they tend not to close because they've always got, not in this weather, obviously. But no, I think smoking had a lot to do with it, and the COVID, and then they closed forever. The one of our pubs in the middle of Twickenham has only just opened up again, but I've never seen loads of people in it. Never seen loads of people. It's pubs are going. You know why? People can't afford to go drinking. Have you seen the price? We told you the other day that they reckoned a pint could be £7 very shortly. £7 for a pint. I mean, I don't drink pints. Doesn't bother me. Couldn't care less. But that's what's putting people off going in there. I think somebody said that they ordered a couple of pints and something else. It was 31 quid. Because if I was going to a pub, I would be drinking doubles. I don't waste my time with singles. That's for girls' blouses. I'm drinking a butch drink. It's a double vodka and Coca-Cola. And not the Diet Coke either. I go for full strength. That's why I don't have it very often. There's no point. It's not good for me. What have we got? Prince's Hope from Horror. Charles hearing of the Auschwitz Hell at the Palace exhibition. It's quite amazing. It really is. We'll talk about that in a minute.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and we're with you till 7. A lot of people talking about the vacuum cleaner museum. I don't think it's a museum, actually. It's just a bloke who collects vacuum cleaners. I mean, it could be me. Could be me. It could be anybody, actually. There's one man who's got 300. I mean, he's way ahead of me. Way ahead of me. Steve, my African grey parrot is 30 years old now, and apparently she'll live to 70, so probably outdo me. Yeah, they do. I think people forget that when you get a parrot. They do go for ages. Mind you, I haven't heard of anybody recently. Julie Peasgood says, I thought your country and western vocals were rather good, actually. Try Jason's sourdough from M&S. It's got a great taste award and it's delicious toasted. Thank you for cheering us all up in the morning. Love as ever. Lovely Julie Peasgood. And we've gone all Christmassy. That was... Julie Peasgood used to be in Brookside, and she's an actress and everything else, but she did the advert for these candles, and she said, and this year we've gone all Christmassy. And that was from years ago. They found the oldest tortoise in the world yesterday. What do you mean found him? Or was he just lounging in the sitting room, was he, or something like that? The oldest... Yes, this is Jonathan, isn't it? He's supposed to be 190. And is he on the Galapagos Islands or something like that? And where is he? He's on... Oh, he's St. Helena, one of the world's remotest islands. So he's the oldest tortoise ever to live. And, I mean, they say when he was born, Queen Victoria was just a teenager. They do... I mean, they think he was born around 1832. And he was gifted by somebody. Because have you ever seen little tortoises? Some of them are little tiny things. Little itty-bitty, they're really tiny. They're really lovely. And they get eaten by the seagulls. When they get born, they all get born at the same time because of the moon and the equinox and all whatever it is. And you see them coming out on this particular island, and there'll be thousands and thousands and thousands of them. Have you ever seen them, Minty? Is it turtles, that? Yeah, all right, well, they're close. Closely related, just that tortoises don't swim. And the oldest ever chelonian. This is one that encompasses all turtles, terrapins and tortoises. See, they're all the same. But I remember seeing these ones. They're born, and then they all scramble, and their main objective is to get to the sea, and they just get eaten. They get picked up along the way because they're just basically, it's like having a load of bonbons walking down the beach, and you like sweets, and you just be picking them off. And it's the same thing for these little terrapins, which is a little bit depressing. They do the same with the crabs. Have you seen the crabs as well? Which millions of them cross the road, and cars drive all over them. Look at them; they're so tiny. These birds are the baby turtles hatching and then running to the ocean, but getting picked off. But of course, because there's so many of them born at the same time, they're easy pickings. So they force their way out of the sand. Bless their hearts. Honestly, you feel like picking up and saving them, because you want them to reach the ocean, but of course, so many of them don't make it as far as the ocean. And even when they're in the ocean, they get swallowed up by some of the fish as well, and seagulls will hover over them because they're just swimming for their life. It's quite something to watch, isn't it? When you sort of look at them, and some of them fall over, and then they don't have the strength to it. But there's millions of the blooming things. It's almost as good as Christian the Lion, isn't it? Say they do fall over. They look like they're drunk. Some of them, they turn over on their backs, and then they've got to get back the other side again. I mean, you could stand there all day. Look how small they are. I'm saying this, of course, you can't see what we're looking at. They're like the size of your finger. They're little tiny things, but they get picked off, bless their hearts. And they will always go back to the same beach. Did you know that? They go back to the same beach. Bless their little hearts. But have you seen the crabs? Oh, March of the Crabs. Millions of them crossing the roads. They get born in I think it must be a jungle or something like that. And then millions of them. And so cars driving down the road crunch over, even they go, please don't take your cars out. And they have to make it the other side as well. There's millions of the blooming things. So that's why we've got so many crabs, and people sort of eat them. I don't like eating crab or anything like that. But you want to see these things here. There are literally so many of them, and it must be millions. I know they've got horrid faces, crabs, haven't they? But all they want to do is make it to the ocean, and also some of them have got eggs with them, not Easter eggs or nothing like that. They're sort of other eggs, and you can see the eggs underneath them. That's what they're carrying, and they have to dispose of them in the water. So they sort of shake backwards and forward. It's all a bit dramatic, actually, isn't it? Hope you're not having sausages for breakfast, anybody, just in case you're worrying about crab on toast. Although my friend John Warrington, I was complaining the other day bitterly about smashed avocado, and saying it's just absolutely ridiculous. I didn't fancy smashed avocado at all. And John says, I will have you know, I make a mean brunch. If you were in my kitchen, you would salivate at my toast with crushed avocado in garlic mayonnaise, topped with smoked salmon and a fried egg, maybe washed down with a Nespresso coffee or a mimosa. What's a mimosa? Never heard of a mimosa. Orange juice and champagne, is it? Oh, blimey. He's very posh. Mimosa cocktail. There you go, champagne and a chilled citrus juice, usually orange juice unless otherwise specified. That's what I thought. But it's a mimosa cocktail, champagne and chilled citrus juice. I like the idea. It's served or as part of business or first class services on some passenger railways. How lovely. Unfortunately, way out of our price bracket. We can't afford things like that. That's just absolutely ridiculous. So he does crushed avocado on toast in garlic mayonnaise, topped with smoked salmon and a fried egg. Sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it, really? But only John would take it that further. And Steve, I think there are lots of different posh accents. There's royal posh, rural posh, Sloaney posh, and official posh, says Mary. I'm an RP, which is rural posh, but only because I needed speech therapy back in the 1950s. And then there's that guy off the celebrity dating programme. He goes, hello, dating. And he speaks like that. Have you heard him? Can't remember his name. Don't really care, actually. But, I mean, he's a bit like Brian Sewell. Brian Sewell used to be derby like this. And he used to think, you don't live in a mansion, mate. You live in a flat. And I couldn't quite understand. But the bloke on the dating programme, he's terribly affected. Terribly affected. Tom something, we think. But we're not sure any further. But I like the idea, Mary, you're RP. Well, you would be RP. You're from Oxford. That's it. A friend of mine has a parrot, Steve, called Earl. He sits in the corner of the room saying nothing all the while you're there, and when you get up to leave, he says bye. There was somebody who had a parrot, didn't it swear, and that's how they knew that somebody had pinched it. Theirs swore, in a particular way. Because sometimes, people really teach parrots rude words to say. Carolyn Newick says, Steve, sourdough crumpets. Oh, that sounds... I didn't know they made sourdough crumpets. The sourdough bread I've got today looks very nice, but I bought it yesterday. Does it go off, or can you keep it? I'm going to toast it. You can keep it, can you? Oh, does it go off quickly? I haven't even opened it yet. Hope it doesn't go off just yet. There you go. Sourdough. Oh, vegan crumpets. Vegan crumpets. I like crumpets. I don't know what to put with them, so I just generally put butter and peanut butter. I can't have marmalade. It's all sugar. It's just... I'd be crawling up the walls. Yeah, I mean, peanut butter is sort of... but I don't do that very often. I don't do it very... But also, it takes ages to actually cook crumpets, because they have to cook them. A piece of toast cooks very quickly. I wonder if sourdough bread will cook quickly today. If not, I'll just have to get another loaf and have it, because I just feel like having some sourdough bread, perhaps with some grated cheese on it or something like that. A little bit of pickle. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, for breakfast? A little bit of grated cheese. Whee! Yeah. See you there, Steve. Be there for breakfast. That sounds nice. And what have we got here? Oh, Charles, hearing of the Auschwitz Hell at the Palace exhibition. What a brilliant idea this exhibition is. And he's visibly moved as a Holocaust survivor shows off her Auschwitz tattoo. I mean, it brings history to life. And Lily Ebert met the Prince of Wales at the Queen's Gallery in London as new portraits were unveiled of herself and 6 other survivors of the Holocaust to commemorate National Holocaust Memorial Day. 7 portraits surviving the Holocaust will be a memorial to the 6 million who lost their lives to Nazi genocide. Charles, in his role of patron of the National Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, devised the project and was joined by Camilla, who can talk to anybody, can't she? She just talks to anybody. This particular portrait shows her wearing a gold pendant of an angel, which is a pendant she managed to hide throughout her time in the Nazi concentration camp. And at the Queen's Gallery, where the paintings were on display, she told the Prince and Camilla how she hid it in her shoe and then in her daily ration of bread. She said, this necklace is very special. She said, it went through Auschwitz and survived with me. Auschwitz took everything, even the golden teeth they took off people, but this survived. I put it in the heel of my shoe, but the heel wore out, so I put it in the piece of bread that we got to eat. I've worn my necklace every day since I survived. Not surprised it reduced people to tears. The Prince said of the project, my abiding hope is that this collection will act as a further guiding light for society, reminding us not only of history's darkest days, but of humanity's interconnectedness as we strive to create a better world. These people, we can never imagine what these people saw, what horrors they had to live through. So well done to Lily. Well done for reaching that age. I mean, she's 98. 98! God's definitely looking after you, my darling. Definitely. Steve, I eat crumpets straight from the pack with a slice of cheese and a splash of ketchup. Am I a peasant? Yes. I've never heard of... What, you eat them raw? I've never heard of eating crumpets raw. I've never done that. That's slightly peculiar, with a slice of cheese. I don't think you're supposed to eat them raw. I don't think they're very good for you raw. Are they? And also... slice of cheese and a splash of ketchup. Ketchup? How common. I mean, I've never heard of putting ketchup on crumpets. I've never heard of anybody eating them. I tell you what I like. What are those other things called? Pikelets. Have you seen those? A little thin thing. They're quite nice as well. I quite like pike. And they also, Warburtons do a thing that opens up and you can put cheese inside it. They're quite nice in your toaster. You have to push it, yeah. I like those. Warburton's Thins. Is that what they're called? Thins. But I'm definitely determined today to have my sourdough bread. I've just decided. It looked like, and I squeezed the loaf and it was a bit squidgy. And I like that. I like it. Because sometimes you have to go through loaves and find out if they're okay, aren't they? But I don't know these things.
Steve Allen on LBC.
6:20 is the time. Smitten silent witness star Amelia Fox has opened up about her new man and says just thinking about him makes her heart skip a beat. Amelia, 47, plays Dr. Nikki Alexander, started dating TV producer Jonathan Stadlen 43 last year. Apparently, after splitting from her fiancé, she said, "It makes my heart dance thinking about what attracted me to him. We've both had relationships. We both have children. We've both been on our own. As a result, we're able to communicate freely, openly and honestly about everything." Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it, really? It's what we're all looking for. Dame Judi Dench suffered a frightful fall at home that left her unable to get up off the floor for 30 minutes. The 87-year-old actress's eyesight is deteriorating due to macular degeneration, and she took a tumble as she tripped at her home. She lives 4 miles from her partner, conservationist David Mills, 77. Her daughter Finty and grandson Sam live nearby. Had a frightful fall, Dame Judi revealed. Can you imagine Dame Judi as your mother or something like that? I mean, how cool would that be? I remember talking to Maggie Smith's son and thinking, Maggie Smith's your mother? How exciting. I've never interviewed Judi, no. I was talking about Maggie Smith to her son, actually, and he was sort of saying about, she does things on aeroplanes to get better seats and all the rest of it. I thought, how brilliant that your mother is Dame Maggie Smith or Dame Judi Dench. I mean, an icon. She was speaking in an interview with Saga magazine and asked whether she had a panic button installed. Because some people do. There used to be a woman who used to regularly fall down the stairs on all the adverts, and she was called Mrs. Hope. And the slogan was, Mrs. Hope knows help is coming, because she had a thing round her neck that she could push. It was a button that alerted. Your gran had one, and so you could push the button and then hope would come if you'd fallen down the stairs. I thought by the time you'd fallen down the stairs, there'd be very little point, and you can get these, and it was always Mrs. Hope knows help is coming. And I remember thinking, it's good because we've all fallen over. Everybody's fallen over, haven't they, at some point? I mean, especially if you fall over and you can't get up again. I mean, to be honest with you, that's when you need to decide to live in a bungalow, anywhere with sort of stairs or attached to attached to a halogen oven. It's not very nice, is it? Robbie says, try anchovy butter on crumpets, like potted shrimp on steroids. Oh, nothing more boring than potted shrimps, we decided. The wife and I, says Andy, are going to Joe Allen's on Saturday. All on your recommendation. Better be good. Well, if you're going with the wife, it will be good. Of course it will. I'm looking at anchovy butter, actually. I've never seen anchovy butter before. And do you make anchovy butter? Oh, you do. You make it. So it's half a cup of softened, unsalted butter, 4 minced garlic cloves, blimey, that sounds a bit potent, doesn't it? 8 anchovies, packed in oil, drained and minced, half a teaspoonful of hot paprika, half a teaspoonful of fresh lemon juice, kosher salt. Kosher salt, well, there you go. And then you just basically shove it all together and anchovy butter. I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it. Bless you again. I wonder if the Pioneer woman knows about it. And Giles in New Malden, have you tried Kerrygold butter? I think it's the best butter. Yes, I've had Kerrygold. Yeah, presumably due to the grass in Ireland being so lush. Yes, I don't quite understand how that fits in, but I'm sure it's lovely. But no, I like Kerrygold. Have you ever tried cheese muffins? No, I tell you what I did try the other day. Cheese potato croquettes. They were very nice. I had 6 of those. 6 of those. They were very nice. But cheese muffins. I think I might have had cheese muffins. I can't remember. You end up with so many different things. You can't remember half the time, can you? Also, a stranger sends a tanker of oil to a family struggling to pay bills, which is quite nice. This is a family facing the choice of freezing or going hungry, and they were moved when a Good Samaritan gave them enough oil for the winter. Former soldier Harry Lay, 36, and his wife Kitty were baffled when a tanker pulled up and started filling the tank that powers their central heating. It emerged an anonymous stranger had read of their plight and gifted the couple 500 litres of oil. It's amazing. Harry had told how the cost of it had driven him and Kitty to rely on food banks, despite both having jobs. The full-time cleaner said, these days we don't have a single penny spare, not even down the back of the sofa, and the oil had just run out. So somebody gave them this oil, which actually, the same amount of oil now costs 380 quid. The bill leapt last year, but this Good Samaritan acted after the Daily Express reported the family's problems last week. Isn't it nice that there are people like that? Isn't it nice? If I had that sort of money, I'd be paying for somebody's oil if they didn't have it. You imagine having to rely on food banks. He's a former soldier, and there are still nice people in the world, aren't there? They're in today because the little bird of Auschwitz, who flew free. This is Alina Peretti at home in London this week with her son. And again, the incredible tale here of a teenager. This is in the Express, who survived the terrifying experiments of Joseph Mengele and his coterie of monsters. And again, a marvellous person. But again, it's a book, I believe, called The Little Bird of Auschwitz, How My Mother Escaped Death and Found Our Family. How, isn't that fantastic? These stories, when you look at it, you see there are Holocaust deniers. You know that, don't you? That there are people who say it never happened. I don't know what's the matter with them mentally, but, people like that always slightly disturb me. Also, the world of cricket said farewell to the finest captain England's ever had. Ray Illingworth was laid to rest the other day. And Dickie Bird was there, and Jeff Cope at the funeral at Farsley in Leeds. An emotional Mr. Bird said, "I've lost a great friend. He was a great cricketer." It's the only thing that we're certain about in life, isn't it? The only thing we're certain about. You live, and at some point you're going to be taken from us. We just hope it's not for a while yet. Warm sourdough bread from the Cherry Tree Bakery. They make everything themselves in County Fermanagh. It's a bit of a journey for me, I'm afraid, Nigel. A little bit. Nigel's in Pontyclun in South Wales. But it's a long way to go, isn't it, for sort of sourdough bread, I think. I'll just have to make sure. Tess in Bexley, that I'm closer. Tess in Bexley, he says, "My very dear friend is almost 102, and he climbs a flight of stairs every night to go to bed and comes back down every morning." Well, he'd have to. Once you go up there, you've got to come down again. But I often wondered what the advantage was of a bungalow, and it's not having to use stairs. I quite like that idea. More 2-page spread in the Daily Express today on John Rendell, who's died aged 76, the extraordinary story of the Harrows. I bet they picked it up from this programme. I'm totally convinced that we did such a big piece on it the other day, and I'm so delighted that that John Rendell, whose son found him, I believe, who's a magician. And as they say, Rendell, who was found dead in his study on Sunday by his magician son Max, said in an interview once, "Christian changed my life forever and I'll never forget him." And when he comes back and hugs them, it just breaks your heart. And I said yesterday, we've got so many people who logged on and had a look. I mean, celebrity customers were like Diana Rigg and Mia Farrow had no qualms about cuddling Christian, who he just went with it. Yeah, the lion. He was in it. By the time the men started work at the shop at 10, Christian had been fed, enjoyed a ride in the car to the churchyard and a run, and was back in the basement napping. He would play with anybody who was free until tea time. And as I say, I'd love to have met him. But all we have, though, is the DVD and the fact that John Rendell lives on. Because I'm sure, had we not mentioned it on the programme, most of the papers wouldn't have picked up on it and would have just left it to one side. But I'm glad he gets mentioned. I think that's quite pleasing. A Lion Called Christian is the documentary. You can find it on YouTube, and you'll also find the running towards the boys when Christian looks at them. I mean, to be honest with you, how you'd spot a lion? They all look the same to me. All the same. Well, I don't know whether he had birthmark. Yeah, carrying a little flag. By the way, I'm Christian. Go to church regularly. Bless his heart. So it's nice. You should definitely have a look at it. I wonder how many people have viewed it now on YouTube. Millions of people, isn't it? You should do. You should have a look at it. If you haven't been and had a look at it, you should definitely go. Steve, I've been to the Crime Museum a couple of times. It's so interesting. I do remember it being quite cold in there. I'm a serving officer. Although coming up to retirement this year, looking forward to spending time on my games console, says Julia. Yeah, you can only go if you're a serving officer or you're invited. You can't just pop in. I was invited. Which is lovely. Peter says, never mind all those other food recommendations. Go to Waitrose, buy a loaf of Crosta and Molika pan Pugley's bread and toast it. You won't ever go back to plain old sourdough. Blimey, there's all these different breads. I don't even know what this stuff is now, but it sounds good. Aldi stock sourdough baguettes and sourdough rolls that you finish baking in the oven for 12 minutes, and they're delicious. When they're nice and warm with butter and jam. You can stock up and keep them in the freezer, says Sarah. I took some out overnight to defrost for my breakfast. Oh, I'm definitely having sourdough toast though this morning, and I think definitely grated cheese and a bit of Branston pickle, the small sandwich pickle. I don't like the big pickle.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7 at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. It's Thursday, the 27th of January. The only reason I tell you it's the 27th of January is because I got confused the other day, and somebody said, "Oh, because it's Thursday tomorrow." I said, "Is it?" Is it? Well, I said, is it when? I thought it was Tuesday yesterday. No idea it was Wednesday. Ridiculous, isn't it? The free bacon rolls offered. Where you get these from, I've got no idea. But rail chiefs are handing commuters free bacon rolls in an effort to tempt them back onto trains. So the complimentary breakfast snacks and hot drinks are just some of the perks being offered to boost passenger numbers to pre-pandemic levels. I know I quite like it with the trains half empty. Suits me down to the ground. So offers intended to help passengers make the most of their commute include a 1-month subscription to the Mindfulness app, a 2-month audiobook subscription with audiobooks, and 3 months free on Tidal Hi-Fi Music. Complimentary hot drinks available in London and at Gatwick Airport from food outlet Pure. I don't know what Pure is. I'm assuming it's another one of these food outlets. One at Waterloo, okay. Passengers do not need a train ticket to access the rewards programme and are only required to enter, here we go, your phone number, your email address and detail. In other words, you've just told them everything about you. You know, if you want to accept freebies at the nationalrail.co.uk/commuter, which is quite nice. But the free bacon rolls, but the trouble is these are Greg's bacon rolls. They're good. They're not as good as Pret-a-Manger. I was just telling actually Henry about... He didn't know about Pret-a-Manger's bacon rolls. And he said, you need to order extra bacon. I said, no, these things are full of bacon. I said, and it's really good quality. Steve, I've just watched the Christian video. Thankfully, I haven't applied mascara yet, says Joe. I have to say, says Kim, Christian's journey, the story, melted my old cynical heart, Steve. Truly beautiful. Isn't it the most wonderful thing you've ever seen? Isn't it the most wonderful thing? And it's so sad to think that, you know, it's just shame. It's a shame that they're not around anymore. So we're talking about Christian the Lion. As opposed to what? Christian the what? Christian the person who was killed in the Colosseum because he was a Christian. They were talking about the Colosseum the other day on the television. I can't remember why they were talking about it. Mainly because it's been built up. It used to be a roundabout. And now they've diverted the traffic away from it, which is very good. What have we got here? A thug who threatened to force his neighbours to jump from her burning flat has been spared jail. It's amazing, actually. We're getting very lenient with the jail. You can get away with absolute all sorts of things nowadays. They go, oh, we don't think we'll bother. Also, 3 men who hid £90 million worth of cocaine in banana crates have admitted smuggling charges. 7 people were held after the shipment from Costa Rica was seized at Sheerness docks. The trio will be sentenced after the trial of the others in June. I mean, £90 million worth of cocaine seems like quite a lot to me. That's a lot to me. And the head teacher who's being investigated over claims she called student Mr. Autistic after she caught him vaping. A parent alleged Nicola Partridge used the term towards her Year 11 son. I don't know what Year 11 is. What age is that? 15, 16, is it? Why did they just say Year 15, 16? Makes more sense, doesn't it? Year 11, you'd have got to work out what it is. And they said they were aware of the complaint. I think so too. I should think so too. That is the oddest one ever. The oddest one ever. And a care home resident was reunited with her dog after a year when he found a home 5 minutes away. Diana Darlington missed her 10-year-old pet Jack after leaving him with a relative when she moved from Kent to Cheshire. But the nursing home worker made a plea to rehome the Bichon Lakeland Terrier mix locally, and Sarah Roberts answered the call. I couldn't believe it. She was in tears of happiness, so the retired hotel owner could see Jack again. It's a miracle. How lovely. We like a good story. We don't get enough good stories nowadays. It's all blooming cakes, isn't it? And if you sort of take everybody else's word for it, you're as sick to death of cakes as I am. I'm sick to death of Prince Andrew. I really am. I'm sick. I'm so bored with this man. I demand a jury trial. I mean, I just love it, Andrew. I love it. The frogs and the growing limbs is a very good story as well. And MPs have said the tax hike will make soaring inflation worse. 2.5 million people have put off paying their bills. I hate bills. I mean, everybody hates bills. I've tried to cut down bills. I'm too short at the moment, which is good. But I can't remember how often electric bills come in. Is it every 3 months or something like that? I don't know. Yeah. Oh. And Steve, I met John Randall at London Zoo with his friend, raising funds for their park in Kenya. I thought it was such a good story. I mean, anything else, if it'd been a parrot, we wouldn't have been excited about it. But because it's a lion cub that they bought, I mean, every 2 months for energy, is it? Oh, right. I lose track of it. I can't remember, actually. I just remember thinking paying for water always seems like a bit of a swizz to me. Because let's face it, it's recycled. God knows how many people have passed my water before it arrives in my taps. Because you only borrow, it's like electricity. It goes into the light and then it goes back out again. And you think to yourself, why am I paying for this? It gets worse and worse and worse. Lots of talks about Boris again in the news storm because he was asked at Prime Minister's Question Time the other day about claims he did intervene to save Penn's animals from Afghanistan. And they found emails and all this. Honestly, it just gets more devious, doesn't it? But at the same time, I'm not worried about that as much as I'm worried about Putin and his sort of, and sort of what's going on. I couldn't care less about cakes and how many slices you get out of Colin the caterpillar and stuff like that. Ministers, they say, must delay a controversial ban on conversion therapy for trans people until it's changed to protect families, teachers and doctors, so says the Equality Watchdog last night. So, in a major intervention, the Equality and Human Rights Commission said the current proposals would have a chilling effect on therapists who want to help people dealing with gender dysmorphia. Is it dysphoria? Dysphoria, yeah. The condition means somebody doesn't feel happy with their biological sex. The watchdog say the proposals must be changed to ensure parents and teachers are not criminalised for questioning whether a child really wants to change their gender. It's actually sort of taken over some news outlets. I didn't realise. I mean, years ago, as I've said, I know quite a few trans people and have done for ages and ages. But it's only now that you're getting younger people who are sort of talking about it. Apparently, according to John in Birmingham, year 11 means having been in school for 11 years. Right. I can't remember. I don't remember any of this, actually, from when I was younger. More on Katie Dreary-Price making her announcement yesterday dressed up as a nun. As far as I'm concerned, that's blasphemy. And they had the first... I haven't read any reviews of the first instalment of the dreary, mucky mansion house and how it's all been made over and she's been given everything for free because apparently advertisers want to be with her because she's so hugely unsuccessful. Why you'd want to be... So she's got all these stuff for free. The production company have said didn't come from us. So she's obviously got stuff, like furniture and all the rest of it. But to be honest with you, why you'd want her as a role model, I can't imagine. Any company. Mind you, we'll have to wait and see how many more dogs she's going to be given this year. She was given the last one, which didn't last but 10 minutes. And the professor who took on the woke students over campus speech is still in his post. This is the university professor at the centre of a woke row, appeared to be still in his post last night as an investigation into his conduct concluded. And so it goes on. This is students demanding the resignation of Tim Luckhurst, principal of Durham University's South College, after he invited the journalist Rod Liddle to give a speech last month. We remember that bit. They claimed Mr. Liddle, associate editor of The Spectator magazine, is racist and transphobic, an accusation he vehemently denies. A complaint to university authorities prompted an investigation. Professor Luckhurst stepped back from some public activities, but had understood that he has been at work for the past few weeks and is fulfilling all of his duties. It gets more confusing by the day, doesn't it? I mean, seriously, I've lost track of it. And lots of public apologies and all the pictures. Charles unveiling these 7 paintings, which are amazing. I like the way that Camilla just throws herself into things. She could talk to anybody, and I think people feel very comfortable. When they got married, there's a lovely bit which is on YouTube of her. They come down the steps of St George's Chapel, and she goes over to obviously friends of hers, and she goes, "Oh, Charles, I told you about this man here." And people were sort of very wary originally. Very wary of Camilla, but she seems to have fitted in really well. Let's face it, he'd been having an affair with her for donkey's years. And she seems quite nice, but she was introducing Charles to her friends, going, "Oh, Charles, come meet so-and-so, so-and-so." And it was all a bit matter-of-fact. People had been invited to the wedding because they were friends of hers. And I thought it was quite sweet, actually. And, of course, her son used to work for LBC, used to work here. So we've had Diana's brother working here. They've all been here. And Morrissey telling his former bandmate, "Don't talk about me." This is, they didn't part on the best of terms 35 years ago. Now Morrissey has pleaded with guitarist Johnny Marr not to mention his name in any interviews or anything else. He's done an open letter. So they've obviously fallen out. They always fall out, these people. It's hilarious. We love it. We love it. Fallen out. Don't talk to each other. Don't ever mention my name. Fantastic. Great. We won't. OK?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 7. I still can't get over Morrissey, who's a bit precious, actually. I always thought Morrissey was a bit... years ago, he appeared to be OK. Then he went a bit off kilter. And so now he's 62 now. So he's pleaded with his guitarist to stop mentioning his name in interviews. This is because the atmosphere has been a little bit chilly. To be honest with you, I've got no idea what it all stems from. But in an open letter on his website, the singer accuses his former bandmate of making cruel and savage remarks about him. See, people get upset, don't they? You know, you've made a cruel and savage remark about me. It's like the bloke from The Apprentice, who Anne Widdecombe said, "Oh, Diddums," when somebody called him a clown and said he burst into tears. You know, I mean, the songwriting partnership. Oh, right, that was what it was. It was a songwriting partnership. Made the Smiths one of the most important groups for a generation. And it apparently redefined British guitar music. Marr left the band a few weeks before the release of the final album, fueled by a reported frustration that Morrissey was stuck in his ways, whilst the singer was said to have been equally annoyed that Marr was playing with other groups. Nothing like a tantrum, is there? Nothing like a tantrum in the wonderful world of guitar music. I can remember seeing Morrissey. He had a very interesting voice, Morrissey. So I remember seeing him on. I think they put him on the lottery at one time. He was one of the people on there singing, and Dale really liked him. He thought he was fantastic. Whereas I didn't know much about him. I just thought it was one of those sort of pretentious singers, and it just, you know, how soon is now? What's that mean? Oh, that was one of their songs, was it? There's no good putting these things. I don't know what these song titles are. I've got no idea. I've got no idea. Steve, I've had to look at that documentary later on Christian the Lion, says Anne, the road sweeper, because we have a road sweeper called Anne, who's a regular listener to the programme, and she's down in Brighton, as we know. And Helen says, I told my tutor group the Christian the Lion story yesterday, showed them the film and spoke about friendship. Such a lovely story. And Karen has recently started watching Downton Abbey on Netflix. How this series passed me by, I'll never know. I'm addicted. Oh, it's beautiful. I loved it. I love Downton Abbey. I really do. Dan the Bricky says, Steve, there's a high chance the water we drink has previously passed for a dinosaur. But I mean, it's like everything we borrow, isn't it? You have, you know, the sewage works and they clean the water and then it comes back round again. So basically you're buying something that's probably been recycled about 20 times, I would think. Minimum. Allotments. The only reason I mention allotments is because there's a couple in the Daily Mail today who face eviction from tomorrow for plots that they've cultivated for 20 years. They were given 12 months' notice. It's cost them £100,000. I got contacted by the council in Richmond to say that there's an allotment that's become free because I apparently put in for an allotment. I applied. As if. And they even named the area that I wanted to have my allotment in 1983. So I wrote back to them. I said, I've never applied for an allotment in my entire life. Why would I want to? Yeah. Even in a drunken, I wouldn't know who to apply to for it. And also, why would I want an allotment? I think James O'Brien's got an allotment, hasn't he? Or he wanted an allotment or something like that. I can't remember. But I think he did. But this couple have spent £100,000 because the allotment committee, no, out you go. This is in Finchley. And they've rented for 20 years. They pay £150, whatever it is, a year each. The allotments are meant for growing vegetables and fruit, though flowers are allowed. They've got all rules on these allotments. And the committee that are running it don't seem to be very pleasant about the whole thing. And the chairman, Paul Hendricks, said, yes, we've had arguments with them and others where plots are not properly cultivated, where we have a procedure to give people notice. So they've given them 12 months' notice. And they're kicking them out. I mean, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped, hasn't it? But Mr. Hendrick is obviously standing by it. They don't seem to like them. And Wayne and Elsie. Strangely enough, she's Elsie Price and he's Wayne Armsby. But they've rented these for 20 years and they've obviously not, fulfilled what the allotment society seem to think. So they're being evicted tomorrow. They've had 12 years, but they've been there. They've had 12 months to get out. But they've cultivated for 20 years. But very odd. Not very pleasant, is it? When you get these wars, it's like sort of neighbours, isn't it? And it just goes all pear-shaped. I did mention Mark Owen's birthday today. He is 50. And also Mimi Rogers. You don't know Mimi Rogers? Mimi Rogers? Come on, Minty, you should know Mimi Rogers. Mimi Rogers was Tom Cruise's first wife. See? Full of information we are on this programme today. But she says in a 1993 Playboy interview on why they broke up, Tom was seriously thinking of becoming a monk, and he thought he had to be celibate to maintain the purity of his instrument. My instrument needs tuning, kind of thing. But I think he was very friendly, Tom Cruise, with the man behind that religion. I can't remember what it is. Scientology. I think that Tom was very friendly. And they used to go away into the woods and get to find each other or whatever it happened to be. I know, it's all bizarre, isn't it, really? So, don't ask me. Donna Reed, the US actress, died in 1986. She starred in... Come on, Donna Reed. It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Life. She was the mother. And with James Stewart, who refused to work with her again because It's a Wonderful Life bombed. When it first came out, I told you when we were watching the film a while ago, he blamed her because she wasn't well known and the film bombed. It didn't do as well. It's only recently that people have gone, this is the best film I've ever seen. You know, if you're going to buy a Christmas film, you're going to buy It's a Wonderful Life. It's nice. Seen Morrissey 33 times, says Ellie in Durham, and got engaged at his last concert. Also loved Johnny Marr. Well, they don't love each other. They really don't love each other. So it obviously must have been something that sort of ran, still waters run deep, as they say. Also, January the 27th, 1990. Drinks were on the house where the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, visited the Coronation Street set yesterday, but she took a bitter lemon rather than her favourite whiskey, telling Julie Goodyear, Bet Gilroy at the time, I'm on duty. Nostalgia struck when Mrs. T saw the name above the corner shop, Alfred Roberts, the same as her father, also a grocer. That brings back memories, she said. So there you go. They all went there. I thought we were going to go down the route of Margaret Thatcher had a birthday party and ate cake. And I thought, no, don't go there, Steve. It's not worth it. And also the latest thing, first it was Turner and Banksy. Now Picasso has joined the so-called crypto craze with his heirs selling more than 1,000 digital images of a previously unseen work. This is the same as we were talking about the other day with Julian Lennon, who's selling Beatles memorabilia, but you don't get it. You just get a film of it. He keeps it and your money. I don't quite get that at all, but that's the way it goes. That's all I can tell you. A lot of people turning up the heat on Burns Night. I didn't go to any Burns Night, I'm afraid. That was Tuesday, I know, but I didn't go to any anyway, because we kept seeing all these pictures in the paper of what haggis looked like, and it kind of put me off a little bit. So we didn't bother, actually. And why do women, like me, says Lucy Holden, go back to abusive men? And the answer will be found in the Daily Mail female magazine today. And I've got to go.